Good morning and welcome to today's good morning and welcome to today's one-day event, Anuvaad, the HLF Translation Festival. Thank you for being here this morning. We were hoping that it might rain, but you brought the sunshine here. So thank you very much for being here. And without further delay, let me now request my colleague, Amita Desai, to first take the chair on the dais. And may I now request the Vice Chancellor, Professor Suresh Kumar, to please take the seat on this. I hand it over to Amita to take over. Thank you.
Yeah, can you? Adab, Namaste, Saluton, Guten Morgen, hello, and a warm welcome to all to the HLF Anuvaad, a one-day festival, a veritable celebration, as it is called, of the art and craft of translation. This day-long festival is a precursor to the annual Hyderabad Literary Festival 2023, which is scheduled to be held in January from 27th to the 29th of January at the Vidyaranya High School. This would be the 13th edition. And today, as well as one earlier day that we had, were precursors quasi to the festival that is going to be in January. The Kavyadhara was held in November, dedicated to poetry, as today is dedicated entirely to translations. I stand here on behalf of the festival committee, the directors, the organizing committee, the core group, and all the volunteers and well-wishers like you who are present here. Thank you for being here today. I'm very happy that this is the place where the Anuvaad, the translation festival, is being launched. I was going through the dictionary, as we all do occasionally, and was checking out what does translation really stand for, Anuvaad, Anuvadam. So I found Bhashantar, Roop Antar, that's very interesting. Tarjuma, so the aspect of interpretation is added on, rewording, adaptation, rendering, decoding, paraphrasing, metaphrase. So this is not a simple act of jumping from one language to the other. It's not a sport for the linguists and the literature. But there is an essential ingredient which exposes us from the singular linguistic universe and adds an alternative cultural identity when we enter another language. It also allows us to travel to spaces which we otherwise would not be able to, the linguistic and cultural spaces, bridge boundaries, or shall I say possibly make these boundaries more elastic. And hence today is not only to celebrate the art and craft of translation, but I would like to say it's a day for listening to stories from across the world, from communities we cannot easily reach, or even groups that have long been overlooked or even neglected. As such, an excellent initiative was launched by the Indian Women in Translation, and many of you know, and many of you are part of it, that was launched by a series launched by the Orient Black Swan in the month of the Women in Translation. And we are not even a decade old in this initiative, where seminal works have been translated by women, and very often of women, but very often by women. And we find that there are voices that have not reached out. So no more than 3% of women writing, for example, has been translated. These are voices, these are stories, these are narratives that we want to hear, we want to read, we want to be part of. And hence, I believe translation is a crucial part of not only the study of language and literature, but to help us expand our universe, to make us be part of that global life that we are through the various connections that we today have digitally. Can we use this platform of reaching out to others and make them ours? And in that context, I do look forward to the conversations today as we celebrate Anuvaad. And what better place than the English and Foreign Language University. Thank you, Professor Suresh Kumar Garu, for facilitating this particular event. And I am glad that you will take us through today, the inaugural session as the chief guest. And I welcome everyone here today in person. And I think in person is always a better experience, we all know, because there's always a chai and a samosa or something else also part of it, along with being close to what we are here for, and that is to connect and to bond. But I also welcome those who could not physically be here on YouTube, because we are being live streamed on the YouTube, and I welcome all to be part of today's deliberations on behalf of the Hyderabad Literary Festival. I do invite now my colleague, Professor T. Vijay Kumar, Director of HLF, to take us through the proceedings of the day today. Thank you.
Good morning, and once again, there's nothing much left for me to say about the event, because Amita has done a wonderful job of it. I just want to recall a couple of events. Way back in 1999, September. Sorry for being a little personal. I and late Professor Vijayashree had just taken over as Secretary and Treasurer of the Indian Association for Commonwealth Literature and Language Studies, IACLALS. And the first event that we did as the office bearers, new office bearers, was a one-day event titled Anuvaad and Anuvaad Vivad. Debates in contemporary translation, and that was held here in this university. It was then, of course, an institute, not a university. That was the first event that we did as the new office bearers of IACLALS. And also the last event that I did before leaving Osmania University was again devoted to translation. The reason why I'm mentioning this is that very often translation events on translation are done in an academic environment, in an academic context. But the way we want to do it is to foreground the translators and their work. Because as we know, particularly in India, it is said that a writer needs silence, exile, and cunning to be a writer. I don't know what it takes to be a translator in India, because translators very often are completely invisibilized. And I'm sure all of you have attended day-long or more than day-long events on translation without ever coming to know who the translator was. And I'm sure there are, dozens of PhD theses done on, for example, something like what Professor Maya Pandit has translated. I know at least half a dozen of PhDs which are being done on writings on whether it is Marathi and very rarely do we actually see the translator's name anywhere in that entire 350-page thesis. My friend, Professor Sridhar, once did a wonderful conference at University of Hyderabad on reviewing translations, reviewing the reviews of translations, how very often you read a 1,500-word review of a translation without knowing who the translator is. So, this is a fact of life. We all know the wonderful case of the entire Tagore being available in English translation without ever knowing who the translator was. But in a multilingual country like India, translation, of course, is very automatic. And probably the anonymity of the translator is probably because it is so natural. You don't record something that is so natural. Gandhi says this in the Hind Swaraj, that he says history only records the unusual things. And probably, history is something that is so natural to us that we don't record it. And maybe it's similarly translation. For example, we all know, that there is the Arthashastra to Kama Sutra, but there is not a treatise on translation in India, because it is so probably part of the deal, right? You may have a, Panini's grammar, but I don't know if there is a theory of translation. I'll just mention that translation has been one of the focal areas of the Hyderabad Literary Festival. We are into the 13th edition in 2023. We started in 2010. And almost at every edition of the festival, we have at least one, if not more, sessions on translation. And so much so that the well-known editor of translations, Mini Krishnan, once said in public that probably HLF is the only festival which actually gives space to translations. And so if we are doing the one-day translation event today, it's obvious that this is part of the agenda of HLF. And the reason why we are doing this in the English and Foreign Languages University is precisely because of the presence of so many languages in one place. Very close to us is the place where I spent most of my teaching life, Osmania University, which once had boasted of probably the largest number of language departments in India. There were close to some 21 language departments. And of course, everybody knows the Translation Bureau, which started the Osmania University, which is still such a valuable resource that I know several scholars come from all over the world to study the translation work done by the Translation Bureau, which is very close to us here. So there is this paradox in our I think everyday life, that translation is so familiar to all of us, and yet translation is so, in a way, alien to all of us. And today, as I said, this is not so much about translation studies or theories of translation, but we want to listen to the practitioners of translation, their experiences, and the challenges they faced in their journeys and how they overcame it. That's why whenever whenever the speakers of today's event, whenever they ask me again and again, some of them ask me, what should we be talking about? So I just told them, just talk about your own work, right? Basically, because I think that just as the stories that the translators translate, the stories of the translators themselves need to be listened to. And we are here today to celebrate the translators. And this is, of course, not to ignore the writers, but to bring to focus the work. In a way, it is the translators who have defined literature for us. I mean, our notion of literature is not confined to one language. And we all know that how we studied, whether it is Russian literature or Bengali literature or other literatures, in our own languages. So translation, in a way, is responsible for, in a way, defining what we understood as literature. And today we are celebrating the translation fest, the translators and their work. Just to add that, apart from translators who are joining us from India, we will have 3 translators joining us from the UK in the afternoon, and 1 translator joining us from Paris in the afternoon. Professor Suresh Kumar was asking about how do we manage the time? I said that is their problem. I gave them the time, and they will adjust it according to their clocks, and they are all willing to do that. And so we are going to have a day-long celebration, not so much of celebration, but definitely celebration of translation and translators. Thank you very much. And I now hand it over to Amita.
I would like to now invite our chief guest, Professor E. Suresh Kumar, the Vice Chancellor of the English and Foreign Language University, a central university based here in Hyderabad, Shillong, and Lucknow, who's also a member of the UGC, the University Grants Commission in New Delhi. He is, of course, a writer, a person who is a literateur himself, and has given new shape to the institute since he has taken over. So I request you, Professor Suresh Kumar, to please come and say a few words. Thank you.
Professor T. Vijay Kumar, Director, Hyderabad Literary Festival. Ms. Amita Desai, Director of this festival. Distinguished professors, eminent academicians. I see several former colleagues, former acquaintances. Professor Maya Pandit, I could meet her after a very long time. Professor Uma Alladi, my former colleague at Usman University. Professor Sridhar, 2 of them from Usman University. Professor Nasim Rao, Registrar of this university. Professor Sujata Mukherjee, Professor Anjali Bagde, Professor H. Lakshmi, Dr. Uma Damodar, and many more. If I don't call out the names, please don't think that you're unimportant. It only means that I'm ignorant and I can't remember all the names. Invitees and the participants of Hyderabad Literary Festival, especially Anuvaad that is being conducted today, and the participants who joined us online from various parts of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I feel privileged to be a part of this literary festival, especially Anuvaad that takes care of translation. When Professor Vijay Kumar approached me a few days ago as to why EFL University should not be a partner and why it should not host this event, I said, well, there is no question of no. It's always S for any good work. And I immediately said S, and therefore we are meeting today and we're able to host the event. I congratulate Hyderabad Literary Trust, especially Hyderabad Literary Festival, to take up such activities and to bring in good name to the city of pearls and city of Minas, and people outside Hyderabad always fondly recall to see Hyderabad doing great work in terms of literary festivals, literary works, and so on. Recently, Kavya Dhara was conducted at T-Hub by the trust. And I came to know that it was a huge success. I congratulate all the organizers for the wonderful concept and for taking it forward that way. I see some serious faces. So any inauguration should be joyous and it should be lovely and it should be humorous. So I would like to share one personal experience. I started my teaching career at a very early age. At the age of 21, I became a lecturer. And I should tell you that I moved from science background to English. I did BSc with botany, zoology, chemistry, and then moved to MA English. That's how I started my teaching career in English. One of our chemistry lecturers was a gold medalist in chemistry. He used to teach more of English and less of chemistry. He would start with organic chemistry, octane, and from octane he will take us to etymology, from etymology to literary texts, some ghost or exhaustive, some story, and from there to vocabulary, and somehow the ending will be again chemistry. So that's a strange story of cow. I'm sure you are aware of that story, cow. So whatever you want to speak, anyone will come back to cow and you will explain about cow only. So he used to teach English for 45 minutes and the rest of the 10 minutes used to be just chemistry. That was the thing. Those days I was lean, lanky, boyish. When I went to my first class, the students did not stand up. I introduced myself. I'm Suresh. I'm your lecturer. They were smiling. They thought that I was a senior who came to rag them. Then I started my vocabulary every day. You may believe me or not, I used to memorize 40 to 50 high-sounding, bombarding English words. And I used to use those words in the classroom. Within no time, I became a popular person, popular teacher in that college. And this gentleman who used to teach chemistry, who was my teacher, became my colleague, and we became close friends because we were sailing on the same boat. Whatever we speak should not be comprehensible to others. That's how we became friends. One day, that was Ramzan month. He said, Suresh, aaj ghar pe aana, ek special feast dena cha raha hu. Since it was Ramzan month, I thought he would give me nice halim and chicken biryani, mutton biryani. With great expectations, those days I used to do 300 push-ups. And that day I did a little more, thinking that I'll have to eat a lot of food. I went there at 7 p.m. He came with a bundle of papers and he started reading his poetry. And he offered me a glass of water. I was getting ready so that I can eat. I was looking here and there. From some corner, food will come in. But he was reading poetry, one poem after poem. Then after some time, I asked him, it's already 7 p.m. Yeah, there is one more bundle. He went inside, he brought one more. And at 8 p.m. he said, how is the feast? Hope you enjoyed a lot. Isn't it nice? Aren't you happy? I said, yes, I'm very happy. Then he said, dinner is over. Sorry, feast is over. Good night. Then I came out. So that's how the literary fest started those days. For me, those days, literature was less important than food and exercising. That was much more important. But after becoming Vice Chancellor, so when I take part in such wonderful events, I feel really happy that we are giving food for mind, and it's a kind of great inspiration and great experience for the students, for the academicians, and so on. And when you look at translation, especially from the present day point of view, you have Google Translate, and even on Facebook, if you look at the posts, you post in Telugu, you get in English. Recently, just recently, a week ago, I happened to see one post on Facebook. It says, why is the poem involved in liquor scam? Why is the poem involved in liquor scam? I thought, what is this? How can poem be involved in liquor scam? What is this? Then I was not able to understand, what is this poem? Why will poem, what is the link between a poem and liquor scam in Delhi? Then I looked for the original. When I clicked it, it came Kavita. Kavita is poem. Kavita is translated, the present MLC by name Ms. Kavita. The Google Translate has translated as poem. Why poem is included in this liquor scam? Then I thought, what kind of translation is this? That's how we realize that a machine can never replace a human being. Therefore, people like you should devote more time and try to give a new face to this wonderful field called translation. And I congratulate Professor Vijay Kumar, Professor Amitabh Desai for taking up these kind of activities to take forward the literary movements and literary activities, and we look forward to many more from you. I congratulate once again, and I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to be part of this program. Thank you. Second.
Thank you, Professor Suresh Kumar Garu, for the inaugural words that you have delivered to us. And it is true that we should think about keeping that smile on our face while we deliberate the day. And of course, there is food, which is very important. And I hope that we will be able to do justice to all kinds of food that will be offered to us today, both in the context, of course, of the meaningful coming together and conversations that I'm absolutely looking forward to. But also there will be breaks for tea and food and what have you, and our volunteers outside will help you with that as well. We are all aware that it's not 1, 2, or 3 people who can make an event like this possible. There are a whole lot who have been with it. And I speak on behalf of the group that has been engaged in the 2-day teasers, as I call them, and the festival that will follow in January. The festival committee, the directors, Professor Vijay Kumar is here, one of our director colleague is not here, Dr. Kinara Murthy, and myself, but also the core group and the volunteers that are here with us. And please feel free to reach out to them for anything that you may want to. There are 1 or 2 very fine things happening. One, of course, is the Book Point, which is putting out the books. It's always good to go beyond the digital, as I said, not only to be here in person, but to actually pick up a book and read instead of being only digital. That's not going to be possible anymore. We understand that digital format is here, and hence very quick word to the digital format before I go back to my thanking. We are, as Vijay has said, we are going to be here in person, but also hybrid. There are 6 sessions, and you will find very interesting ways of it happening. So there will be a speaker online, on screen, while there would be a moderator or a conversant, anchor here in person. So we will experience this, and I'm very glad that technology today allows us to bring in people who cannot physically be here or to reach out to people who cannot be present here. So I look forward to all the technical, and thank you for the technical support here. I thank, of course, first and foremost for the VC to immediately grant us the permission to hold this particular session here. I do believe that this is the rightest place for such a deliberation. The registrar has been very kind to follow through the procedural norms and to facilitate our session here today. Professor Sujata Mukherjee here, she was here a few minutes ago, who has been very efficient for coordinating and connecting us to the relevant teams. Mr. Mohan Manmohanji and his team, thank you so much for patiently and efficiently carrying out the numerous tech rehearsals and checks that we have done. Mr. Ramesh Desai from the EMMRC, thank you so much for allowing us and granting us times here and there to be able to do the recce that we could do. And I believe we have reached a very high level of technical delivery. We hope that it continues to be so in the course of the day, but all signals are green at this moment, and we're very happy about that. The entire administration, the academic fraternity, students of EFLU, and I've tried not to say EFLU. I know that that's how we say it, but I believe EFLU is more meaningful. In translation, nothing is lost when we don't use the word EFLU. The other partners that we do want to thank, and they have been supporting the Kavyadhara as well as the Anuvaad, is the International Literature Showcase from United Kingdom and the National Council for Writing from Norwich for supporting the participants and speakers that will be streamed in from the United Kingdom. Telangana government has been very kind and been supportive throughout, and Vibrant has been, thank you, Mercy, and please communicate that to Bashir as well, for the mobility support that you lend us. I would like to thank all the speakers and all those who have joined us from here, and Dr. Maya Pandit, who has come in from outside. Thank you so much to the chairs, the moderators, the participants, the speakers, and all the members present here. I congratulate us for having inaugurated the Anuvaad and look forward to the day-to-day. We do break now for tea break, food for thought and food otherwise. And I do request you, because we are a few minutes too late, I do request you to come back in about 7 minutes. That's the German in me, so that we can make up very fast. It is possible, and I do think we will manage. Thank you so much.
to the hall, please.
Those of you who are still enjoying their tea and summers outside, may I request you to please move in. We are starting session 1. Please do come in. We are, I think, about 15 to 20 minutes behind schedule. Ladies and gentlemen, I have great pleasure in introducing the speaker for this session. But before I do that, may I request both Professor Maya Pandit and Professor H. Lakshmi, who will be chairing this session, to take their chairs on the dais. Thank you very much. Yeah. Friends, I don't think either Professor Maya Pandit or Professor Lakshmi needs any introduction to an audience like this. Many of you know their work. Let me first introduce the chair of the session, Professor H. Lakshmi, who is heading the Center for Translations here in EFLU, and Professor Lakshmi, of course, specializes in translations from and into Telugu, and she has written a number of articles on translations from Telugu. And thank you very much, Lakshmi Garu, for sharing this session. And friends, I might tell you that this is the third time that I invited Professor Maya Pandit, and it is the third time lucky. After leaving the EFL University and comfortably settling down in Kolhapur, she refuses to move out of Kolhapur. But fortunately for us, this time and maybe because it is being held in EFLU, probably that's why she agreed to come. Many of you know her, enormous work that she has done. Let me quickly, for shortage of time, let me just read out a bio, very short bio. Is of course a former professor of English at the EFL University. She has translated 18 books, including translations into English of Marathi Dalit women autobiographies like Baby Kamle's The Prisons We Broke, Urmila Pawar's The Weave of My Life, and Marathi plays like Jayant Pawar's The Nowhere People very recently, and also polemical texts like Mahatma Phule's Slavery, Sania's Novelette, Thereafter, and the latest book that she just showed to me, which I was not aware of, is Krishnant Kaur's novel Ringan, The Full Circle. Her translations into Marathi include Dario Fo's An Accidental Death of an Anarchist, Awakening, and Ramu Ramanathan's Mahadev Bhai. Recipient of several fellowships, she has directed Voices from the Margins, a documentary film on Marathi Dalit writers for the Sahitya Academy. She is an ardent activist in the Marathi alternative theater. And just to share with Professor Maya Pandit, Urmila Pawar was at HLF a few years ago, and she was all, praised for the translation that you have done of her work. And as I said, I know at least a dozen PhD theses that are being done in various Indian universities, and many of them, have Urmila Pawar and Baby Kamle on their list. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation and being with us this morning. Lakshmi Garu, it's over to you. Yeah, just remove the mic. You mentioned this.
Doesn't matter. Thank you.
Director HLF Literary Festival, Professor Vijay Kumar, Professor Amita Desai, and others, senior translators, senior teachers, distinguished guests, my colleagues, friends, and my dear students. In fact, it gives me a great privilege to be associated with Anuvaad organized by HLF. Another humbling thing is to chair a session where my beloved Madam Professor Maya Pandit is going to speak about her translations. I thank the director, the organizers of the HLF, and also Professor Maya Pandit, for this privilege given to me. I'm not translator as such, but I've been working on the translations done by quite a few of you, including Vijay Kumar, Professor Vijay Kumar. At the outset, I would like to say a few things about the translation as a practice when you are translating from an Indian language into English, because most of you are engaged in translating literature from Indian languages into English. That's what is needed at the moment. Most of you are engaged in that. So a few issues related to that makes us wonder how much pains the translators take to translate, to negotiate all these issues. The first thing I would like to say about the cultural vacuum, which is mentioned by ma'am in her introduction and others also. When you are translating something from an Indian language, for instance, Telugu into English, you don't know who the readers are. Only when you know your readers clearly at their linguistic and cultural background, you can easily translate what to translate, what kind of equivalence you can choose. But in a cultural vacuum, translating it is very difficult. Of course, there are two things. If you intend your translation only for the fellow Indians who do not have any access to the particular source language, that's a different thing. Or if you just intend your translation for any English reader at large, anybody who knows English can be your potential translator. That's a real challenge, making it readable, fluent. Second thing is most of us deal with in the Indian context being a multicultural, multilingual, no text is monolingual. Actually, monolingualism is a bit, we say. So any text that you are dealing in the regional language, it would have other languages mixed in it. It's multilingual by nature. Either code mixing or code switching, you will find. How do you deal with a multilingual text when you are translating in English? If it is here and there, it's okay. That is another challenge. Then the dialects, geographical dialects, that is regional dialects and social dialects employed in the source text. When you are translating a text into English, how do you translate that kind of the variety, the what do we say, polyphony, okay, or multilingual aspects that are there in the text? How do you do justice to them, and how do you translate? What are the tools or the mechanisms that are available when you are operating with the English text? More and more people are using dialects, if not the entire text, but for at least for the conversational styles among the characters, you find different dialects, sociolects being mixed. So that is another challenge faced by all these translators. Then various cultural nuances and religious connotations. When you are translating across cultures, how do you negotiate the cultural nuances? You wouldn't like to ignore the cultural nuances as a reader of the source text. The nuances that you understand by reading the text, you would like to transfer them into your target text so that your readers would also feel the same. But is it possible? How many challenges are involved in that aspect? That's another point I would like to just mention at the outset. And also these days, people are saying all the English translations have lots of Indianisms. They become hybrid texts. Going by the nature of the source text and going by your purpose, you have to include many Indianisms, Indian words in the literal translation, or you have to transliterate. So any English translation of an Indian text would have many Indianisms in it. So these Indianisms may not pose any problem to fellow Indians, but if they are meant for readers abroad or people who do not know anything about our culture, might find it difficult. Some translators do add footnotes and endnotes, or certain things are explained in the introduction translator's note to be of help, or to put the text in context so that the readers know what to expect, what not to expect. So in that context, translators' note also these days plays a crucial role. Only before you read the translation, you have to read the translator's note to understand the kind of process that went into the making of this particular text. I think with this introduction, maybe more later when we discuss, I welcome Professor Maya Pandit. I request her to make her presentation. After the presentation, we will have a discussion. Over to you, ma'am.
I have a mic. Thank you very much, Lakshmi. Good morning to you all. And it's so lovely to be in my alma mater with lots and lots and lots of familiar faces. So I feel very, very happy and I'm very grateful to the organizers, especially my friend Professor Vijay Kumar and Amita and others related to HLF. So I'm very happy to be back, and in this class I have taken lots of lectures, so it reminds me of that. Don't be worried, I won't take a lecture. So I'm scared that, you know, that will go on, and you should actually. Yeah, to begin, I don't know where to begin, because as has been explained, translation is a kind of, a translation is a sort of journey into the unexplored. Now you will say, why is it unexplored? And I'll tell you why it's unexplored, because I'll tell you through my personal experience. You may be translating a text. I mean, the questions before generally I am asked is like, why did you choose these particular texts for translation? Or as Lakshmi raised the questions, why do you write long introductions to your translations? And, I came to translation through women's movement because I was in the women's movement in the 80s and 90s. And whenever I used to listen to discussions going on, theoretical discussions about women's issues and stuff, I was amazed that there was would be no reference to Dr. Ambedkar in the first place. And secondly, to the Dalit women in, in the freedom movement or in other social movements, etc. We would be talking about the name. I'm not saying that women like Pandita Ramabai and, Lakshmi Bai Tirak, and loads of them actually. In fact, they were the people, Vibhavari Shirurkar, people who know Marathi literature will understand what I'm talking about, or Agarkar, or several reformers. But the thing is, there is a world beyond this, and nobody seemed to be familiar in the women's movement, which was a higher caste women's movement. So I used to work with, Tambaku workers and hutmen, so people living in the jhopadpattis and stuff like that. But the main thing was, in the discussions, these views never surfaced. We used to talk about loads and loads of other feminists, and they're great. I mean, of course, you must read Shulamit Firestone or Simone de Beauvoir and, Melanie Klein, so many of them. But the point is, when you try to relate yourself to a problem, to an issue, to an understanding, to spreading that understanding as a women's movement activist to others, you needed to know that you need to have your roots in your own soil. And I discovered through Susie Tharu, Tarabai Shinde, a 19th century writer, I don't think there is any other more fiery writer in India, even today, than Tarabai Shinde. She really tore patriarchy to pieces. And I translated some of that for Susie's anthology. And that led me into both of these experiences. And that led me into and dealings with, working out women's issues. And because Tambaku workers or hutmen dwellers, they were all mostly Dalit or semi-Dalit communities. And then I came to EFLU, and at that time, this uneasiness, unease with what we were saying in the women's movement was inadequate. And we needed to search our roots for our roots in our own soils and in our own history. And it's not enough to only talk about the upper caste, upper class women, but we need to go and understand how this whole problematic of women's life is explained by the other writers who are more on the margins. When I came to EFLU at that time, I had lots of students, and then the same question emerged. I was offering a course in feminist literature. And I said, this is not right. I mean, I had been doing translations before also, because I am basically theater person. So we used to do a lot of theater, and, Dario Fo and all of these other writers were whom we translated. Julius Hay horse, and we staged them. And even today we are organizing one, we are staging one play by a German. Please don't ask me the name or the play's name because I simply cannot pronounce it. I'll show you from my, I'll write it down for you if you want. But we are doing staging it by the end of December. And its translation is Bin Lagnacha, which is unmarried women, all other things. But the main thing was, as I said, as a feminist, as an activist, as a teacher of feminism, I turned to these and then I discovered a huge wealth of experiences, narratives, life narratives, and the intensely. I'm of course born as an upper caste person, a Brahmin by, and all that I had to expire it. I mean, it's no fault of mine that I was born in a particular caste. But then also I owe a responsibility to spread now that voice once I hear it, spread to the wide world. I don't know how many people have read those translations, but probably a few at least have read and understood the agony, the angst, the living of common, Dalit women from different communities in India. And I'm told even in Japan and, where Indians, even in the European countries, the caste system is maintained in a particular way, very unseen. But so then I started thinking about baby Kamle. I went and met her in Fulton, which is near Satara, my home district. I went and talked to her and I realized that what I am undertaking is something quite different. And the problem started with the name itself. Baby Kamle was a very gentle woman, but she could be ferocious like a tigress at times. And I fell in love with her. And she was so sweet and she would force food on me. And I used to say, though I'm a Brahmin from Wai, my place is very famous for Brahmins who eat loads and loads of laddus and chapatis and whatever, So I said, though I'm that, don't think I'm that. So, but this was in fun. And we used to crack jokes at Brahminism and, the funny things that we had, etc. But a very fiery tale of resistance emerged from there. And then I thought, if I'm going to be a translator, it's okay to translate plays because Dario Fo is also quite a wonderful playwright in his own revolutionary sense from Italy. But then I turned to Dalit writing and I realized that Dr. Ambedkar explains the problem of women's oppression in India in the caste system the best way anybody could. And if you can combine Engels and Marx with Ambedkar, I think, we can take strides in sorting out, vocalizing, understanding the problems of women across, working women from the lower castes, whatever have you. And then because Ambedkar discusses caste as, woman as a door to caste, maintaining purity and then controlling her sexuality becomes the underlying principle of, I won't go into Ambedkar's theory, but I started I had read it, I had understood it. But then I started realizing it in doing these life narratives. And of course, first thing is I said, I kept on feeling that, lots of people ask me, you're a Brahmin, how can you translate these women's writing? And I said, because I cannot decast myself unless I take that voice in me and I speak in that voice. I take that voice to the others. So that was just one ideological, political reason, probably. But then I realized that, it's not easy because that language it's Marathi, but it's not the Marathi I am used to speak. And it's a very different language. So, continuously holding discussions with them on small vocabulary items, etc. Both, in fact, in Marathi, the tradition of women's autobiographies, Dalit women's, we have a fantastic tradition of women's autobiographies. There would be around 1,000 autobiographies more probably today of women. But when you look at Dalit women's autobiographies, Sharmila Rege had done a fantastic job in her book, Writing Woman, Writing Caste. Then I realized that even within Dalit women's writing, there are stages. Baby Kamle, then comes Urmila Pawar at the level of consciousness, at the level of struggle, at the level of the literary expression that they try to give us. Urmila is much more open, but Baby Kamle is incomparable in certain other things. And that is how I began this journey with. Before that, I had done a play by a woman writer, Dikshit, Mukta Dikshit, called Zugar. And she was talking about the system of, patriarchy, where at that time, this was around 1950s. And the the discussion about polygamous practices in upper castes was a big issue. And the play is about that. But then I came across a very different kind of patriarchy. Sharmila would call it graded patriarchy, as far as the Dalit women's writing was concerned. And then I understood another Dalit play that I had done earlier, called Datta Bhagat's Roots and Escape Routes, published by Oxford also. So, I mean, I'm just telling these references because I think people should go to these books, and because they are available. Another play I would refer to is Sanjay Pawar's Kon Munto Takka Dila, is a Marathi phrase which means pass the baton. I go to her, she sends me to somewhere else. Then it goes on, but nobody solves the problem like that the play talks about. So these plays, I'll talk about those plays in a minute, but these women told me how many different ways in which pain of being a woman can be expressed. In American feminism, this phrase, the experience, the pain that has no word, but here I was actually finding new word, learning them. And both Baby and Urmila, Baby is no more now, but in there even talking about simple language items, they completely turned my perspective 180 degrees, because this was something that I was not really familiar with. I'll give you one small example. Now, people who know Marathi in the audience, they will be able to tell me that, Vada is a huge term. Vada is a word, small word, but it signifies, wealth, huge structure, social prestige. So Patlacha Vada, Baman Vada, these are used with caste, upper caste dominant expressions. And then I understood that Maharvada, Mangvada was something so completely different. So same word, but taking on absolutely opposite meanings. So at the surface of it, particular words, but behind that, below that, under that, that is where you need to reach. So people talk about, oh, translation is what? Just putting a word in, from a dictionary, take a word, see another word in the dictionary, put it there. What is there? It's not like that. It's really because you have to internalize that pain, and I did. And then it has to flow under your skin like blood. And then only you understand what it really signifies. And then you talk about your English becomes, as you said, Indianized. So I said, okay, if you want to read Dalit writing, you need to understand the Marathi, the Mahari Marathi that they speak, and that too in different regions. So I'm not going to make things very easy and readable for you. I'm deliberately going to keep some things different. Because otherwise, if I translate that pain in the same things that the words, I'm not being able to reach that pain, that difference across to you. Of course, some of the things like, even the punishments that the Dalit women used to get at that time, this so cutting nose, cutting one breast, all kinds of things, like, you'll be amazed to see what kinds of pain they underwent. And though then Khoda, for instance, Khoda is, where a woman's foot is tied down to very tightly so that she can't run away. And then she is publicly abused. And this goes on for days and days. Now, how do you translate Khoda into English? I mean, you of course have English terms and English punishments for that. But then you need to understand that. If you don't understand it, I'll give you footnotes to read them. But if you want to understand Dalit writing, you need to understand that pain. And I'm not going to be making it very simple, nice for you to consume. This is not a market commodity. This is carrying across that pain directly. I know I've left a lot of things in the translation, but that was the thing. And one thing more why I wrote detailed introductions was that baby Kamble began the writing and she was writing for 16, 20 years. You know, she used to write on Raddi paper. You understand Raddi paper, the old papers that you want to sell off. She used to write on the back of the space that was remaining, her experiences. And later on, she went on writing for 18, 20 long years because her husband didn't like, even within the Dalits, there was a kind of patriarchy, though graded patriarchy. They wanted their women to go out, take morchas, join Ambedkar's movement, be the Sainiks, of at the forefront of the struggle. But when it came down to women writing, exerting their, the right to have an independent expression, she used to get beaten. Baby Dai Kamble, very, harsh beatings and stuff like that from her husband. And she said, but I forgave him afterwards because we were the only people, like the wives were the only people where the husbands could take out their anger against caste. So there is a understanding spirit also behind all that pain and behavior. So I thought this needs to be, but Urmila is not like that. Urmila is more sort of, what you say, she's not rude, but she doesn't try to hide behind any, not that baby Kamble was trying to, that was phase in the movement. Later on, when Urmila writes at a time when, the women's movement is in flourish, and we are all fighting about legal rights and this right and that right, and cases of, Roop Kumar, Sati, and all kinds of stuff was coming out, legal rights for women, legal changes, etc. About property distribution and raped women and so on and so forth. Then Urmila has all that awareness of the women's movement, what it has gained. And then she writes in that tone, and then she writes in that, and she's very, very severe in her critique of patriarchy. Now, this is not a question of blaming somebody or praising somebody. It's not a question of comparative, stamping somebody as such. But this is a way to understand how the movement grew and how later on it formed into a bigger movement. And today I can tell you that there are loads and loads and loads of movements that we have that, Dalit women and Muslim women come and participate. So that is one thing. About the other, I won't speak. Please tell me if I am crossing the limit. Theater is another very, very difficult. Novels are comparatively easier because though, Ringan, the recentest translated novel, it's also, please, if you can get that novel, please read it. Because I'm not saying because I have translated it, I'm not going to get any money out of that. Incidentally, translators do not earn money. Seriously, I mean, if you're thinking of, maybe if you're working in newspapers, etc., media, probably they would, subtitling and stuff like that. So do learn translation and do translate for me money also, because you need something to survive. But the regular serious translations, you will hardly get it. I think in my whole life, for 18, 20 translations I have done so far, serious translation, I don't think I have crossed the barrier of 50. So you can calculate, my maths is not good. So you can calculate how much money actually you can get. You don't get any money. Even if foreign publishers take your books and translate, you don't get money. But anyway, that's a different story of publishers and what they do. I won't even enter into that. But I'm saying that, how much time do I have? 10 minutes? Okay, thank you. So I'll just talk about theater. Now see, theater is a different thing, altogether a different fish of kettle of, whatever you call. Because you have to take the words from the stage, and it's not for closet reading. Poetry you can translate, read for yourself. Novel, yes, you can sit in your own bedroom and read, or wherever. Any other things, but theater is something which is, you have to show it. I'll give you an example from Shakespeare, which when we did, there are 3 words in it. Undo this button. Lear brings Cordelia's body, and he says, undo this button. Before that, there is a long speech. So for a long time, we wondered what it is. And then why sudden change? Because Shakespeare uses language very, strangely and very peculiarly. And then I understood that this is to tell you that he is speaking so much, so much, so much about Cordelia. And he is completely full of this pain and, how to express. And he goes on breathing, 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 and he used to wear livery. So unless now that livery is, the buttons are broken, it's very difficult to say how, undo this button, because he can't speak now. So it's actually the emotions reaching at a particular peak point, and also a theater instruction, undo this button, because it has to literally come out. So you can't have a tightly stitched button there. It has to come out easily. What I'm trying to say is, dramatic language is a double talk. What you say is different. What you write is different. What you perform is different. You have your whole body becomes an instrument. You are a patra. That's a Sanskrit word. And that patra is filled with vessel with its own meanings. So, every character uses language differently. Then in Dalit plays, for instance, Vata Palvata has 3 generations of Dalit activists, and that hero, his protagonist, is married to a Brahmin woman, So there is constant struggle between Brahminism and Maharism. And you did that. And she said, but if you consider Mahar as a abuse word, do you think Brahmin is a compliment? At one point. It's a beautiful play, and it's one of my favorite. We had done that play too. So, what I'm trying to say is, you need to find out the gestures, because a play is a medium of gestures more than language. You may use as much less language as possible, but then your language is your fingers, your eyes, your ears, your gait, your standing, your looking. A small thing gets completely different meaning under the lights of the stage. Okay, I'm not talking about closet plays, which you can read as closet plays for yourself, but I'm talking about plays for performance. And then the plays that I translated was Vata Padvata first. Then of course Dario Fo is full of this revolutionary fervor, and especially the accidental death of an anarchist. I don't know whether you're familiar with this play, but there was a same case happened in Usmania University at that time, where a Naxalite student was killed. You remember, I was a student here at that time, and I'm talking about 70. And I remember 11, 12 in the night, they will come and knock at the doors and say, please give us some money because we don't have money or we don't have food. So, that play resonated so well with this experience that I had with the Naxalite students being killed. I mean, killing is no answer to anything, but you need to understand the pain of where it's coming from. And that all of that percolated down into my translation. And the amazing thing was, first I translated that play into standard Marathi. And then while rehearsals, we said, but this is nowhere, we are going nowhere with this language. And then I realized, because I come from a district which is famous for its tamashas. You know tamasha, right? It's a different kind of form of presentation. It's a folk form, folk theater. And then I decided to use all the language of that. So all of abuse words and, words which are not used in the standard language of the sitting room of your house. All of that went off, and then emerged a very raw expression of Marathi and of the, so we use the proscenium theater, all right. Tamasha can be performed anywhere, but we had to perform it in a proscenium theater. So conventions of that and conventions of Tamasha got merged, but we didn't use any dances or anything. It was a very serious play where it's a very serious and very funny and very satirical, ironic kind of a play. If you haven't read it, please read it. And then, so what I'm trying to tell you is that you need to do a lot of experimentation in doing this, and it's never a success at the first time. I need to share one of my agony with you too. When you translate, as Professor Vijay Kumar rightly said, you are invisible. Nobody takes care to mention your name, or it's not for the case of, for mentioning, but there is a a spirit which is behind that writer. And what you are seeing is actually an actualization of that spirit. Because in Sanskrit, they say, I mean, just to explain what happens when you translate that, language is like para pashanti madhyama vaikhari. Para is when you see it in deep down in your heart or mind, wherever you see things. And then that is your para. Then pashanti, you see the whole thing actualizing before your eyes. And that is the theory of communication, and then madhyama, you translate that from that internal cognitive state to your tongue or to an actual performative abilities, and then it becomes vaikhari. So actually, even speaking to you like this is parapashanti madhyama and vaikhari. So even basic act of speech itself is translation. That is what I'm trying to say. So when you go from one language to another, you can imagine the process. It's not a very simple thing, take a word and put, next to each other. It's not like that. So, but my agony is that one, the translators are never mentioned. I mean, in Marathi, we say, Nito Bharavahi Hamala. I'm nobody else, but I'm merely a coolie taking luggage from one language and putting it in the space of another. So that is the thing often. And then secondly, in the first place, women's writing is generally ignored. In Marathi also, Dalit women's writing was never taken serious note of unless Urmila came with a bang. But generally, so many Dalit women writers have been writing, not much notice taken of them. And then woman translator is still more into a further space of obscurity. Very often I call myself as a, traveler in twilight. Because in the first place, translation itself is twilight. And secondly, as a woman, you translate, not serious. So we are all twilight journeys, travelers. So that is what happens. Sometimes it's also very painful because you feel that as a translator, you are very, very marginalized, not in the sense of translation discourse, in the sense of the literature that you translate. In India, the translation tradition has been like Rabindranath Tagore, great writers, okay, etc. I mean, I did my PhD on this, so, but I don't want to talk about that. What I'm trying to say is these big names come into the list of translation. But what about those small voices coming from the margins? They're not small because you call them small, they remain small. But once they start asserting themselves, they're major voices. So carrying those major voices into another language, where you, as you said, you don't know what area of readership you are addressing. What kind of readers you are addressing. At least with Dalit writing, I know that somebody else in Dalit movement at least will read this. I don't know what happens to a novel like Ringan or translations of these, plays that we keep on translating from English into Marathi and Marathi into English with all its connotations. So it's the journey into twilight and sometimes into darkness. You're stepping off into darkness where you don't know who you're talking to, because you are talking to somebody. Listen to me. This is the voice I'm taking to you through. It's that person, that life speaking to you out of me. And then I also, as a translator, because I'm a live translator. So, I also, whatever I have gone through, that whole thing passes through me to you. So naturally it carries something of me also. Okay. Now I'm not saying that it's good or bad. It will happen to anybody. You report a quarrel that you've seen between two people, you will enter into that quarrel in reporting. That's what. So yeah, thank you very much for these ramblings but I do hope that I have excited some of you at least to enter into the area of translation. Take up texts, doesn't matter if people ignore you, ignore your translations, keep on translating, because you are the medium through which they will pass out to the other things. Otherwise, they are going to remain like that. And I don't think, people from the margins, people who have suffered so much, or not just Dalits, lots of other categories. Ringan talks about Adivasis being shifted from the forest land into somewhere else where they're treated like dirt. And when the person goes back to the forest, he realizes that the forest also rejects. You can never step into the same river twice. That is what Buddha had said. and the same thing happens. So we also can't go back to the past. It's a very, as somebody was, you were saying, it's like Old Man in the Sea, you know. So yeah, it's from a very small writer. He's a class teacher, I mean, mm, secondary school teacher, but he's written fantastic novels about the experiences of these people. So thank you very much for giving me a very patient ear. Right, ramblings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for all of you who are working in doing translation studies or translating English. How she had to translate herself before she translated into English. So this kind of a rare expression or experience sharing by the translator, you don't come across. So all of you who are thinking translation is simply translating from one language into another. So she has clearly given all the other things that you need to consider when you are attempting to translate any writer. It need not necessarily be a Dalit writer. Ma'am, I thought you would say something about the experiment that you have done in the translation of Nowhere people to negotiate the dialects used in the source text and how we have molded the English language to suit that the original style. Can you say a few words?
The play by Jayan Pawar, I have a copy there. I'll show it to you. The play by Jayan Pawar was really a path-breaking play in Marathi at the time. I think some of us have seen it. It is about, it happens, the story happens in a very lower middle class family, working class family actually, in the textile world of textile workers in the 70s after George Fernandez's strike failed. And then there was a gradual demise of the workers movement, communist movement in Mumbai. And in the aftermath of that, Shiv Sena emerged as a major force. At that time, it began, it had a lot of backing of the Congress people also. And then Shiv Sena murdered one communist leader called Krishna Desai. And then the whole movement sort of after that, not just one murder, there were lots of other things happening. But the point was that they wanted the rich capitalists, actually capitalists, wanted to claim the land of the mills. And after that, the cotton industry completely disintegrated. Even today, you go to Mumbai, you will see these lands, the huge malls now standing in place of these cotton mills. And Mumbai was one of the biggest centers of cotton producing in India. And how that whole thing happened. Now, Jayan Pawar, he passed away just 1 year back, a major writer in Marathi, very wonderful writer. When I read that play first, it struck me so hard because I was working in women's movement at that time, communist women's movement at that time. And I could see things happening, but I had not seen reality, what was happening in Mumbai and textile mills and how that destroyed, not just the entire textile industry, but so many millions of workers in working in Mumbai's mills. And then came the strategies of different strategies were close down the mill. If the workers are striking, give them money, compensation, and not many workers got even compensation. Close down the mills and sell the land to big industrialists, big malls and whoever goes into that, the big capitalists who wanted land was emerging as the biggest, most expensive property. And these lands of the mills were claimed by these, bought by these, and they needed cooperation from the government. And the government extended Baba, who is an intellectual, and there is another who does nothing, just plays cricket and imagines he would have been a great player because there are no jobs. And the third is he goes to be a bhaiya, the dada in Mumbai. And then how that whole family disintegrates. There is only one daughter, and she wants money, she wants property, she wants this, she wants gold. So she sleeps with people, works almost as a prostitute. And there is one mother who tries desperately to keep this family together, as women generally do. Then the languages were like, the Mumbai dialect, the workers dialect, the Gundas dialect. I'm sorry, I'm taking a little, 2 minutes, just 2 minutes. And then, the Konkani people who had migrated to Mumbai, who are doing this work in the 20s, 30s, and they've been staying there. But now all their life seems to come out of the seams, and it's squandered away. Like, they are nothing. And finally, the son who becomes a dada is caught in a murder. And that's it. And there the thing ends. So this is, I think, even in the Indian theater, this play has really made, it's the first of its kind. I've never seen, I've read theater translations, know a little bit about theater that happens around in the country, but nothing like this particular play, Jay and Pawar's. Nowhere people, who are kept hanging in between, neither here nor there. Their existence is unrecognized, So the language varieties were absolutely a nightmare. So I used a lot of swear words, the Bombaya Hindi, like Sale Teri Tujhe Dikha Dunga and kind of things. It became a bilingual play almost. Some Marathi, some Hindi, some English.
Do we take some questions? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sam. I'm sorry I have taken a little bit. Thank you.
Check. We have the next session on translating from and into Telugu. And we have Professor Sridhar, Professor Alladi Uma, and Purnima will join us from Bangalore online. And we have Aruna Prasad here. And where is Ajay? Yeah, we have Ajay here. Ajay is doing his PhD at EFLU. So he's joining us. Yeah. We need more chairs, please. Yeah. And while the chairs are getting, I will not, of course, some of you will have this. Let me quickly introduce the translators of in this session. Ajay Verma Alluri works in 2 languages, Kannada and Telugu. There was a question about why English is always the intermediary language between different Indian languages. We specifically focused on interlingual translations without English being the necessary intermediary. So we have Ajay, please come over, Ajay. And we have Aruna Prasad. Yeah, please join us here. Aruna is doing something which we knew many years ago when we were children. She translates, she has recently translated Dostoevsky into Telugu, and she is translating Chekhov into Telugu, which is something that we, forgot. You remember we all used to read a lot of comics, including comics also, Russian comics, etc. But now Aruna has recently done that. We have, of course, the 2 well-known translators who translate into English. Professor Alladi Uma and Professor Sridhar, please join us here. Aruna, if you can shift there. Yeah. Can we have one more handheld mic? Yeah, thank you. And joining us online is Purnima Tamireddy. Now, again, an interesting, can we show her? Yeah, that is Purnima. Purnima is translating Manto into Telugu. But the interesting thing is that she has a self-taught, she has taught herself Urdu, and she translates not from English, but directly from Urdu into Telugu, right? Thank you, Purnima, for joining us. I know there was a glitch, for you to join, but we are thankful. And of course, Purnima not only translates Manto, she has already published one book, and she has also translated from Hindi directly into Telugu, Amrita Preetham, and she is translating from Telugu into English, Mallu Swarajam's autobiography. So she translates from and into Telugu without necessarily coming through English. So we have a wonderful panel, and let me just begin with you, Purnima, first. Please tell us how, and because this is one of the regrets of my life, that in spite of being in Hyderabad, I never learned to read Urdu. It is in spite of my father, who not only used to speak but also write shairi in Urdu. And so he tried teaching us the alphabets, but we never went beyond the third or fourth letter. This is, of course, a great regret. So I was fascinated by your self-taught Urdu, and she taught herself Urdu and she translates directly from Urdu. Please tell us how it began, where it began, and so we can start from there.
Oh, cool. Thank you. First of all, thanks to HLF and EFLU for organizing this event today, exclusive conference on translation. And I heard that, am I audible?
Can you be a little louder?
Okay. Is it better now?
Yeah, slightly.
Oh, slightly, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, I was thanking IFLU and HLF for putting up this event. And what I heard is that over 200 participants are there actively engaging with the conversation, making it a dialogue. So thank you all of you for coming on a Saturday morning and being here. We hope it is worth your time. Coming back to Sir's question about Urdu, yeah, even I was living with that regret for a long time. What I initially took a workaround of reading Urdu books, Urdu literature extensively in Devanagari, whatever the Urdu transliterated works were coming in. So I have started my journey with Manto or Chuktai with these kind of books that were available in the Devanagari script. So I was trying to evade the script, but going closer to the language. But during COVID, luckily, it has caused so many problems to so many people, but it also opened some avenues like non-academics like me. The academic gates were open, many online sessions were happening, workshops were happening. So I was extremely lucky to be part of one or two such courses which taught Urdu. Professor H.K. Lal from Punjab University conducted a 6-month extensive Urdu course, which taught us to read, write, and engage with the literature. So from there on, it is after I got the basics, like Sir said, about the alphabets, about the word formation, how things work in Urdu, which is very, very different from how English or any of the Indian languages work. So once I wrapped my head around it, I like put in extensive work in reading many of the books in Urdu directly. I've also translated one Urdu short story by Sugra Humayun Begum. She is from 1940s political activist and a writer in Urdu. I have translated one of her stories, and also Manto's works, which are not available in Devanagari but are only in Urdu. Those also I could do. So yeah, it is like some opportunity, some genuinely Urdu lovers opening their gates for general public to teach Urdu, and from there on it is a more of perseverance and dedication to practice it as much as possible. So yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Purnima. And, it's a wonderful journey that you have taken. And I'm impressed that with a few courses in Urdu, you are able to translate directly from Urdu, which I think should make many of us quite envious of your ability. Thank you very much. Because in spite of studying in English, many of us still struggle to translate into English. And you have done a couple of courses and you are managing to translate directly from Urdu. Yes.
Oh, one clarification there. So the language Urdu as such was with me right from the beginning. So as much as I'm a Telugu, I'm also exposed to Urdu because of my upbringing in Hyderabad, and also I belong to the old city, Langar House area, the Golconda area. So I have the language always with me. It was the script that I had recently learned. So if you can give me a couplet or a Urdu short story, to a larger extent, I can understand it, and I can comprehend it well enough to translate. But the script was the major bottleneck for me because that was too alien. But in the last 4 years or so, I have practiced, and now I can read and also to some extent write, if you can tolerate my handwriting. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Purnima. That logically takes us to Ajay. Because Ajay also works in 2 languages, Telugu and Kannada, and translating furiously between these 2 languages. So Ajay, please tell us your ability to navigate these 2 languages.
Hello, everyone. First of all, good morning to all. So my journey with translation began much earlier. So I should say it began when I was a school child. Most of the South Indian students here who are present here, I think you are familiar with the children magazines that we used to get in our olden days. The most popular one is Chandamama. And the one next comes to Chandamama is Balamitra. So this Chandamama magazine we used to get in all Indian languages, all the major languages of India. And Balamitra only in few languages of South India, especially Telugu and Kannada. So speaking about my experiences, right from my childhood, I had more than one language in my mind. So I was born in a Telugu family in Karnataka. So right from my childhood, I was equally exposed to both Kannada and Telugu. So when I am telling you about these children magazines that made my childhood, so my father used to bring Chandamama and Balamitra magazines, children magazines, every month for me. So these magazines, Chandamama and Balamitra, they used to appear simultaneously in both Kannada and Telugu. As a child, I used to read both of the magazines. Sometimes Kannada magazine used to appear 1 month later, or Telugu first, like that. So when I am reading the same content in both the languages, I used to wonder what is happening there. What is the connection between the texts? I didn't know that that is translation then. I mean, something is there in between those 2 texts, and that is known as translation. I didn't know. I had no idea. But I was very curious to read simultaneously the text in 2 languages. Sometimes there used to be delay in getting the Telugu version, or sometimes there used to be delay in getting the Kannada version. When I used to get the English Telugu version, and when I was reading the Telugu version, or when I finished the Telugu version, I used to think of the text. Oh, I still didn't get the Kannada version. What might be the text in Kannada? So I used to exercise myself. I used to translate myself. Since I know the language, I used to do some sketches for not getting the other version. And when the other version is available in the market, I used to compare my translation with the one authentic one available in the market. So this is how I practiced translation without knowing what it is. I don't know whether it is known as translation or something else. So this is how I started. I was almost 12, 13 at that age. And much later, when I came to my 10th standard, my English was not that good at that time. I mean, now also I don't feel that good. But when we were prescribed English poems, I mean, in our English textbook, when we had English poems. So the easy way of mastering those poems, those English poems which are prescribed for us is, I thought of translating them into my language so I can understand them better. I can write them better in the exam. So I translated all the poems prescribed to me in the English textbook to my language. So that is how I began translating, and I am translating. And to focus this point, translation between Indian languages is my major focus. Though I can translate from English, I thought I should not go that way. I should not focus much on that, because there are n number of translators who have been involved in that process, and I keep myself engaging for translating between Indian languages. As my friend Purnima, I recently learnt Odia, and I am translating from Odia to Kannada and Telugu. And yeah, I mean, if you ask questions further, I mean, I have something to say, but I'll be saying later.
Yeah,
If
thank
there
you
is
so
one
much,
more round.
Ajay, and congratulations on Kannada, and congratulations on learning Odia, and if Odia is here, can Bangla be far behind? Who knows? Yeah, wonderful. I mean, that you are able to learn enough to translate. I think that's wonderful. And this is what, if you remember, Sahitya Academy used to do in a series called Adan Pradhan. NBT, sorry. Between Indian languages, the National Book Trust, I think what Ajay is doing, or probably what Purnima is doing, is what probably the government agencies should have been doing all this while. Thank you very much, Ajay, for that, giving us your story of the translation. And since we now move to, of course, the elephant in the room, English. And so let me bring in Runa here, because she translates from English into Telugu. And as I said, she has translated, I mean, how did you think of Dostoevsky to translate into Telugu of all the people? Yeah, please tell us your story. Like translation, they need a persuasion. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. It's great pleasure to be part of this event. And as I said, my journey of translation also started early in childhood days, because I did not translate from a young age. But the thing is, we used to read different literatures from different countries, like Russian literature. Soviet Bhumi, we used to get a magazine. And the first translation I read was, I remember, Uncle Tom's Cabin, translated by Ranganayakam Garu, Tom Mama Illu. I was in my 5th standard, I think. And I asked my father, after reading the novel, completing the novel, I enjoyed it thorough. And I went to my father and asked him, whether people in Canada and US, they speak Telugu? Because that is completely foreign land, foreign setting, and the translation was so smooth. I think all of you know the language used by Ranganayakam Garu. So then he told, first time I heard the word translation. So this is called Anuvaadam. So from one language to another language, the literature is brought. So I understood, I could imagine the life there. So first time, okay, this also happens, I came to know. And I think translations are like bridges between cultures. They help break the barriers between cultures, I think. They introduce one culture to, I mean, language. It is not just about languages, and it is not just a play of words, I think. There is a saying in Telugu, I mean, Teliyani Devata Karna, Telusina Deyam better, they say. That means, I mean, just like that, if a person or if a culture or if a custom is so good also, if we don't know anything about it, we feel strange and we feel alien. But if you know about it, then you feel comfortable, right? A few years ago, some friends told that they went to Russia, but they did not feel alien there because they read a lot of Russian literature. So they know each and every corner there, and they were asking the guide, what shows this, show the terms of these people, show that, show this. So they were quite familiar. Why? How? Because of the translations they read. So when you read about a particular culture or a custom or habits or anything in your own language, you feel acquainted with it, you feel familiar with it. So that's how you sort of empathy, sort about their problems or their culture, you build, right? And a sort of friendship. So this is like translations. Again, I said the same thing. Vasudhaika Kutumbam, that a word is there, like. So there might be n number of cultures, n number of languages, n number of customs, but when you try to understand them in your own language, when you read about them in your own language, you sort of build empathy towards that culture, and that way friendship is built, I think, between cultures and between
Yeah.
languages.
Sorry, Aruna, but please tell us, how did you come to choose Dostoevsky or Chekhov?
Sure, sure. So Dostoevsky is, I think I am possessed by Dostoevsky. Okay. Because when I was in my degree, when I was studying degree, I think I came across the novel Crime and Punishment. Up to that point, I was reading Telugu, English, Hindi, various writers and all that. But after reading Crime and Punishment, I thought there is nothing else in the world that could beat this. And how can someone write about him? How can one love humanity so much? So after that, I think I literally stopped reading anything seriously. And whenever I found anyone interested in books or anything like that, have you read Dostoevsky? Have you read Crime and Punishment? I used to pester them. And unfortunately, I never got anyone who read Dostoevsky. Who is this Ashki Pushki? They used to say. Okay. So that's how. So I continued asking questions. But
So-
3 years back, I just started my journey as a translator just 3 years back. And it just happened through a relative of mine. And I heard that here he is, Mr. Kumar Garu, he is there. I heard that he is going to, he was taking up a project of translating all the novels of Dostoevsky, bringing into Telugu, all the novels of Dostoevsky into Telugu. And I was just amazed how great it would be to be part of this project. But who is this person? Why will he do? After all, almost 150 years back, they were written, and now who is he? Why is he investing money? I didn't believe, actually. But fortunately, I think somehow he came to know about me, and he gave me an opportunity. So I said, if it is Dostoevsky, free of cost also I will do. But he paid me, of course. So that's how I became. And I lived, the whole, almost some 5-6 months I did that Brothers Karanjo. I completely enjoyed. I lived a different life. I think I lived there in Russia. So it's
Yeah.
a journey completely.
Yeah, I think the one word that you used was possessed. I think,
Possessed.
unless somebody is possessed by a writer or a book, it's not, as Professor Maya Pandit said, there is no other consideration which encourages you to translate. Thank you very much for sharing that wonderful story of, Russian literature and so on. At this point, let me also mention two things. Purnima, whom you heard just a little while ago, actually started a publishing venture called Pustakam.net, where she publishes books translated into Telugu, translations. She's focusing on translations. And one more thing, since Aruna spoke about Russian children's books and things like that. I'm happy to see Mr. Suresh Kosaraju here, who runs a wonderful small venture called Manch Pustakam. They publish translations, particularly children's literature, a lot of children's literature, but also other literature and of course, it's no longer small in that sense because its reach has really, but of course, I'm sure Suresh would agree with me that more and more people need to know about it. Thank you very much, Suresh, for joining us today. And now we come to the serious professionals here. And of course, everybody knows Sridhar and Uma are probably the best known translators from Telugu. They have been at it for the last 20 years or so, and probably easily the most prolific translators from Telugu. So Uma and Sridhar, please tell us your experiences of translation.
Thank you, Vijay, and thank you, Amita, and every one of you here for being with us. As these younger people were journeying and were talking about how they were, in their childhood itself, enamored of translation or, they knew about translation. I can't say that of myself, though I lived in a multilingual house. We spoke Telugu, Tamil, a brand of Telugu which neither the Tamil, which neither the Tamilians think it is Tamil nor the Telugus think it is Telugu. We spoke that. We spoke Hyderabadi Urdu. My father was keen. I learned Hindi outside because that was not a language we know, and English, of course. But I never thought of it in all the terms that young people are so clear about it, that this happened at that time, this happened at that time. I don't know whether I ever thought that it ever happened. It happened now to me that I thought about it at that time. I was doing so many languages. The other thing is that when I went on to do a PhD in Osmania University before I left for the United States to do a PhD, I was working on Hemingway and Albert Camus, and I knew Camus' work was a translation, but I never thought, who's the translator? Is it a translation? I was possessed, as this young girl said, about the theory of existentialism, and I was going through a period in my own life where that theory possessed me, not where it came from. When I read some, even I read a little bit of Dostoevsky from the underground and all that, but I never thought that this is a translation. But I had this urge. I said, this is in English. I did some French. And so I took upon this challenge and got the original French Camus, and then I read it. But I never made a comparison of this is this, this is this, but I just thought I must read it in French, and I read it. And then I moved on to a very different field, very different kinds of things. But all these come back to me today to think about translation. Never thought of it at that time. I never thought, as I told my students, I never thought when I read Aristotle in my class in Osmania University, when my teachers were teaching me things that I was reading the translation. Or when I went to the US and I read Derrida, I never thought I was reading a translation. I never thought any of these were translation. So why are we thinking of translation now? Why are we so conscious of translation? And as a translator now, I get very upset when I put in so much work, so much love, so much effort, and nobody thinks, oh, they see, oh, this novel by Volga is a wonderful novel. And they've read it in English. And, they've done translation. Nobody thinks, oh, Vijay Kumar and Vijay Shri did it. They're just thinking that they won an award. The Lardley Award that they won. To Volga, how did this English go there? Who actually did it to bring it to the world? Nobody thought about it. So now I become very conscious, and this is a 3-year journey they can share, but they have so many things to say. Ours is almost a 3-decade journey. And it's very difficult to share any of these things. But I must tell you that I came to translation thanks to Professor C.D. Narasimhaya, who approached me and said that, Uma, will you do a translation for the Macmillan series? And at that time, Sridhar and I had just become friends and we were talking about Telugu literature. I told him, if it's a joint translation, would you mind? He said, no, not at all. And then he put us on to Mini Krishnan, who tested us with a short story and asked us to publish in the Hindu. It was a story by Pedipatla Subramanya, Sati Savitri, which we chose and which we did for Hindu. And we didn't pass the test. We didn't get an assignment with Macmillan, but we enjoyed translating that text. That text was very, very painful. And it taught us a lot of things. And it was published on 16th of May, 1993 in the Hindu. I still remember the date. So that's why I said close to 3 decades. And I still remember the experience of Minnie calling me up and said, how can you write this text in the present tense? You know, it has to be in the past tense. And for us, the experience of a woman who had been forced into prostitution was a living experience and it had to be in the present. But we were very good translators, first story to be translated. So, you know, back and forth, so we let it pass and we let it go into the past tense. And now we regret it. And like many people call us, and there was a young editor, I'll just say this and pass it on to Sridhar because there are so many things that I don't want to take up your time. Food for the stomach will be growling right now. Amita talked about different kinds of food, right? So one young translator, we did a translation of Kalyan Rao's Antarani Vasantam for Orient Black Swan. And we sent this thing to the thing. It was at the editing stage. And one young trainee who had come to Orient Black Swan at that stage, I mean, if I were a student and my teacher had put so many red marks in my paper, I would have just left that college and school and gone away from there. It was a massacre of a complete massacre. Like it was the, Higgins would say, massacre of the English tongue. That's what she thought we were doing to the English tongue. And so she said, the English is not spoken this way. This is not English kind of a thing. So finally, Sridhar and I went up. We talked to the main person and we said, there's no way we will do a translation at this point if you want it. Negotiation is different, a word here or a phrase there or a thing somewhere, because even if we read our own translation, we have to make changes in the translation a few years from now on. Fortunately for us, I must say that we had a wonderful editor after that, a man called Suranjan Das from Calcutta. I assume he's still with them right now, but he was so sensitive, so good that he let us retain most of the things that we had said. He gave us a few feedback. We agreed or disagreed, but we moved on. So, it's a long way that we have come from the first translation. Even today we had an extremely sensitive person in the latest one we did. Because I remember she talked about Sridhar's thing on reviewing translation. So there was one review of Katha series where it said that all stories are wonderful, they read very well, but we don't know whether it was written in Tamil or in Assamese, you know. How do you find the difference in these texts? So we are very conscious of that when we are translating a Subhadra who's from a Mandigar Telangana person to from an upper caste person from Andhra. And so how do you bring out the voices of these readers? So we are conscious and so we had this back and forth in the latest anthology with HarperCollins, Harper Perennial, and the editor finally did listen to us. Once Sohini Basak, who has moved on from there to doing her own thing, but we were able to impress on her Maybe because we had done translations for a while, they were willing to listen to us. They were not willing to listen to us when we started with our first story. It's been a long journey. I'm sorry I took you on a long 30-year journey. Many of you here are not even 30 years old. So I'm so sorry about it, but thank you very much. I give it to Sridhar.
I'll pick up from some of the things that Uma has talked about. And before that, let me thank HLF, EFL, and all of us, all of you for indulging us, because it's not very often, as Vijay has put it, that translators are focused on. Yes, one of the things that Uma talked about is the role of the editors. Maya Pandit has touched upon that, and what kind of text do you take to the editors, and what is the end product? I mean, there's a lot that happens between them, and we had, as Uma put it, very sensitive editors like Suranjan Das, who looked at our Antarani Vasantam. We had Arul Balan, Anthony Arul Balan in Orient Black Swan, who looked at Swarajyam, a novel which by Akinen Kutumbarao. The right from the title Swarajyam, I mean, which somebody else would have asked us to change to Swarajyam. But Swarajyam is a character, a Dalit character in this novel, the name of the girl protagonist. Now, we have, but it has always been a very, very difficult task, because there are many times, right from the first volume of short stories we did with Katha, New Delhi, Ioni and other stories, to the last HarperCollins volume that we brought out. There are times when the translators decide, well, let's stop here. Let's not go ahead with the translation, because there is no way the editors agree to some of the things that we would like to do while translating the text, because as Lakshmi was pointing out, there is always a difference between who we imagine as our readers and who the publishers imagine as their readers. The publishers most of the publishers, English publishers, think that this text that you're going to translate would be read somewhere in outside, either in the UK or the US or Europe, wherever. But they don't think that these books are primarily reach Indian readers. So there is always this battle that you have to fight to please, having to please the editors. And Uma talked about internees who come to these editing publishing firms. For them, it's an exercise in editing. I mean, MA students from St. Stephen's, Delhi mostly, or somebody who is just come from UK studying some course there, but they want to come and intern with one of the publishing houses, as it happened with Orient Black Swan and this young editor who came as an internee, who think that they can tell you how to write English. Now, that's one thing that the other thing is about another thing that was mentioned about that was mentioned in the previous session was about writing introductions. Our first few translations, both Uma and I felt that why do we need introductions at all? Wouldn't the translated text speak to the readers? Now, so it is that some of our early translations do not have long introductions, and by persuasion of either the publisher or somebody who tells you this writer at least needs to be introduced or something like that. So you have a translator's note of 1 or 2 pages. And then there are these translation theory people, Padikal in the translation studies department, telling us, no, you should write a long introduction because you have to place. And then there are theory people who tell you you will have to grapple with the theories of translation. Lakshmi would, I don't know still what it is to domesticate a text or to foreignize the text. I do not know what those terms mean. And what I mean by domestication and what she means by domestication are two entirely different things. When I think of domestication, I would think that domestication is taking the text into my culture. Maybe that's not what the theories mean. Now, how do we grapple with the theories that are all over there? And it's not as if translation is a new activity. I mean, Vijay talked about that. In India, I mean, you come from France, you come from Germany, you come from the US, and then you want to tell us about how I should use a particular theory to translate a particular text. I mean, come on. So these are some of the challenges that we have faced. Of course, we have written long introductions. Sometimes, I mean, this publisher who Mini Krishnan, for example, she asked us to write a long introduction to Swarajyam, which was translated by Mohan Prasad into English. That is Kollai Gattenemi into English. Now, she wanted a long introduction about Telugu language. I mean, have you given in? Yes, we have given in. Why did you give in? So if you give in, you have to answer questions. If you don't give in, you have to answer questions. So one really doesn't know how to go about, and we are still learning. The latest, yes. Then translating an experience that's not your own. I mean, when you translate, I mean, one of the things that Maya talked about was, how do we translate a Dalit experience? How do you translate a person of Kalyan Rao's, a person who has been in the Naxalite movement and who has had problems with the left movement and as a Dalit? Now, how do we translate this experience? How do I translate the experience of a woman when I can't even experience some of the things that now, if you translate Dalit texts, you have to be answerable, because you are not a Dalit. How do you translate? If you don't translate, why have you not translated something? So these are constant questions that one is asked. And of course, if you're an activist, and if you're an activist translator, you will have to grapple with the question of, why is it that you never translate a text which is not progressive? Why should you not translate? Now, we have, of course, translated Pandita Parameshwar Shastri Veelnama, perhaps one of the only things which is not extreme left, or which talks about Aurobindo, I mean, the philosophy, etc. Now, if you start translating that, have you read enough philosophy to translate a text like that? Now, these are questions that one ought to grapple with. We have gone a long way doing it, but we have still not found real answers to these. The only thing that we could say as our friend was telling us. One does it because one finds a text which in your own culture, in your own language, which is so compelling that you want it to take it to the other other readers, no matter what other people would say. Perhaps that's the only thing. One of the things that we always talk about is when we had this experience of having translated Ione and other stories. It's a collection of 16 stories that we did as a project of looking at both men and women who have looked at women's issues right from Gurzada Apparao to Kupili Padma, who was writing in the 1980s at that time. Now, the story that we picked up of Volgas was Ione. The only story in that entire volume where we had left the title of the story as Ione. Now that became a big controversy because why did the publisher has to pick up on Ione, a story by Volga, who is a much later writer, when there have been several writers, right from Gurzada Apparao, Chelam, Kodavatigantu Kutumbarao, Ratsakonda Vishwanath Shastri, I mean, all big writers, Ranganayakama. Now, how is it that the publisher picks up one story and then you become responsible for answering now the publisher says that it is my prerogative to choose the story that I like best. And I feel that this is the only Indian title that you have retained. And it's, and a title like Ione will sell. Ultimately, marketing. It's the marketing department. In fact, one of the recent HarperCollins publishers told us, it's not your thing or even ours. It's the marketing people who decide on the title of the story. So this is how we will have it. Now that's the story for short. Thank you.
Yeah, we will have time for just 2-3 questions, but from what Uma and Sridhar said, probably we need to have at least a one-day event on editors and marketing internees, perhaps. Editors and internees. I have a very funny incident to share. One such incident was when I was writing something, the editorial department got back to me and corrected the spelling of Sahitya Academy. So I spelled it as it should be spelled with a AKADEMI. So they cut it and put it as ACADEMY. And so I had to go back and tell them, no, please. No, and the second turn, the second time it came, it again changed to ACA. So I lost my patience. I told them that, please, just look up the, website. Of course, these were a few years earlier where, internet was not all that great. But that is the kind of thing that one has to, yes, sometimes, happy accidents do happen. The marketing department or the editors actually come up with something that you jump at. Sometimes you don't think about it because you are so involved in the translation that you want to be so faithful to the original that you don't think of this. So it happened to us. The title, The Liberation of Sita, was not our title. We suggested 4-5 different titles. We will talk about that, but we will take 1 or 2 questions because we were running out of time in the previous session. So let me make it up for that. And quickly here, switch on the mic. And if you keep the questions short, brief, we will have more questions.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you so very much. My question is related to the cultural affinity when you're translating this foreign text to the Indian languages, particularly like Dostoevsky's work into Telugu. So we do not have access to the culture. So does that actually prevent you from writing good, text? Whereas from Telugu to English, it would have been much easier because you're party to the entire culture. You're grown up in that culture. So how do you take that?
Aruna, you can use this. Yeah, it's okay. It will catch.
Yeah, I understand your question, and it happens. It happens sometimes because whenever we translate, especially even not only it is a question about foreign language, Russian or any other country, even if it is Marathi, even if it is Kannada, because we are completely alien to that culture, especially. And as they told, in and among us also, different customs are there. We don't know the Dalit customs when we are translating. As you said, it is not that easy to translate Telugu into English because it is not just language, a play of words. You have to carry the essence to the English readers, right? And we don't know who the readers are. So when we are translating, we should know a bit about the culture. So while translating Karamjo, because it is completely, it involves Christian philosophy. I read Bible, and I have to, because practices, we think idolatry or anything are completely Hindu culture or something. But Christianity also has idolatry. They worship idols. They do fastings. They do, they light lamps. So many spiritual practices they do. I felt they're just similar to Hindu culture and customs in old Christianity, not the Roman Catholic one, right? So like that, when I was translating Chekhov's stories also, there was one story called Shrove Tuesday. I think it is just like it is a, ceremony. Just before Lent or something, they observe, before starting fastings, they eat lot of pancakes. They make so many pancakes and complete night they eat. Okay, so it is just like our Atlataddi, I felt. So you have to learn about the culture. That much pain you have to translate. That's why the journey of a translator is not easy. You have to do parakaya pravesam. You have to enter the soul of the other, and you have to learn about the culture. Then only you can carry it. I feel it like that.
Yeah, yes, sir. I think it's wonderful to listen to the translators for the first time. I think we generally get to hear the writers, the scholars, and the professors. So, just on the question of the invisibility of the translator. So we know that the translators are, neglected and their role is ignored, and they are very much under researched in translation studies also. Their lives are not taken seriously. So I just want to know, the invisibility of them and their lives, does it have any connection to the economics of translation? How much are they paid per translation? Is it economically viable to take up translation as a profession, as a career? And then, so. Yeah.
I think Maya has touched upon it a little bit. We have not earned anything through the practice of translation. One could say till almost 10 years ago, we were happy and content as teachers of university, got a good pay, and therefore we did this translation and were not dependent on it. Subsequently, too, we get some pension and we continue to translate with for the pleasure of it. It's been 10 years or so since we have both retired, taken voluntary retirement. But that apart, it's not a paying profession as such, unless you want to do some commercial translations or go to some international film festivals and say that you would do some translations of things like that. That I'm not, I don't think either Sridhar or I are competent to answer that kind of a question. But as people who are doing translations of so-called literary texts, whether it is short stories, prose, poetry, any of those things, they are not, they hardly, I mean, nowadays we type on the computer, but we used to pay money to people to type things for us. So sometimes we were out of pocket also because the paltry sum they give. And even today, Sahitya Academy, for example, gives per word, per page, per line, and so on. And that's just a very, very minimal kind of thing. So it's only if you want to think of it as a profession, and I think things should change because, why are writers now paid so much? After all, translator is a writer. I think I want to emphasize this, that translation is as much a creative endeavor as what we think of as original writing. It is not over a cup of tea. Yes. And so it has to be something that has to be accepted. If there are very few prizes now are there where the writer and translator are now paid and equally or they share. But I'm not talking just about prize money, but one has to realize that translation is a creative activity. Translation requires, in fact, I think it's more, because as you say, you don't write whatever comes to your mind, you write what is there, and then you have to grapple with it. You have to grapple with that creatively. And that's something that we have to remember.
No, the thing is, I was going to talk about this very important debate. It's like, having worked in the women's movement, we used to fight for the right of the mother. Now, the paternity rights always go to man. It's the man who has produced the child. The child will carry the name of the man, right? The same thing happens with the mother is never there in, not in the name, not in the this, not in the that, nothing. So mother's thing is just to receive the seed and sustain it and develop it and rear it. It's not as simple as that, as we know, both are responsible for the birth. Now, I'm not saying that a translator has created the work, but when the translation comes into life, and Walter Benjamin calls it afterlife, so why isn't the translator considered to be a writer as well? Because a translator is actually giving birth to the new text. But just as a mother is never credited with the birth, we all worship her and everything in ideology, right? But actually all mothers are mentioned less. Similarly, all translators get, they disappear. They are nowhere in the picture. It's the paternity right is always the writer, never the translator. Now, this is very unfair and unjust.
This because I just mentioned about Vijay and the liberation of Sita winning the Ladli Media Prize for Gender Sensitivity. It's a very ironic thing that gender sensitivity wins the prize for the writer. And for an international audience, the writer has gone through two other creators, two other people who have done that. And that is not recognized. It's something which has to change. I'm talking about an institution which talks about gender sensitivity, and therefore in the context of mother and so on, so not just a mother, a woman's work. If a woman or a man does the same kind of a work, the woman's work is not as recognized as the man's work. That's unfortunate. And in the context of both of us translating together, there are quite a few times and more times when everything is attributed to Sridhar. There are more times. I wouldn't say all the time. There are more times that are attributed. And but to Sridhar, But there are very many times it says that, some people who think I'm more articulate in English, I don't know for what reason they think like that. They think that, oh, it's he may have understood the text and told you. And they ask me, even today, they ask me, can you read Telugu? They ask me this after 30 years, I have to answer a question that, can you read Telugu? I say, no, I don't. How can you tell them that, yes, I read Telugu, I tell them, no, I don't read Telugu, I don't even understand Telugu very well. So.
I think I must add to it, saying that I think things are changed now, and in translation studies, we started paying more attention to the mediator, who the translator is, before we dissect the translations. And by the way, my two queries to Uma and Sridhar, because you have 3 decades of translating so many texts. One question is like, did you ever meant your translation to be used as a textbook, either in India or elsewhere? If you meant it to be used as a textbook in a curriculum, how would you translate? Would it be different from what you do generally? The second one is, I think over a period of time, you must have noticed a change in the writers themselves. Now more writers think that, okay, eventually their work will be translated into English. Are they making any changes in the writing style so that in the translation, it doesn't create as many problems as earlier texts were creating?
To Sridhar. Yeah, and I'll take the privilege of being not in this sense of ladies first, no, but woman power. Okay, so I'll speak first. The question is that we have never thought of our translation, at least in our own discussions, of it being a text for if it happens. It happens. It so happened that one of our stories by Abur Chaya Devi was a text at the school level in Andhra Pradesh, at the +2 level in Karnataka, called Bonsai Life. And there was a little introduction to that story, an unfortunate introduction to the story, which sort of we feel did not do justice to what the writer was saying. Maybe that's their interpretation. The writer was talking about 2 women, one who is allowed to grow in the village and one who stunted growth. Is a beautiful life of a bonsai. The person who gave that little introduction said that she was talking about the importance of the bonsai kind of education and all that. So it was very sad that that introduction was given, but nevertheless, we thought the students I always feel I learn a lot from students as I grow older, I grow younger if I'm with younger people. So that's the way I feel. So I think we have never thought of it, but we did one thing which we translated into Telugu, a series from Katha. It's called the WASH, Water, Sanitation, Health, WASH series, where they are trying to educate children at the school level, girl children especially, about sanitation, about health, about women's body, girls' body, and all of that. So we knew that that was going to the school. So naturally, we are conscious about the kind of language that we needed to use, but it helped because the stories themselves were in that kind of a language. Or one other story which we translated into Telugu called Chichi Baba Sodarulu. It's Brothers of Chichi Baba, by a man and by a professor of physics from IISc. He wanted that story to be taken all over the country in different languages. It talks about bringing people of two different religious faiths together, and importance of it during the Afghan war and all of that thing. So he wrote this. So there we were consciously doing for children, but it's not so much as school text, but as children opposed to older people. We have never done a school test. I can't remember anything we did. And let him say the thing. The second question is about whether attitudes of writers have changed. Attitude, it's a very difficult question to answer, and maybe I'll take so much time that Vijay is already glaring at me about, with food rumbling in the stomach. So I think there are writers who want to be translated. There are writers who don't want to be translated. But I mean, there are different kinds of writers then and now. I don't know whether it is there. But there are some writers who are particular about who should translate them. There are certain writers about the fact that they would like a good publishing house. Some people leave it. So I don't think there is. I don't see anything. I'll let Sridhar say what he wants.
Yeah, I'll be brief. No, the second question, I don't think writers even today would want to write so that it's easy for the translator to translate it. I really can't think of any writer. On the other hand, I can give you instances of writers who refused to be translated. When we approached one of these writers who writes in Chittur dialect, he said, I don't want to be translated because there is no way this can be replicated in English. So it was a slap on the face for us when this writer said, no, I don't want to be translated. So I think the writers write primarily for their audience. They have their very wide readership, and they are assured of that. Yes, there is the glamour of being translated into English because that gives them access to a larger world outside. Being I mean, there are people who are invited to places across the world because they have been translated. So, but I do not think writers would like to write specifically for that reason. The other thing is, just to add to one thing of the first question, I think there was one story of Volga's which we sent to one of our friends who was putting together a collection of stories for school children, and it was the story called Kallu. We had translated it earlier, but because he said that this was going to be put in a school or college textbook, we looked at it once again and then perhaps revised a couple of phrases here and there so that it becomes accessible to the school children. But otherwise, we have not.
Ultimately, never came out
Yeah.
as a school book. It only came out in the journal run Samyukta, which is a woman's journal.
Thank you very much. I'm sure, sorry, we are completely run out of time. We are 20 minutes behind schedule, but we have to make do with it. So we have to choose between food for thought and food for the mind. I think we haven't, we have had enough food for the mind so far. So we all need the food for thought. And just to close the session, thank you very much, Ajay, Aruna, and Uma and Sridhar. And in absentia, Purnima. Purnima had to leave the online room because she's actually doing a residency, translation residency in Bangalore. So this is Sangam House, which of course some of you would know. So they have a residency in translation, and so she's actually doing that. So she joined us, taking a break from that. And so thank you, all of you, once again for this session. And I'm sure, what we promised, that we would be listening to the stories, not the stories that the translators translate, but the stories of the translators themselves. And I hope we have had the benefit of that. Let me just end with, about the textbooks, stories becoming. I remember Bernard Shaw was asked about permission for one of his plays to be prescribed in the high school. And Bernard Shaw's reply in writing, that letter still exists, he said that I shall never allow my plays to be used as instruments of torture. And so that was Bernard Shaw. And I know he said, I shall never now or forever, agree to my my plays to be used as instruments of torture. So probably that's what happens when they become textbooks. And so thankfully, yeah, thank you very much for sharing those wonderful insights into that. Thank you very much. A very important announcement. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor of the University, I invite all of you to join us for lunch at the amphitheater, which is 2 minutes away from here. So please do join us. And this, of course, as they say in Telugu, Atta Sommu Alludu Danam Chesinattu. So this is the Vice Chancellor's lunch, his generosity, and on his behalf, I'm inviting everybody to the lunch. Thank you very much. We reassemble here at 2 p.m. Yeah? Yeah.
Good afternoon. It's drizzling outside. When you go down, you have to be really careful this way. Okay? Yeah, it's drizzling outside. It's drizzling outside. You have to be very careful when
check. Check. Friends inside the room and outside the room, may I request everybody who is still waiting outside to please move in. We'll start the session any moment now. Is Paridhi ready? She's here. Friends, we have had a wonderful morning session, although it was slightly behind schedule. We had followed by a wonderful lunch as well. So I'm sure we are all ready for the post-lunch session. And let me remind you that if you kind of doze off, there is going to be a tea to wake you up at after 2 sessions. And so we move from, in a way, we were partially online in the second session of the morning. And this session will be completely online. There is a change in the schedule that you might have with you. At 2 o'clock, that is the session immediately after lunch, we should have had Shash Trevet. She is a Sri Lankan Tamil who escaped the civil war to live in the UK. She was to join us for this session, but unfortunately she's down with COVID and she is actually in a bad shape. She was admitted to the hospital. But we do have an equally wonderful session. This is Janani Ambikapathy, who is going to join us. She is a Tamilian Tamil, that is, she's not from Sri Lanka, but from Tamil Nadu. She is from Chennai. And like most people these days, she is a Tamilian from Chennai, but she's joining us from Paris. So we have Janani, thank you, Janani, for joining us at the last minute. It was so nice of her to accept our invitation just, I think, yesterday or day before. And she was traveling from London to Paris, and but she still managed to join us this afternoon. Janani, thank you very much for joining us. And very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, I won't read the entire profile. Janani Ambikapathy was born and raised in Chennai. She got her PhD in English at the University of Cambridge, where she worked on translations of the French Egyptian poet. Now, don't go by my pronunciation, Edmond Jabez. Maybe Uma can correct me. Her essays and poems. Janani is both a poet and a translator. And her essays and poems have been published in Modernism, Modernity, Hopscotch, Translation, and so on and so forth. Her pamphlet, If Not Theirs, is forthcoming from Veer 2 in January 2023. But the reason why she is here today is because she is currently translating the Akkanuru, an anthology of classical Tamil poems. Some of you may know that Akkanuru is part of the Sangam literature, and Janani is translating that classical Tamil text into English. So, Janani, over to you. You can begin by telling us how I don't want you to tell us about your PhD, but I want you to tell us about your translation of why this classical Telugu, classical Tamil poetry, and probably you can begin from there, and then probably we can come to the 21st century.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here.
Volume, just a minute, Janani. We are increasing the volume. And what time is it there in Paris?
Okay. It's about 10 minutes to 10.
Okay. Then it's quite early morning. Yeah. Yeah, you can start, Janani.
Okay. Oh, I was just saying good afternoon and thank you for being here. And as it was mentioned, I'm replacing Shash Trevet, who is a wonderful Tamil translator, and it's unfortunate she couldn't attend the event today. And I will speak a little bit about the work that I've been doing with her as well before I move on to the classical Tamil poems. So this year, I've been working on two kinds of Tamil translation. The first kind is the thing that I've been doing with Shash. Shash is co-editing this volume of Tamil poems over several decades from Sri Lanka, and it's coming out as an anthology next year called Out of Sri Lanka. And I've been translating a couple of modern Tamil poets with her. And one of them is Premil, and I'll forever be grateful to Shash for introducing me to Premil. He was born in Sri Lanka and he died in Tamil Nadu in 1997. He was a poet, a critic, a short story writer, and one of the important members of the new poetry movement, which is to say a move away from formal verse into free experimental verse. And I want to talk a little bit about my affinity with Premil before I move on to talking about my affinity with classical Tamil poems, because I think there's a kind of an important distinction here, which might be interesting. The kind of affinity, a translator can have different kinds of attachment to the source text that they're working with. And for me, with Premil, it's a very particular kind of translator sympathy and understanding, which is to say, I somehow can follow the patterns of his poetic thinking, which seems to mirror my own poetic practice. His work is closer to my own thinking, something like a distant, you could think of it as a kind of a distant cousin, as if the movements in his language are very familiar to me. I am able to predict them. And this is different from being, say, moved by a text or loving a text. And I do love his work and I'm moved by it. But the insight that I gain from reading him feels like it comes from within myself. And this kind of affinity is the first time that I'm working, translating someone who seems to somehow emerge from some part of my own mind. And I'm really, really, as I said, grateful to Shash for introducing me to his work. And the second type of translation that I've been doing, as was mentioned in the introduction, are classical Tamil poems from the Sangam. There's a corpus called Sangam, which means fraternity or assembly. And the Sangam corpus consists of 8 anthologies. And these anthologies were compiled, if not written, at the beginning of the Common Era. And as you all already know, A.K. Ramanujan famously translated one of the anthologies called Kurundohai, the interior landscape classical Tamil love poems. The anthology consists, Ramanujan's anthology consists of aham poems. It's also a genre that I have been working with. And aham poems are about interiority or innerness. They have to do mainly with romantic love. As Ramanujan defines it, aham poetry is directly about experience. It's not about action. So it is a poetry of the inner world, of your inner mind, of interiority. And I think it's an extremely good definition because it gets at something very, very, very important. Experience is the central focus of aham poetry. So when I say experience, when I say emotional experience, you can think about it like zooming in on the emotion to at a particular time and a particular place to read the texture of the feeling. And the texture of this feeling is extremely important because this classical Tamil poetry is formal, it's highly codified, it has a specific grammar, it's written within a specific grammar and it's read within a specific grammar. And this grammar includes the landscape where these poems and these events are set in. For instance, if it's the hillside, it means it suggests the union of lovers. If it is in the forest, if the setting is the forest, then it means it suggests a kind of waiting for your lover. And if it's pasture land, that indicates infidelity. And if it's Palay, that is wasteland, it suggests separation. So it's extremely codified. The language, the time, the landscape, the time of the year, the time of the day, all of these things help you better understand the particular emotion that is the event of the poem. And so I've been working on a sister anthology, also Aham poetry, to what Ramanujan translated, called the Ahananuru, which translates to 400 songs of the interior. And these poems are slightly different from the Kuruntogai poems because they're much longer. They're about 13 to 37 lines long each. And as I said, they're quite longer than the Kuruntogai. And this has some implication for the relationship between the image and the emotion, which I'll talk about in a bit. As to why I started translating the Ahananuru, when I was doing my PhD, I worked very closely with English and French, and for several years. And by the end of it, I started feeling like Tamil is a sort of a phantom language that was residing within me that demanded to assert its presence. It was sort of wanting to say something, and I thought I should pay attention to this kind of subliminal feeling, and I started reading in Tamil. And again, here I want to go back to the affinity I was talking about before, the kind of affinity I felt with Pramil, which is a sort of familiarity. But with Ahananuru and Sangam, it's a different kind of affinity. It's an oppositional affinity. It's the opposite, or it's very far away from everything that I think constitutes my current poetic mind or my work in language. I wanted to read and think about poems that are as far away as possible from my own time. And so much so that it's almost difficult to read the language. Old Tamil is extremely difficult to read, and it takes a kind of philological approach to decode it and decipher it and then translate it. And this is sort of what I wanted. And I also wanted, I write in a more figurative, abstract tradition. My own work is more experimental. And I wanted to think about more figurative work that is rich in imagery and language and felt sort of lush. And all of these kind of desires were answered by Old Tamil. And as I was reading across the Sangam anthologies, when I started reading the Ahananuru, a particular character, Talaivan, a male protagonist in one of the poems, caught my attention, because in one of the poems, as he's leaving his girlfriend, his lover, he starts speaking to his heart's mind. In Tamil, that is Nenjinadu Ullam. And I was very struck by this particular phrase, Nenjinadu Ullam, which is your heart's mind. It seemed to blur the kind of classic distinction between the rational mind and the rational mind and the irrational heart. Here, the heart seemed to have its own mind. And because of the longer line length in the Ahananuru, there is more space for the heart, the mind, the heart's mind, the mind's heart, and various other characters to speak at length, much longer than Kurundogai. So, and I want to say something about this interior space and the relation between heart and mind and interiority in Tamil poetics. In Tamil poetry, the interiority can be thought of as having a spatial dimension. It somehow exceeds the concept of the heart and the mind. It includes the heart and the mind, but it also exceeds this. And it's not usually used interchangeably with the heart. So it's this kind of expansive space that seems to register time's passing and its multiple provocations. So I was very drawn to this expansiveness. And in the Kuruntogai, to go back to the idea of the landscape in Tamil poetry, so when I say landscape, it's closely related to the emotional interiority of a person. So close that they're kind of a continuum. The landscape is not just reflective of the interiority, but the interiority and the landscape exist in a kind of continuum where they interact with each other. And I was very intrigued that in the Kuruntogai, whereas the landscape speaks to the emotion in a sort of reflective way, in the Ahananura, there seemed to be some kind of ambiguity. There's some kind of doubt between what is happening in the landscape and the emotions that follow. There is not a direct, immediate link. There's some kind of ambiguity. There's some kind of chaos. There's some kind of waiting. And I wanted to push at this ambiguity and push at this difference between in the continuity between the landscape and the emotion. And that's another reason I started working with the Ahananura. And a few other things that I wanted to say. This question of Adhigara also troubled me when I started working with the Ahananura. Who has the right to work with these texts? I'm not a trained Indologist. My field of study is not Indology. And therefore, I was sort of filled with doubt when I started working with these texts as to whether I really had the right, without being trained in Indology, to speak about these texts, to speak with them, to speak to them. And as I've been working, I've come to realize that doubt is probably the opposite of Adhigara, is probably a translator's best friend. Because doubt produces many versions of the same question. It produces many other interpretations of the same problem. And I feel like translation is a similar process. You are meant to wait patiently, read the poem over and over and over again until it yields multiple insights, multiple interpretations. And in fact, authority would undermine a good translation. So somewhat rightfully, I've started embracing doubt in working through these poems. The other thing that I wanted to talk about is faithful translation. So far, I guess lots of classical Tamil poems. Possibly because of their antiquity, possibly because of the respect and adoration that this corpus receives. The expectation is that the translation be faithful to the original. But I have found that translating faithfully renders these poems somewhat uninteresting. The images don't translate well, the tropical fruits or the flowers, they can come off sounding a little bit silly or sometimes too rich in imagery without getting to the heart of the poem, to the emotions in the poem. So this is what I've been trying to do to translate the images, but in a minimalist way. And here's probably a sense of my own abstract poetics coming into place, that I tried to translate them minimally in a way where I can get to the heart of the emotion and get to the spirit of the poem and move it into English with the help of the images in the absence of images, if that makes any sense. And the last point I really wanted to make is about why translation, not just why classical Tamil poetry, but why translation. As I said before, as I was doing my PhD, I guess at the end of it, I sort of grew tired of this particular mode of thinking, which is criticism. And in some way, translation is not that different from criticism. Again, you wait at the foot of the poem patiently and think about it, hoping that it will yield insights. And translation is the same. You wait and hope that the poem will speak to you. It will say what it's meant to say. But I guess it's slightly different because the movement is between a poem to a poem rather than a poem to prose. And I was interested in speaking about poems through other poems rather than through prose. And translation has provided me a way into this. I think that more or less covers the things that I wanted to say today. I'm sorry about the discrete points. I only found out yesterday that I'm going to be speaking today. So I just put together quickly some thoughts about my own practice.
That was very good, Janani.
Okay.
Just while we are waiting for the audience to think of their questions, let me start it off by asking you, when you translate poetry, do you also translate the form? Do you try to match the original form?
No, because Tamil prosody, Tamil meter, I have found, again, as I said, I'm not an expert, but just from my own experiments, I have found that it doesn't translate very well. And here I'm taking my cue from Ramanujan and just sort of ignoring meter, but I try to keep the line length. Even if I don't keep the meter of every line, I try to maintain the line length.
Okay. The second question is also from me. This is just to ask you, since you have done your PhD on translation, and you said you were, did you say that you were getting tired of this kind of critical reading of translation? I mean, so what is it that you bring of your academic training into your translation?
What I bring from academic training is actually quite a lot of doubt, because I think what academia trains you to do is think about everything in terms of whether you are an expert or not. So my academic training has a kind of a negative capability sort of effect on my translation, in that it tells me to read with a poetic ear rather than worrying about whether I am the absolute expert on this topic.
Yeah, thank you. We'll now take questions from the audience. There, yes, you have a question? No, thank you. Yes, yes. It's there, it's on.
Thank you very much for that very interesting talk. I come from the other spectrum. I know no theory, and so I'm not trained, but I translate, and I've been translating for many years now from Telugu to English. What would you say to somebody like me who has no knowledge at all of? I mean, it's an exaggeration to say I have no knowledge at all. As a teacher of English, I have read here and there, but not seriously enough for me to take those things into my translation. I've read a lot of translations. I've read Ramanujan too, and I've read a lot of translations. So what is your how would you look at a person like you and a person like me, who are probably on two ends of the spectrum, age-wise too? Okay, so how would you say that?
Oh, I think theory is completely unnecessary in some way to the practice of translation. If you are interested in translating a poem, all I think one needs is language expertise. Of course, that goes without saying, but the qualities that you require the most, in my opinion, are kind of patience and attentiveness. I think you just, which I expect you have as a reader of poetry and as a translator. I think theory is completely sort of unnecessary. If anything, it brings in more questions than it kind of creates a barrier. It's sometimes a gatekeeping mechanism. It's expertise, the kind of gatekeeping mechanism. I think everyone should read poetry. Everyone should read poetry in all languages, even if you don't have language expertise, and everyone should think about poems and thank you for your work, and I look forward to reading some of it.
Hello, I'm Maya. I translate
Maya.
from Marathi into English and vice versa. I found your presentation very interesting, majorly for one reason, that when you talked about Tamil poetry being translated, and when it becomes very difficult to do a literal translation or translating an image because it might sound silly or something. So how do you? I mean, I don't believe there is any essence of particular saying, so I'm not speaking from an essentialist point of view, but how do you know that because when you translate that into a correspondingly different image, and basically that is what I understood, is there any problem of the readers understanding the original poem? I mean, I don't know. Again, I know that there is a contradiction in terms because there is nothing original as such. But even then, the problem is you're translating Tamil Sangam poetry, and when you translate an image or a metaphor by substituting that with your own, what is the process like? It's very interesting.
I want to say that but I'm fairly unfaithful to the idea of being faithful. One of my favorite Japanese English translators and a poet, Sawako Nakayasu, has this quite cheeky joke about faithfulness. She said, "What's the point of a faithful partner if he's uninteresting?" So this is kind of how I think about translation. In a way, if the poem that I've translated is uninteresting and it somehow fails to bring out the spirit and the magic, because these Sangam poems are extremely magical. Reading them, you sort of feel them in your mind and body, and this is what I want my reader in English. This is the experience I want my reader to have in English. Whether I'm mentioning a particular monkey or a particular jackfruit or a particular flower on the tropical mountain, that seems to me less important. And I don't completely get rid of images, and I'm still sort of working around them, thinking with them. But that seems to me somehow, for instance, if there is let's take an example of a monkey and playing with a peacock egg on a mountainside, and this image is supposed to hint at the indifference of the male lover, that this monkey is just playing with this little egg, and this little egg is, I suppose, the woman. And in my translation, I tried to get at the particular animalness of the monkey or its indifference, rather than going on to explain what does jackfruit look like, or metaphor on top of metaphor, which I think would render the poem in English very faithful and a boring husband, so to speak.
Well, I'm Sushanto. I write in English and in Bengali. And also, I cannot also translate my Bengali to English or Bengali to English to Bengali, because I find that it is very difficult. My question is that when you are also, Tamil is a old language, 3,000 years old language. When this text form, when you are writing to the English,
what type of form you are taking, whether it is blank verse or free verse, or whether you are now taking the new type of language in your this, because you are taking the essence of that poetry to the this your English form. So do you find sometimes that here also the scope of transcreation, because we are not translating something, whether you, again you are in a transcreation point. So my question is that what is your that type of form of this two text language? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this question. I often think about the fact, and this has become kind of a sort of a recurring thought for me about when these Sangam poems were compiled. We don't know when they were written, when they were compiled at the beginning of the Common Era, and I'm translating them into English, which didn't exist at the time. Even Old English didn't exist. So I'm kind of translating Tamil poems, if you think about it contemporaneously, into a sort of absence. This language didn't exist when these poems were being written. So I don't know what I'm going to do about it, but I often have this thought about kind of translating into an absence. And I work with modern English, and modern English is all that I know, and that's the only language that I have access to. And in fact, I want to insist it's modern Indian English even. So I work with the language that I know, and I try to do my best, because I'm not sure any other. It is possible. It's an interesting thought. I mean, it is a very interesting thought that maybe some other register of English would work better, but I simply don't have access to it. And I think I'll do my best work in modern English. So I hope that answers your question.
The next question.
Hello. I'm from
Hi.
Tamil Nadu. I'm from Tamil Nadu also. So my question is, how you translate the metaphors like Sembula Peyer Neer Pola? So if the literal meaning is like Semmanla Penja Mala Pola, but if you interpret it is like if it means the rain in the desert. பாலைவனத்தில் பெய்த மழை போய் நம்ம இன்டர்பிரட் பண்ணலாம் அதை. So if you literally mean if you translate it literally, it will lost its meaning and depthness. If you have to interpret everything, like there are many metaphors like that. So how are you doing that? And another question is, are you just translating it as a text, or you're translating it as a poem, like with this we read in our schools, like this is the meaning of this, is the meaning of this, but we see it separately. It's actually a poem. We can go deep into it. So how you are translating it, and about this metaphor?
I'll start with your second question first. I'm translating them as poems. Can you still hear me? Okay. I'm translating them as poems. I'm not an expert enough to their poems. As for your first question, in terms of metaphor, you are right, and this is the difficulty that I was talking about earlier as well, that if you translate literally, if you just translate Palaivanam and the metaphors of the Palai literally as just a parched mountain or wasteland, that's often what Palai translates into in English, wasteland without rain. That sounds sort of silly. But having said that, there is a kind in the Sangam convention. There is a kind of relationship between this Palaivanam, this wasteland. Her lover had been abandoned, most likely by her lover, because he went in search of wealth, or he's gone to his other lover, and I try to get to what it feels like to be left to the desert land of loneliness, to the to what separation, how separation is hot and as unbearable as the Palai landscape. And without going into the details of the lack of rain, I try to bring the shock and the sharpness and the dryness of separation. I'm trying, and yeah, we'll see how it works out.
Yeah, thank you. There is just one more question at the back.
Madam, good afternoon. Are there transliterations in your translations?
Are there any transliterations in your translation?
No, I'm not transliterating, but I'm working, and there are several scholars, for instance, if you've come across the work of Eva Wilden, she's done critical editions of all the Kuruntokai as well as Ahananuru. There's Vaidehi Herbert, who translates and provides quite a lot of transliterated meaning online. There are quite a few Indologists in the field who are working with transliterations.
Do we have any other question? Did I see a hesitant hand somewhere there? No? Okay. Yes. Okay. Uma will have the last word.
No, she will have the last word, not I. No, just for clarification, you said that it's because it's a difficult text, to translate it the way it is would be, this may not be your exact word, would be too simplistic or may not bring the essence across, or not bring the essence across completely. When you do that, when you say, and you were telling the young gentleman that when you read that poem, there are bound to be interpretations to that poem. So what you are doing is to bring your interpretation to the poem. And what you also said is that you would like the reader to read, to get the feel that you got out of reading the poem in Tamil. Okay, but even then the reader can't do that because you have captured it, and the reader can only feel what you have tried to make him or her feel in a certain sense. So the reader is not going to be getting what the original, I mean, I'm using the word original in a naive manner, but the original writer meant. So even if you translate it the way it is, which many people also do, and leave the metaphors and other things which the young gentleman said you can't really understand. Even in modern contemporary poetry of different places, I'm familiar with African American poetry a lot. And if you read African American poetry and you read it, there are many things that I have read African American poetry for over 4 or 5 decades, but I still find many things very alien to me. And there are new things that come up with the culture and cultural nuances and everything as the poets go on in, so you're never sure of what it is. So what then is the advantage of the kind of translation you're talking about as a kind of an interpretive translation to a very direct translation? How do you see it? I'm not saying one is better or the other. I'm just asking for a clarification.
Yeah, I think a direct so I guess by direct translation you don't mean transliteration. You mean a more direct. It's still it would still be a translation. It wouldn't be a transliteration, but probably a translation that takes fewer liberties with the original text. If I frame it in that way, there are a couple of things here, or maybe a few things to say. One is, I think every translated text, and like Lawrence Venuti famously argued, every translated text includes the translator's subjectivity. So my own subjectivity or any translator's subjectivity is impossible to ignore, and the reader can choose to ignore it, but then it is always there. And second, I would rather that my subjectivity interfere with the poem and and do its best to produce the best version of my own interpretation, rather than transfer the images directly, which I think that would produce nothing, would produce a series of befuddling images and places and emotions that sound cryptic and that make those poems inaccessible. In a way, there is a lot of A.K. Ramanujan in the interior landscape. That is, in fact, there is more Ramanujan than, I would argue, than Sangam, and yet you are able to see, able to relate to these people as a people who lived in this land at that time. You have some kind of access to their minds and thinking, and through Ramanujan. And I think this is only possible because Ramanujan interfered, if that makes sense. So, so yeah, and the third thing that I wanted to say about Tamil poetry is that because it's such a formal, codified poetry, the relationship between the landscape and the emotion is so codified in terms of what landscape they're occupying and what emotion it produces. There is less room, in that sense, there is less room for interpretation. There is room in terms of phrasing, but there is less room in terms of what emotion I'm bringing forth. It's just about sort of bringing it forth in a manner that it's convincing and it's a good standalone poem in English.
Thank you very much, Janani, for this wonderful session.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for many things. Thank you for stepping in to take Sash's place. Let's hope Sash gets better very quickly. And thank you for joining us this afternoon. And secondly, also, you know, after traveling, you for waking up early morning and getting ready for the session and patiently waiting for the session to start. Thank you very much for this wonderful session and for joining us this morning to you and this afternoon to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed all the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Friends, the next session, we will start straight away. We have Professor Devika, who will be joining us from Thiruvananthapuram. Very quickly, she has joined already. Devika, as you know, is very well known translator from Tamil, and like you know, she belongs to I think a vanishing tribe of. What did I say? Oh, I think I'm still in the Sangam era. So yeah, she is you know, one of those small, probably vanishing tribes of bilingual writers. She writes both in Malayalam as well as in English. She translates from Malayalam into English and from English into Malayalam. And she is not a full-time translator. She's a professor at the Center for Developing Societies, and she's joining us. She would have been here, except that, as usual, some administrative issue came up in her institute, and she is not able to be with us this afternoon. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have Professor Devika here, and to chair this session, you know, I've requested Professor Maya Pandit, whom we heard this morning. And so before we hand it over to Devika. Yeah, Devika, are you ready? Yeah, thank you very much. Among the recent translations that Devika did were K.R. Meera's books, and she translates both fiction, non-fiction, theoretical works, and also Unni's short stories she has translated. Yeah. So over to Devika, and Professor Maya Pandit will chair this session. Thank you.
Hello, Devika.
Hello.
We had met long back, if you remember.
Yes, I do.
Okay, we are all very keenly interested in listening to you and your views on your work on translation, your experiences. That is how we've been doing this. So I invite you to present your experiences while translating from and into Malayalam. And that's it. Over to you. And there might be a small session of questions and answers afterwards.
I understand that. Yes. Thank you so much for this opportunity, first of all, Dr. Vijay, and everybody else over there. I wish I could have joined you in person, but it was not to be. But it's very rare also. I mean, I must say that these are heartfelt times because one very rarely gets to reflect on one's own practice. And I love reflecting on my practice as an artist, because translation, as we were all famously reminded by Benjamin, is an art form in itself. It's not a secondary derivative activity. It is as original perhaps as poetry, and I'm proud of that. I'm so glad to have been given a chance to reflect on it. Yes. So in fact, I learned that through life, actually, that is the truth. I mean, long before one read Benjamin, one had already started translating. I started translating early in life, mostly nonfiction, social science, social theory into Malayalam. It's only very much later that I started translating literature. But it's interesting how, when in the 1980s, when the Kerala Shastra Sahitya Parishad, which is Kerala's popular science movement, wanted to start talking about social issues, and they were looking to put together a small book of songs for their very famous Shastrakala Jatha, which is a month-long tour of Kerala with dramatic performances, street theatre performances. We were looking for, good poetry that we could maybe translate into Malayalam. And of course, at those days, the English translation of much of Marathi Dalit poetry published in Manushi struck us as particularly interesting and appropriate. And I remember some of those Vaman Nimbalkar's poems, I translated those into Malayalam. And they became songs, of course, with full acknowledgement, of course. But this was for, social movement purposes, not for publication. But it came so naturally, and it was as though becoming a critical intellectual. I was 19, I think, at that time, 18, 19 at that time. But trying to become a critical intellectual at some point, hoping to become a critical, it was already apparent that you have to translate. If you are going to be a critical intellectual in the post-colony, that is, you're not planning to migrate to the US and settle down in a first world metropolitan university, then this business of translation is absolutely unavoidable, whether literary or non-literary. So it was already apparent to me, though I did not think about it, I did not reflect about it in the way I'm doing now. So I think that once I acquired the skills to become a critical intellectual, I've been doing this incessantly. And translation in the formal sense of moving a text from a source language to a target language to a recipient language. All of us, I think, most of us who have actually become critical intellectuals, work as critical intellectuals in the post-colonies that we live in the Indian subcontinent. All of us are inevitably translating across 2 or 3 languages, and across 2 or 3 languages. Personally, I translate between English and Malayalam. But also, as a critical intellectual, I also translate across different modes of address. Right? You write in English and Malayalam for academics, you write for non-academics. You write for students, you write for women workers. So you write for different kinds of audiences using different modes of address. You also write across different discourses. So there is the academic discourse, there's a non-academic discourse, There is a journalistic discourse. So many different, very, very fine, with fine dividing lines very often, but real ones, real dividing lines. Then one also, translates across the theoretical, empirical registers. So translation seems to be the very stuff of the work of a critical intellectual. And this is not something that came to me in advance. This is something I actually learned from my own life as a critical intellectual. So as mentioned by the person who introduced me, I've translated social science and feminist theory into Malayalam, and quite a bit. And this has happened constantly, even when I was not translating a theoretical text into Malayalam. So the moment you start translating social science and social theory research, you need to find equivalents for theoretical terms. So you're in the business of translating it. When the moment you start writing in Malayalam about your own work using frameworks, theoretical frameworks, then you definitely are in the act of translating anyway. And for me, and of course, I have translated, however, not much from English to Malayalam in literature. For literary writing, I have always translated from Malayalam to English. So that's been my route. Now, the rationale for the first, that is the translation of work from social science or social theory into Malayalam, for me, has always been quite clear. The rationale has been clear because that had to do with enriching the language and drawing into our public discussion new frameworks of thought to make sense of society. Thinking, resources for thought, for nuanced thought from other traditions of thinking, particularly from social theory, which I have been trained in, and interdisciplinary social theory, that is. So that I was clear on, I was quite clear what I was doing. So when I wrote my books on feminism, feminist theory, that is introducing feminist theory, there's a lot of translation to do. And, choosing terms for non-literary discourse is as challenging as finding equivalents in the literary discourse. Sometimes you have to repurpose, terms from an earlier time, names that were given to practices in an earlier time, which we thought that modernity had outlawed. Those terms might approximate newer forms of oppression, for example. For example, the word abjection, the term abjection, to find an equivalent of in Malayalam which would resonate with the specific kind of marginalization that abjection involves. I looked at the older Brahminical practice of brushed. Brushed is to declare someone who's living literally dead, socially dead. So, of course, it's not a direct, this is a way of repurposing an earlier term for a newer time. And that requires a lot of explanation and footnoting and all that. But nevertheless, one needs to convince the reader that this can be an equivalent in some way. Anyway, so the point is, what I maybe want to share with you is that I did not initially think about why I was choosing to translate literary texts from Malayalam to English. It wasn't very clear to me at the beginning. I knew that these were not actually linked exclusively to some subnational linguistic or cultural pride. That is used very often recognized as the urge behind the translation, because you want to showcase the best writing in Malayalam, so because you're a proud Malayali, etc., etc. That may be partially true, I agree. But I knew well that that was not the only excuse. In fact, as I told you, I started as a translator from English to Malayalam of social science and social theory. But then from the late 1990s onwards, it took a sharp turn towards translating Malayalam texts, particularly those written by a very exciting generation of young writers in Malayalam, women writers, anti-patriarchal writing by women writers from Malayalam to English. I think this had to do, when I think back, it was almost like a reflex action. It had to do with my work as a critical feminist intellectual, a historian of the Malayalam literary public. So my work into the gendered origins of the Malayalam literary public revealed to me the ways in which the woman writer was rendered invisible. Like some of the earlier texts in earlier discussions on modern Malayalam literature talk about a transaction happening between a writer who is identified as male and a reader who's also identified as male. So the female in this transaction is the text. So literature is labeled female. So it's one man's exchange with the other. That's how modern literature was thought about in the late 1890s and so on. The late 19th century, that is. So the woman writer is an anomaly in this exchange. So how to place her? The female presence in modern literature seemed to be of the text itself. So it alerted to me how women writers were rendered anomalous and invisible. But the same history also showed me how women writers who had indeed managed to garner attention, literally break by the different critical circles. So there were many literary critical circles in the early 20th century. So you have, you had the liberal humanists, you had the early Stalinist Marxists, then later you had the modernists and so many others, all male. And I call them the homo aesthetic circles, from drawing upon the work of Susan Minott, but adapting this particular term to another much more local end. This taming was actually achieved through what I call acts of consecration, through dominant interpretations. So, for example, someone like Lalita Ambika, one of the first women to break through this relationship, the male-male relationship that defined the literary public, that seemed to be the fundamental building block of the literary public. Lalita Ambika. Now, it's interesting how she was almost instantly tamed the moment she broke in. So the literary public has consecrated her as the great, the great champion of motherhood, of modern motherhood. Then you have the Marxists who have consecrated her as the great critique of Malayala Brahmin family and marriage customs. So there you are. So she's consecrated, she's worshipped. She's like a god in a temple, in a Hindu temple. You know well that in a Hindu temple, gods gain their power through daily worship. And the high priests of this kind of literary worship are the male critics who belong to these different schools. So I needed, at least in my mind, as a feminist in the late 20th century, in my mind, I needed to release these elemental forces back into the world, free them, or rather, so to coin a word, to deconsecrate these writers, so that their interpretations, they would be free of their interpretations, because what the dominant interpretations by these different literary schools were doing was something truly damaging. They were masked. What these interpretations did was to mask the engagements of these women writers with the dominant social projects of their times. So that across the 20th century, that was social reform, nationalism, communism, and so on, social and political projects. also their critical engagements with the dominant aesthetic forms of their times. So romanticism, realism, modernism. So these critical engagements that these women writers had with both the dominant socio-political projects of their time as well as the aesthetic projects of their time. These were being masked by these acts of consecration. And I, as a critical feminist intellectual, felt duty bound them from this consecration. And I think for me, translating these authors, these women authors, into a global language was part of that strategy of deconsecration. So to release them into a global language wherein their anti-patriarchal charge would be invisible, the complexity of their own critical engagements would restore to them the position of critical intellectuals engaging with their times, not timeless models of motherhood or timeless opponents of some social system, etc. So to restore to them the strongly critical content of their engagements with aesthetics and politics of their own times. For that, translation I thought was very, very important. And so, this called for a distinct craft. That so much was certain. So it was not just a mechanical act of moving a few words from one language to the other. So one had to render, like Walter Benjamin reminds, not just the meaning, but also the manner of meaning unique to the author and her Malayalam. It's not just even some identifying a manner of meaning typical of Malayalam, but actually finding the manner of meaning typical of that intellectual, of that the author, as someone who was engaging with her own times. Or sometimes it required a literal rendering of the syntax in English, again, as Benjamin recommends. And of course, this was one aspect of that craft. The other aspect was that most of my translations had to be bolstered with a scholarly introduction. That so much is certain, because to place these women in their times was very, very important. So my early work follows this kind of this very closely. However, of course, I later, I mean, when my first translations came out in the early years of the new century, but very soon when I started, I remember translations were not so popular. I mean, editors like Mini Krishnan were still struggling to get translations the attention that they deserved and so on. But around I think 10 to 12 years, things changed. And the publication market became deeply interested in translations from the Indian languages. And so things were changing, even as I was practicing my craft. And as translations became increasingly the flavor of the season, and the season definitely seems to be only getting better and not really getting, they are intensifying. The season is only intensifying. It doesn't seem to be fading at all. There are many issues. There were many issues. For example, I remember with Meera, I mean, I needed to justify my interest in Meera in some way. Why was I getting so interested in her? I was not really so interested in her because she was such a popular author. She still continues to be Malayalam's most popular author, selling the largest number of copies. But that is really not my source of interest in choosing her texts over others for translation. So, but then, her publishers were not really interested in a scholarly explanation. In fact, the editor of one of her editors told me that it should look like a book that was written in English, which I said is impossible. That can't be so. So I do need a translator's introduction, but well, if you think we can have a discussion outside the text about this text, then fine, I will go along with it. Of course, I want my authors to be read more than anything else. So, I mean, Meera's, for example, is a very, very interesting form of middlebrow modernism. So it's an engagement with the very powerful and extremely masculine, I may even say masculinist tradition of modernism in 20th century Kerala. And it's a powerful engagement which confronts it with what one might call a middlebrow modernism, which preaches this whole distinction between pure literature and popular literature. So her books are, confuse those boundaries. So you really don't know where Meera stands. Is she a modernist and arrayed among the superior divinities of the Malayalam literary firmament, or is she a popular author catering to the tastes of a larger reading public out there? She successfully breached that boundary, and through producing a certain very feminist middlebrow modernism, which has had a leavening kind of effect on both society as well as literature. But I'm not allowed to say that in the text that way, because the editors preferred it to be that way. So there is, but then that was all right at that point, because one was able to spark a discussion outside. But I am seeing, and here I want to just mention a few of the concerns I have about translation as we move into the new, as we move into the 21st century even more. For example, work is no longer easy. I mean, let me tell you, the translation for someone like me is becoming not very easy, partly because there is such a demand for readability from this burgeoning market. And what is readability? Readability is, I think, is now redefined as not as far away from the pleasure of reading or the challenge of reading, because we know that, I mean, at least in my generation, a good book had to challenge the reader. The reader's sensibilities had to be shaken by a good book. But now there is such a preference for readability in the sense of easy realism. So a readable book is realist, and it's a straightforward realist text. So sometimes, I mean, this is of course not to blame any editor personally, but it's just that the pressure of the market, there's one thing, there's a pressure of the market, because you need a book on a flight and you need to finish it in like how many hours? 3 hours on the flight. Maybe that's the, there is a pleasure on, there's a pleasure that comes from reading quick and, grasping a book in one reading, in single read. So they, and also I'm not blaming the editors, because they're young people. Most of them are young people, and young people who are used to realist texts. So for them, I don't think they have, grappled the pleasure of reading that comes from a challenging text. I don't think they have really encountered that kind of pleasure. Maybe that's also the reason. But I'm seeing more and more a demand for readability. So, when one translates authors like Shihabuddin Poittangadappa, who's one of the finest short story writers in Malayalam, or Manasi, who's one of the most challenging feminist authors in Malayalam, one has a problem, because they don't follow a straightforward realist narration at all. Some of their texts are incredibly surreal in the way time shifts, space shifts, everything around you. Your senses are challenged. The inner eye, which lights up when you read literature, seriously confused and challenged by these texts. So, I have requests from editors saying, can you insert 2 more lines here? Because how are people going to understand that this is not in the past, this is in the present? Then I have to tell them, hey, you know what? I'm not sure that this is happening in the present. Yeah, 2 lines before it was the past, but now it's not in the past. So, you have to literally educate these young people who are editors about the complexity of a text, and how, as a translator or an editor, we have no right to really, change its aesthetic preferences. That would be fundamentally tampering with the text. That's one issue that I've been facing lately. Another issue is about, as Indian language literature grows more and more complex, there are battles being fought in Indian language literature, which have to be taken into the target language. So if I'm producing a translation of a book in Malayalam right now, which raises a certain aesthetic and political challenge to present day Malayali society, that challenge has to be reflected in this book. Otherwise, it's just an easy, smooth read for an NRI sitting on a plane. That's not something I want to do. That's not my idea of translation. So what happens is right now, and this is an example, right now in Malayalam, especially in the novels, there is a very stiff challenge against standard English. There is a great desire to retrieve the spoken word. So Malayalam, because Kerala was, so much, was so full of forests, that is, passage between areas was not easy. So Malayalam is spoken very differently almost in every district. Almost every district in Kerala has a very different way of speaking Malayalam. Now, writers in Malayalam, the best ones, are trying to retrieve the spoken word and use them as a critique of the standard Malayalam. So many of the battles between local forces, localized communities, localized marginalized communities, and the forces of the state in Kerala, which are staged in this confrontation between two languages. So two ways of using the language, between the standardized Malayalam or the Sanskritized Malayalam of the elites of Kerala in the early 20th century, and the locally spoken word. So how do you translate such texts into English? The editors just say, use the standard English for all of it. That just kills the politics of it and the aesthetic challenge as well. So, you might have, and I tell you, juries, etc. now look for readability above everything. I mean, this is something I've noticed, because literary prizes are awarded by juries which are who are not, the excellent juries, tasteful people, no doubt, but people who don't really watch literature very closely sometimes. So for them, readability is all important. That is really what matters. So when you have a text where, it's just that we are not able, the problem is not really that readability is unimportant and we should dismiss it. The problem is how we understand the readability has changed so much. So what happens is the translation fails to become layered. It becomes one standard English rendition of everything. It may be the spoken language of North Kerala, the spoken language of Central Kerala, or of a very specific region called Kuttanad in Kerala, which is has a very distinct way of speaking Malayalam, or it's just flattened. Worst of all, tribal languages. That is the worst. Because tribal minorities in Kerala are among the most oppressed. So they have, in fact, some of their languages are barely Malayalam. They're not in Malayalam. Barely Malayalam or not Malayalam at all. But rendered into the same standard English as the elites in the same book. So for me, that is a problem. And my newest experiments have been all about getting rid of standardized English, using it, getting rid of standardized English as a vehicle for. Now, if you take seriously my own worries, then we have to do a lot of other things. For example, many of us who are translators take the help of others to instruct us in tribal languages, because we don't know what the tribal words are. So we generally, use the help of somebody or the other who knows it. So they are co-translators, and we might as well acknowledge that. We have to do that. So I think, so I want to just end with just my new work, which I am trying, in which I have made an attempt to deal with this. So this is a fabulous book by a very young, promising writer called Rajashri, R. Rajashri. She has a brilliant book in Malayalam called Kalyaniyum Dakshiniyum in the Perai Rendu Streegalude Katha not katha, katha. So this book was a bestseller even before it appeared in print, all copies being sold out. And now it's gone into many, many, many editions, 15 editions or something. Highly popular in Malayalam, but also, a feisty, sassy book. That's what it is. But then one of the themes, very, very strong, abiding themes in the book is a confrontation between North Kerala and South Kerala. And that is staged entirely in two different ways of speaking Malayalam. And if you do not find an struct equivalence in English, it's gone. I mean, it's impossible to translate. So it was thrown at me as a challenge. Can you do this? Because versions of the Sapir-Whorf thesis everywhere. Everyone tells you, after all, there are untranslatable things. Language, ultimately is untranslatable. So I've always quoted Walter Benjamin back to them, but then I had to show that this is possible. There are manners of meaning, not just equivalence. There are different manners of meaning that have to be maybe made to, brought to the surface in English, maybe. So I constructed an English for North Kerala, adapting some of the features of the spoken. For example, the vowels are all compressed in the North Kerala style of speaking. So I compressed as many vowels as I could in the English. Of course, you can't compress all of it because the meaning will change sometimes. So you can't do that. But whatever then the labial substitution is typical of the spoken Malayalam in North Kerala, extreme North Kerala. So I use so all haves are habs and things like that. Wherever again I could manage, because in some cases the very meaning of the word would completely change. So I couldn't do that. So whatever features I could adapt from the spoken in spoken Malayalam of Kannur, North Kerala, I kind of used to create a way of an English for them. South Kerala, interestingly, has an English already. There is a very highly accented English is what you would encounter. You would not perhaps, and those of us who are used to even Indian elite, convent school English or British English, would not even understand what's being spoken. I mean, a bag, for example, is a baig, or a fan is a fan, things like that. Marriage is married. A girl is a girl. So you can use that. You can use that. Then, of course, there are concepts that are not present in English, which you just have to use the Malayalam. Like, in South Kerala, at the time which Rajeshri is talking about, when polyandry had not completely disappeared, there was a common way of referring to somebody's partner as taking care. I mean, anveshikika means to take care of. And annarikya is a local way of saying that word. And to say that a man is some woman means to say that he's taking care of her, not married or something, but he's the guy who's like her partner, So, well, that's not equivalent in English. So I just said annariking. I talked about it. I talk about the word. It is part of the discourse. Just use it turn it into an English, a hybrid English word, and then use it. So it was a great deal of, I must say that it was a challenge and a real fun challenge. So, I don't know how successful it is because the book is just out. It's on Amazon, but not yet in the bookstores. And I don't think there have been reviews yet. So I think I'll stop there and thank you very much.
Thank you, Devika. You really had such a wide-ranging variety of issues that a translator has to, face in her life as a translator. It's amazing the kind of things that you've been doing, and I feel jealous of you sometimes. People from Kerala, because there is such a wonderful reading culture there. Any book you talk about, generally you find that translated into Malayalam. So thank you very much for giving us a wonderful presentation. I was very intrigued by one of your, I mean, there is a question time. I'll just start with one question. You talked about readability. And you also talked about audience, readers' expectations about it, the translation being very readable. Now, do you think this is connected with the way we see? I'm saying this with a little bit of cautiousness, because you see, even in English, the kind of serials comes, of course, the kind of literature into films, kind of things that come. I give you so many examples of that. Now, that is not the issue there. I mean, the readability, I take it as understandability in one linear engagement with the text. That doesn't happen on the OTT platforms or the visual media. Now, do you think that we are fast traveling towards translating visually? I mean, visual media wise? Or do you think that this issue of readability is going to affect the process of translation in a very, very fundamental way, that, we stop creating books with tough ideas or tough challenges as literary texts generally do, good literary texts, that is going to vanish from the written translation culture? Do we all have to move towards that kind of translation?
Start with your question, or should we wait for other questions?
No. I think individually you can go on answering, because otherwise then some questions get missed.
Okay, I agree. I mean, that's one of my fears. I fear that people will stop. People will change in the way they look at a book or a movie. Now, a book or a movie are things that we, at least in my generation, you go over several times, I don't know how many times I've read War and Peace. And I started reading it when I was 16, and it's always been a great, not from beginning to end or something. You go back and you keep flipping, reading parts of it and thinking about P.F. Bezukov and Natasha and all these characters. And I said there's some parallel universe that's perpetually going on somewhere, where you go back and the way you look at your life changes. Suddenly you discover Tolstoy using a metaphor that you didn't really notice before, and him, talking about things that you did not notice. So every book or a movie, this is the same with a good film, a well-layered film. You kind of discover so many layers, and every time you read it, you come back with new riches, literally. So I fear that with this great market for realism, I deeply fear that that kind of reading culture might be affected. Which, of course, my greater and deeper fear, of course, is about the kind of subjectivity that this will enable, because, neoliberal subjectivity, everything is a consumable object. Everything, you finish it, you throw it out. You finish it, you don't, that's it. You don't find anything new in it. What is there to find new? So you read it, you like it, finish, that's it. So I have a great fear that will happen.
Same generation who's at one level saying that about the readability as the criteria of written book.
I think readers, and you can't blame them also, because you see, they come in at a time when the publishing industry is looking for this easy pickings kind of. And imagine, I think
just hold on. Yeah. It's come back, the audio. Please go on.
Okay. No, I think young people have entered, who start reading, they start at a time when, literature is understood to be, fun, or, a time pass, or not serial, because nobody who wants people who read literature looking for something above and beyond serial. That is certain. That is for sure. But again, it should be easy. It has to be quick, and it has to have a political message that is like in your face and out there. And I really suspect this, because you see, remember, sometimes we all know that. So I keep asking some of my students, why do you read a text like Madame Bovary, for example? So regressive, and that man is like literally gloating at the fate of that woman. So should we just dump it? Or should we even have it around. But no, the point is, there is so much more. I mean, again, the politics and aesthetics are, such entwined in such complex ways that the politics might be completely pushed away by the aesthetics of the text. And if you are not able to make sense of that layer, I think literature is our first introduction to complexity. We all live in complex societies. We evolve as complex beings. But just, you remember, we all at our age, just think about when we were 16 and starting to read literature, take literature seriously. I think we understood the tacit understanding of complexity is something that we acquired from literature. Because we realized that, okay, maybe this is regressive, whatever, but there's the way of saying it, the way that it's presented, the way it is fitted into the aesthetic structure of the text makes all the difference. And so you're not ready to make these easy judgments, Okay, the content of good is positive, but something else is bad, or things like that. But I think that is where one can talk about the teaching of literature, what is happening in colleges, etc., or how we understand politics in culture. Is it just taking a position, or is it producing a way of seeing, or way of saying, which can be very radical?
Since I'm sitting next to the chair, I'm taking advantage of that. Devika, you spoke about recovering local dialects, etc. in Malayalam. I want you to comment also on the script controversy in Malayalam, how a particular standard script of Malayalam has been adopted, So I would like to hear you about that.
Malayalis are going to beat me up because it's schizophrenic. I mean, let's admit. Because it's written, sorry, I don't mean it in a bad way. Schizophrenia is not a bad thing. We all know that. But I'm saying it's just the quality of the language. It's written in one way. It's spoken in completely. For me, so therefore the current controversy is nothing. There's something more fundamental. It's spoken like Tamil and it's written like Sanskrit. No, just look at how we write vata. So it should be said. So anyone learning the language and who don't have the exposure to natural speakers would read it vata or kuta, vati. If you try telling, people would just laugh their guts out. So you speak like Tamil, you say vada or koda, and not even kuta, it's koda. So, it's Tamil, it's spoken like Tamil. I am Devika, I'm Devika, hardly Devika. And also, that's one thing. The other thing is also translation. If you find a Tamil equivalent, people find it much more acceptable, and this is gut acceptance, gut level acceptance, where it has nothing to do with the rational part of it. Like, I used to teach when I was doing my PhD, I used to offer a small course in the cultural history of Kerala to a local colleges. We used to invite us. So the first class was always a quiz. So one of the questions in the quiz was translate the word milk bar. Milk bar. That used to be everywhere. I don't know about young people now, but in my youth, everywhere there was milk bar. So milk bar. So how do you translate? The smart ones would put their hands up and say, Shira Shala. And because that's what nobody's fault. That's what we're trained in school. Your mind gravitates directly to Sanskrit and picks up a couple of words, it fits them together. And again, Shira Shala may not be true. It can be a milk production center as well. It need not be a milk sales place. And the Tamil, but I then offer to them the Tamil translation, which I found in front of the Shuchindram temple in South Travancore, which says Palidam. And pal idam can equally be problematic. It's not because pal is milk and idam is space. So milk space, well, again, it does not tell you about a place where economic activity is going on. But every student in the class would put their hands up and say, that's the right translation. So, that's what I'm saying. The language itself is like that.
Yeah, sorry. No, since you were speaking about schizophrenia, I was wondering how Malayalam Manorama, the entire paper is in one script and the masthead is in a different script, right?
There you are.
Yeah. So do we have any questions from the audience? Yes, yeah.
Madam, you spoke of standardized Malayalam. I would like to listen a little more about it because our experience in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh is language changes every 20 kilometers, even within a district.
Same here.
People can't even understand what the other person is saying about. How do you deal with it?
No, the point is one has to be very clear. One not making a case for, I don't think any of these authors who are, using these local dialects, they're not making a case against standard Malayalam. That's not what they're doing. What they're doing is to actually show the difference in class, caste, ethnicity, not just some plain neutral difference, but some difference in power by juxtaposing these. So, they are not advocates of, let's junk standard Malayalam or Telugu or anything. They're not. Because if you look at the narratorial voice, and not in, but then at the same time, they're critical of standard Malayalam in a way that's interesting. I mean, in the sense that they point out to where standard Malayalam fails and also to show the kind of power equations that allow the words of some regions to enter standard Malayalam, while the senses of, for example, in this book I'm talking about, it's a way in which the South Kerala Malayali, who is the oppressor, is talking about family or kudumbam. So the North Malayalis are like totally puzzled about what this kudumbam is. I mean, because they have, of course, in their family lives, and they're far more committed to family lives than the Southeast. But what on earth is this family that requires a woman to be taken away from a house of birth and literally made a slave in her husband's house in a different place? So that's something that the North Malayalis cannot figure out. So therefore, in that book, family, I mean, the South Kerala English, as I told you, never says family. They always say family. So family is a word that I have used whenever the reference is to this South Kerala patrifocal nuclear household, which is the ideal for the modernized Southern Kerala people. So, I mean, I hope I've answered your concern more than a question.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for this very interesting talk. I wanted to ask make a couple of comments about translation of critical theory into Malayalam from English. At one level, it is a introduction of conceptual frames which have originated in some other context somewhere in the West, and making those available to readership in Malayalam. So in that sense, it is a part of a project of, what shall we say, a democratization of knowledge, right? So I think there is much to be said as a social project of democratization of knowledge. At the more specific level, the excellent example you gave of the translation of abjection as brushed it is an example of expanding the semantic field of the word brushed to accommodate an entirely new set of ideas. So in that sense, it is worth emphasizing that the translator's role is in fact transforming the language itself.
True, I agree.
Yeah. Thank you.
I agree. Actually, I mean, that's what I tried to say in the beginning, that I'm clear about what I'm doing at that. I was already clear when I started doing that work. I mean, but however, there are different registers even there. I've written about this. I have a paper on this. In translating feminist theory into Malayalam, there are these two registers. One is what you could call the faithful register, where you're actually looking for equivalence, you know. And there is the other register, which is the, well, I won't call it faithless. It is more of a grounded register. And this grounded register, I think we should go searching for. We should be able to recognize the grounded translation when we hear it. Now, let me give you an example. The word, say, patriarchal aesthetic norms. In Malayalam, that would be Pitru Medhavitva, Saundarya Mulyangal. But I remember a leading Dalit activist of that time, of that period in Kerala, Rekha Raj, making a speech where she said, she used the word Atti Lakshanam precisely to describe it. Now that is grounded translation for me, because Atti Lakshanam, as we all know, again, something that will have to be explained to an outsider, but those of us who know the Janma Bhedam order of caste in Kerala, the standards of beauty are that of the Achi, the woman who is available to the Brahmin, and the upper caste man. So Achi Lakshanam is precisely patriarchal aesthetic norms in the Janma Bhedam order, which we all know is still, you know, mutated forms are still alive. In fact, that's my new work as a social scientist. I'm looking at Brahminical patriarchy in 21st century and how it's evolved. The precise form, it's not used, no use just quoting Uma Chakravarti all over again. We need to see what precise form it takes in the present. So, I mean, it's alive and kicking there very much. And Achi Lakshanam is a perfect grounded translation. So that I just wanted to point out that there are these other registers we should be looking out for.
Yeah, we have one more question.
Just to continue point of translating critical theory from English to Malayalam, when you translate critical theory or feminist theory into Malayalam, was translation theory or translation tools useful to you? I mean, in bringing that theory into Malayalam context.
Well, I should admit this with a lot of embarrassment that my decisions are, my translation decisions are not really guided by my reading of theory. You know, there are, of course, I'm sure there are these broad parameters that one always, that enters one, you know, even as one reads translation theory, there are broad parameters that one sets for oneself to evolve. That much I agree. But otherwise, it is much more, and I'm thinking about the local context, about who is reading this book or who's going to read this and what forms of power, comparable forms of power we can find. If I'm looking, for example, a form of power, a translation to a word that is signifying a form of power, then I'm looking for a form of power that might approximate this term. And of course, then the challenge is to as rigorously as possible, bring together the two terms. So, I mean, I don't really look, I mean, I'm not, I don't know, I think I was introduced like that. I'm not, I've studied neither Malayalam nor English formally. Just whatever we have learned in our MBA days, and not a trained literary scholar. I'm a social scientist by training, historian by training, and a social scientist by practice. So the methodologies that I use are also not entirely of literary provenance. So, well, I suppose I'm not that good when it comes to using tools of translation theory. When I read translation theory, I find a lot of illumination. That is a different matter. But otherwise, I don't consciously use the tools of translation theory to guide my translation work. That's my failing, because I have no training in that.
Hello, Devika. I enjoy listening to you, your personal experience as a translator. I know you through your work for some time. I have things. One, when you are talking about the dialects, I know we have with so many Malayali students. You have many spoken varieties, but when it comes to writing, most of them get reduced to one standard variety of Malayalam. They're forced to use the same script. So those spoken varieties disappear. And coming to your own example of family, some of these dialectal variations we can't represent through writing. Like for instance, if I have to make this distinction between family and family in Telugu, I can't. It becomes the same. I don't have that open vowel there in Telugu. Okay. So even bank, if I have to write bank, I can't write bank. Banku, banku. There are various ways. So some of these things are missing. So some of the variation in terms of the spoken language disappears when it comes to writing, even if you want to represent some of the dialects. And this is one minus. The second one is generally in translation studies, we say that the original, the source texts have scope for multiple interpretations, and all of you let's read and understand every understanding, every reading is an understanding or interpretation. So translator also, it applies to translator also. As you read and you understand, you interpret in a particular way. So the point here is people do say that the original has scope for n number of interpretations, different people who is reading, who is interpreting, depending on the text, reveals it itself. So when the source text has scope for multiple translations, but when it comes to translation, it is just the translator's own interpretation. It doesn't have those so many scope for multiple interpretation. This is what generally people say. I just want to know what is your take on this. And the last point, I just want to know you as a translator, Devika as a Devika as a translator at the beginning of her career as a translator then, and Devika as a translator now. What kind of transformation has taken place in terms of your translation practice, or the way you handle, or the way you select your text for translation?
Your first query, I can only say that you have to find a way of expressing these differences. As someone who handles the language, uses the language, like for example, in Kerala also, see, the people say family, yeah, that's an English word. So otherwise, when you spoke, now everyone uses the word kudumbam, right? Whether it's in the north or the south, you use the word kudumbam anyway. But the difference is when in the way you use the English, okay? In the English, there is a typically South Kerala way of talking about, of using that word. But in the extreme north, it would be family actually. Like for example, back, the word back. In North Kerala, extreme North Kerala, they say bake. So, it's not about the word, it's about the way vowels are placed, or so you just have to use that, adapt it. I mean, I'm not prescribing anything. I'm just saying that's what I found appropriate in this project. Maybe in another project, it will be different. It all depends on what kind of project it is, right? So that's one thing. The second thing is, I think every text, any text, that is, one chooses a text. Why? Why do you want to translate a text in the first place? Of course, if you're not driven by commercial motives, and of course, then there's no sin in that. You might be making a living out of translating books for commercial ends. I'm the last person to judge such people. But I'm saying, if you are a literary translator and you're interested in a text, usually that text is a layered one. And you try to communicate those layers. I mean, I think the idea that a translator is just giving a version of their, usually in my case at least, my translations, I think, are an antidote to one-sided readings. That's what I tried to tell you. Like Ambika's work, it's not just a celebration of motherhood in some, vulgar sense. It's also not some vulgar social reform project. These are all one-sided readings of the text. So the translator's job, I think, is precisely to rescue. Because I've had young people saying, why are you bothered about this Leela? Because she's so old-fashioned. But I say, no. Yeah, yes, many of the ideas you might not, 21st century is a time when we have to dump a whole bunch of ideas that we acquired in the 20th century, if we are going to live as human beings. But the point is, you don't really judge an intellectual like that. I think you judge and you acknowledge her complexity only when you place her in her time. What is the kind of critical act that she was doing, whether she was fully conscious of it or not, is immaterial. What is the kind of challenge she raised to dominant aesthetic frameworks of literary writing at that time? What is the kind of distance that she maintained with social reform projects of nationalism, communism, all of which were very, very, very prominent. So that's how. And the translator's job is really to bring back that complexity into the text and highlight that complexity. So that's the second one. Third, what was the third? I'm sorry, I seem to have forgotten the third one. What was the third? Just give me a hint. You don't have to repeat
The
it.
early Devika and the later Devika.
Okay, so that's not an easy question. I think I realized a lot of what I could do. When you start, you think you can't do much. I wanted to translate early women writers in the late 19th and 20th century, non-fiction writers, to actually show, to convince my compatriots that there was a very strong first-generation feminist presence in Kerala, which was wiped out in the 1950s and after. We have no memory. We almost had no memory of these women authors. So I wanted to retrieve them. So it was a kind of a retrieval project. And so translation for me was a way of retrieving these voices, lost voices. And then I told you, as I started working on this project of looking at the history of the literary public, I have a book on the history of the literary public from a feminist perspective. And then I realized how central translation was. So, all the major voices, I discussed 4 major women writers in that in that book, and I have translated 3 of them. Madhuri, of course, she does not need, I did not get the permissions. Anyway, that's all right. She's the smart one. She's the one who wrote in 2 languages. So she could not be corralled into some particular school of literary theory or not, or other. She was not. She's completely, you can't really place her within some aesthetic political tradition or the other. She's one of those elemental goddesses who will break through all temples. She doesn't need a temple. She just needs the universe. She's like that. And but Lilidambika I have translated. Sarah Joseph I have translated. Saraswati Amma I have translated. If you're interested, I have a website on which I have, I maintain a website as a memorial to the first generation feminists in Kerala, where I've translated almost the best of Saraswati Amma's writing, the most important of Saraswati Amma's stories and articles. It's called Swatandriya Vadini. Is there a chat box? I can maybe. I'll just leave the website over here for anyone who needs it.
Devika, it's already there in the bio.
Oh, it's there. Okay. So if you want to visit Swatandriya Vadini, it's there in the bio, then fine. It's cool. So there, if you want to read Saraswati Amma, she's all there and in that site, in that website. Yeah. So that happened. And but then I must say that I've been lucky in a way, because though I had to negotiate the market like most other translators, I have been able to resist it, I think, to a much greater attempt than many of my friends. Many of my friends who are very much more successful than me, you know, of winning prizes, etc., etc. They have complained of the extent to which they've had to, you know, change, etc., etc. Mine, I have never been really asked to change much. So I think I'm luckier, I'm a little luckier than them that way. Of course, winning prizes, etc., is a different ball game. Never been into that. I don't know how to do that at all. But I think I have been spared the torture of having to fit the Procrustean bed of realism. I've been spared that, I think, which is good enough for me. It's a good enough reward.
Thank you, Devika. You've taken us through your career and your work and the questions that possess you. It's been an amazing lecture that you gave, sharing of experiences.
I'm so glad.
On behalf of HLF and the Anuvaad, I thank you. And yeah, let us keep in touch. And
Sure.
I think that Swatantrayavadini thing is a wonderful idea. And we'll all go visit.
Please do.
With questions. Yeah, thank you.
Right. So,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
so can I leave now? I mean, am I allowed to leave?
Yeah, thank you. Friends, we'll break for tea now. The tea has just arrived because, I mean, before it gets a little lukewarm, let's go out and have a cup of tea and come back in just 10 minutes, please. Because we are behind the schedule and we have a wonderful session with SAWAD HUSSAIN, who translates from Arabic into English. So we have that session next, followed by another session or panel discussion on translating from and into Dakhni and Urdu. So we have two more wonderful sessions lined up. Please have a cup of tea and come back in 10 minutes. Thank you. the session now. Friends, before we start the session, I just wanted to make one announcement. You may have seen these colorful, attractive boxes outside. This is the story box. Please do go check it out. It's a wonderful idea where at the push of the button, you can have a selection of poems or a short story. Do check it out, and they will give you, and it's automatic. You just push a button and you get a poem or a short story that you are looking for. Friends, for this session, we have SAWAD HUSSAIN joining us from London, and SAWAD translates from Arabic into English. And she is a Palestinian writer, and she is joining. SAWAD, as I said, translates from Arabic into English, and she has translated novels. She has been on translation juries, and today she's joining us from London, and she has been recognized by the English Pen, the Anglo-Omani Society, and several other. I just wanted to read out a couple of her recent translations. Her recent translations include Passage to the Plaza, and then A Bed for the King's Daughter. And she is a judge for the Palestine Book Awards and has run workshops introducing translations to students and adults. So SAWAD joins us this afternoon, and chairing this session is Dr. Giridhar Rao. Over to you, Giri, and thank you, SAWAD, for joining us this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you for the warm introduction. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, a little louder, please.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Perfect. Perfect.
Perfect. Great. I can't see my Giri. Is that? Oh, yes, there. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. I was like, where are you? Great. Nice to meet you. And thank you to everybody for coming today. I just wanted to quickly clarify that a lot of people do think I'm Palestinian, but I am in fact Pakistani. And so, yeah, so Arabic is not my native language. It's something that I've learned, and but I am very passionate about the Palestinian cause and do focus on a lot of Palestinian authors. Yeah. I have for us, I'm not sure how we're doing on, I mean, if we have time, I have a short presentation which goes into my career as a translator.
Exactly. That would be exactly what I was going to request you anyway.
Yes. Okay.
Tell us a little bit about your journey. I mean, we've had in this morning session Telugu, Tamil, English, Malayalam, Marathi, Urdu, and Arabic, at least. And there are other languages in this room. So I mean, we haven't had Arabic yet, and you are our Arabic input, as it were. So we'd very much like you to tell us a little bit about your journey as a translator. Did you say you have a presentation?
I did, but because I wasn't fully confirmed like on the format of the session, we can skip the presentation. That's fine, and I'm happy to have a conversation instead, if whatever you prefer.
As you wish. Either works for us. So if you'd like to make a presentation, go ahead. Yep.
Okay, sure. It'll take about 10-15 minutes maximum, and then we can have some further conversation. Yeah.
Yes. Go ahead, please.
Great. Okay. Let's see if we're able to share the screen. Share. Okay. Can we see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yes, wonderful. Okay, I'm just going to start.
Could you make it full screen?
Yeah. Here we go. Okay, so I've just entitled it "The Trials and Jubilations of Translating Arabic Literature." What I wanted to, I guess, delve into today, and we can definitely talk about my personal journey, but more so, I was able to listen in on a few of the sessions earlier this morning, which were very stimulating. And I really wish I could have been there in person, but unfortunately not. And for me, what I find within the sort of publishing hierarchies today, whether in the subcontinent or the UK or the US, the position of the translator is seen generally as one of without power or influence. And what I'd like to counter is that, in fact, if you're working from a language such as Arabic, which unfortunately does not have much of a financial support from the nations where the language is spoken, and there is not a robust agenting structure, right? So there's not a lot of Arab authors who are represented and getting their titles into publishers via agents. It falls upon the translator to do that work, which in the beginning of my journey I saw as an obstacle and frustrating. But as time has gone on, it's been about 12, 14 years now, I've seen it as more of a blessing that I have this power to bring the titles that I'm interested in, the titles that speak to me, and bring them to publishers, right? And so I'm comparing to my colleagues who work, for example, from Korean or Swedish, where there is, a lot of funding available to have their titles published, but also they have agents who have these pre-established relationships with publishers and trust in order to get publishers to hear them, right? Whereas as a translator, when I was first starting out, a lot of the pitches I was putting forth for titles was landing on deaf ears, because people are like, who are you? Why should we trust you? But as the years have gone on, I've established a sort of a niche in the market, which is that I focus on not only women in translation, but also more so specifically from the Gulf or Arabic language titles from the African continent. So what I wanted to share is this sort of role as a curator, translator as curator, and what does that mean, right? So from these 16 titles, that you have before you, which are my works which have been published, 12 of them have been published, and the 4 here in the upper right-hand corner are either in the stages of editing or are, under translation on my laptop as it was. 13 of them I've pitched, which means that I sourced the title. I established the relationship with the author. I put together a pitch pack, which many of you I'm sure are familiar with, which includes not only a sample translation, but you're having to situate the Arabic language title within the Arabic literary sphere, translated review quotes, including a reader's report, which is an overview of what the book is about and why would it be attractive to English language readers, whether, in the UK, US subcontinent or further afield. And so, as you can imagine, it's quite time consuming. It's time consuming, and this is not paid. This is all unpaid labor, right? Which brings up another issue, that a lot of the work that translators who are working from languages, which many of them do include, for example, Urdu and Hindi and Malayalam and Telugu, if you're bringing these books into English, you have to put these pitch packs together on your own time, right? Whereas other languages, I have friends working from Korean that they get funding from, the whichever literary translation institution it is to put together a pitch pack, or the same thing for Swedish. So that's just something, and I'm happy to answer questions on any of these following slides. The ones in which I highlighted with yellow are the ones that I've pitched. So those are the titles that I have brought forth to publishers. Moving down, if we're to do a quick analysis of the curation, 9 of those titles are women in translation, 6 by authors from the African continent, 3 titles from the Gulf, 4 titles from the Levant, 2 young adult titles, which are for readers from 11 to 14 years old. I'm very passionate about having works in translation for young readers as well, if that's anything anybody would be interested in talking about. 2 short story anthologies, and all 13 were fiction, and 1 title is classic. Okay. What impact does this have? So what impact can you have as a translator on your literary landscape, right? In English, I'm focusing on here, but it could be into any language, really. If you are interested in Arabic into English translation, I'd like to draw your attention to a very helpful report written by Alexandre Bouclé and Abdel Wahab Khalifa, which focuses on the translation of Arabic literature in the UK and Ireland between 2010 to 2020. You can see from the geographical representation here, I hope you can see it, the numbers are quite small, but the lion's share, for example, goes to Egypt with 127 titles. Whereas, books that I've translated, for example, from Kuwait, which has 9 titles, or Yemen, which is 5, Eritrea has 1. I've co-translated a novel from Eritrea. Now that will be up to 2. On a surface level, geographical representation, you're seeing that, okay, it's increasing the numbers there. And you as a translator made that choice to bring this title into English, and that's contributing to what's available. If we're looking at gender, which is something I'm specifically interested in, it says here the top 10 translated women authors from 2010 to 2021. We have some names here, such as Shahla Ujeli, and I've translated one of her short story collections. She has 3 titles. Sahar Khalife has 3. I translated one of her novels. Fatima Sharifuddin has 4. I co-translated one of her books. The reason why I'm saying this is because what I've translated has contributed to these women being the top 10 translated female authors, right? Which you could say is exciting, but at the same time is very disappointing for me that it's only taken 3 titles to be translated over 11 years in order to be considered a top translated female author from the Arabic language, which in my opinion is ridiculous if you compare it to languages like French and German and Spanish, where you'll have female authors, right? Like, for example, Ilana Ferrante, I know she's a runaway bestseller, but even before she became so famous, right? I mean, the number of books that female authors from other languages are having translated into English is like, I would say, between 3 to 5 titles in, let's say, 4 years. Whereas here, to be in the top, you only need between 3 to 4. Why is that? That's something I want for us to discuss also, from other languages, is why are we not seeing enough female authored works in translation? Moving on, talking about who is making it into English, you can see in terms of Arabic language authors translated, as we said, in the UK and Ireland, there's 420 which are male and 143 which are female. As I understand it here, mixed means it was possibly a co-translation, and unknown is perhaps they didn't want to identify their gender, but you can see the huge gap. A possible question I want to pose to those in the audience today, and I'm not saying this could be a reason, I have a number of more sort of convicting reasons coming along, but here is the question of who is translating. If you are working from the Arabic language, inevitably you are falling into this role of curation where you decide the titles that you want to spend your time, putting together the pitch pack, emailing editor after editor. It's all unpaid labor, as I've said. So it's a question of, if we have, the majority of translators working from Arabic are male, and then we have, fewer who are female, is there something, that could be said along the lines of that perhaps, most male translators are perhaps identifying with male authors? Is that why we're not seeing enough in English language translation from female authors? I don't know. I'm not sure, but it's just something I'm putting out there. I don't have all the answers. I generally like to pose more questions, which is one that I'm putting forward to you today. Something I wanted to draw your attention to, which I think is an interesting case study that we could perhaps extrapolate to like larger, landscape, is I did this, I curated an issue for Words Without Borders on Sudanese female artists, which is still available today if you'd like to read it later. But instead of reading this whole paragraph, I would like to draw your attention to this study that was carried out by Nabil Ghali, who has said that between the years of 1948 and 2015, 476 novels were published. Of those 476 novels, only 49 were authored by women. So the takeaway here is, if we, go down to the bottom, in 1948 to 2015, only 10% of the novels published in Sudan were written by women, 10%. And what I'd like to focus on is the word published. This doesn't mean that the novels were not there. It doesn't mean that women are not writing, but why are we only seeing 10% published, right? Of these women novelists. And again, the reason why I'm coming to this is because I find the reason for why we're not seeing enough English language translation of Arabic language female authors is not only because of the obstacle we have, which I'll talk about with English language publishers in the UK and US and their lack of familiarity with the Arabic language landscape. But if we go one step further back, it's what's happening in the original language. And so what I'd like to share here is I conducted a series of interviews with Sudanese female authors for this issue. There was only about 5 to 6 of them. But they highlighted, okay, general challenges faced by male and female authors in Sudan is lack of marketing support, poor distribution of books, weak editing standards, etc. But for women specifically, what they have faced, so patriarchal mentality towards what women can or should be writing about. So for example, the general taboos of sex, religion, and politics. If you are to delve into any of those, an editor is most likely to be like, no, I wouldn't want to publish your book. Some of them cited literary critics who to be males who, focus on celebrating male authors. And further on, they mentioned that, even if their work does somehow manage to be published, it's most likely to be neglected for reviews for print, radio, or television. And then finally, some of them cited examples where they themselves as authors were persecuted for their characters' decisions and personalities. So an example of this is one of them had written a book where the main character has an affair, and then the author herself was painted as this woman of loose morals in the press, and how could she be writing about such things? And she herself must be reflecting on her own life experience to have, written with such veracity and authenticity about somebody having an affair. So these are all obstacles, and they're all bringing together what I'd like to put forth as reasons for why we're not seeing enough English language translation of Arabic language authors, particularly females. Something I get asked by editors a lot. So, as we mentioned, if you're not, the things that English language editors are interested in, the bigger houses and the indie presses, how did the book do in its original language? What was the review, the press coverage like, right? So if you're not getting reviewed in Arabic, that's already one count against you. The second thing is, what prizes have they won? What prizes have, this author been nominated for, whether longlisted, shortlisted, or won? 2 of the main prizes in the Arabic literary sphere is the International Prize for Arabic Fiction, which you may have heard of, which is the equivalent of the Man Booker in the Arabic language world. In the past 15 years, there have only been 2 female authors who have won that award, and the Najib Mahfouz Medal for Literature. And in 24 years, 10 women have won the medal, which is a lot better. But it just goes to show that when I, as a translator, if I fall in love with a book, that's not enough. I need to have ammunition in order to convince an editor to take the financial risk, because it is a risk to publish a title, because an editor, most of the time is not seeing the entire book when I'm pitching it to them. They're just seeing a chapter that I've translated as a sample. And so they need to be able to convince their marketing team as to why this book would succeed in English. But what I'm trying to say is, from the get-go, if you're already working at a disadvantage, it's going to make it that much harder to come into English. I'm nearly done. And just a quick example is Shahla Ujeli, this short story collection that I've translated. This translator's note, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but what I wanted to highlight is that she is an author who won the 2017 Al-Multaqa Prize, which is an award dedicated to short story collections written in Arabic. And she also has been longlisted 3 times for the International Prize for Arabic Fiction, which is practically unheard of in the history of the prize. And so, when I approached her to say that I would like to pitch this to publishers, I thought I would find a publisher pretty quickly, considering the caliber of her work. However, it took me about 23 houses I pitched to separately, who all came back and said either it's too short, too experimental, not enough sense of place, not Arab enough, which brings me to another issue that you come up against as a translator, is what the editor's expectation is of what your literature should be doing, the literature from the language that you're working from. They, in this instance, expected it to be a sort of cultural, historical, anthropological foray into the nation of a country. It has to be anchored in that country or that culture in order to be considered, Arab enough or worthy enough of translation. And then also their expectations of what good literature is, which, for me, yeah, very much. I can see you nodding here. Yeah, is an issue, because for me, I thought, Shahla won this award. It means that year, from the works that were put forward, obviously there were some publishers maybe who, didn't manage to enter for the prize, but from those entries that were made, she was deemed the best short story, writer in 2017. Does that not mean anything? Shouldn't that have merit, have worth? However, unfortunately, English language editors don't necessarily see it that way. If it's not this collection is flash fiction, as I've said, it's not anchored in place, or it's not, in your face sort of an indictment of the patriarchy, which is what a lot of editors expect of Arab women authors. And unfortunately, as a result, nobody wanted it. However, it did eventually find a home with the University of Texas Press due to their editor, Dina Afsarabi, who I must thank tremendously for her faith in this collection. And it was eventually shortlisted for the Banipal Prize in Translation. Finally, what I just wanted to end with is Baba Saha, which was published by our own Siegel House Books, who I'm sure many of us are aware of, and love. It took over 30 years for this book to come from Arabic, which was originally published in 1991, to come into English, whereas it had already been published in, as you can see, German, 1992, in Dutch, 1993, French, 1996, and Italian, 1998. It also went on before English to be published in, oops, sorry. Oh no, what have I done? I think we're back here. To be published in French, German, Italian, Korean, Spanish, Hebrew, Dutch, Malay, Russian, Norwegian, before it came to English. So what I'd like to end on is, why is the English language always seeming to be the last to get on the train for translation? This is a question I'd like to pose to you. I've asked you a few other ones throughout, but I'd love to hear your answers. And yeah, that's where I'd like to leave it. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. That was a whirlwind
Yeah,
tour.
it was really whirlwind tour.
Very, very large and very interesting questions. I work with the World Esperanto Movement, and Catalonian Esperantist Abel Montagut did a similar analysis of the UNESCO's Index for Translation, and found that some 70% of the translations in a given period, 70% came from just 4 source languages.
Oh, wow.
English, Russian, German, and Spanish, French and Spanish.
Yeah.
That's about it. All the world's other languages accounted for just 30% as source languages. As it happened in the same period, the number of Esperanto translations was far fewer, of course, but exactly the inverse proportion. 70% came from small languages. So what I really liked about your presentation now was the degree to which you have highlighted that the translator has agency, that the translator can make a difference, especially, as you said, translator as curator of for languages that are underserved by state patronage. So I wanted to, that is one part of the satisfaction, I suppose, of being a translator for you, from what I gather.
Yes.
That was part of the jubilations of your presentation.
Yeah.
The trials you mentioned. I was wondering, at the level of the translation itself, what are the sources of some of your jubilation? What gives you enormous satisfaction as someone who is translating? Are there examples of very successful translation where you say, yes, I've got it?
Yeah, what's so funny, Giri, is in all the sort of panels I've done, like no one's ever asked me that question. Like what gives, they've asked about like translation process and whatever, but really when do you feel so joyous? It's a great question. For me, and I wrote about this in a blog post, which is available online, but translating humor is one of the greatest challenges for me. And when you finally, are able to bring across the spirit of the text and elicit a similar reaction in the reader, and you might need to shift it slightly, the joke or the the cause for the humor. But I translated a Libyan short story collection by Najwa bin Shatwan, and it's full of dark satire and it was definitely the most difficult, I would say, difficult book I've worked on, primarily because of the humor. But when I finished it and have had people read it and they are laughing aloud, it's such a sense of satisfaction. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Humor is particularly difficult to translate, and satire and dark satire. I believe A Bed for the King's Daughter, the Cinderella story in there.
Yes.
That too is a good example, would be a good example, wouldn't it, of translating dark material into another language. Yes, you wanted to say something about that?
No, I'm just so honored that you've read it. Thank you.
That brings me to the other question about the availability of these English texts elsewhere in the world. What do you have a sense of who is reading your translations?
Yeah, so as the years have gone on, in terms of I have had people reach out to me on Twitter, or via my website. I have a general email. Most of the readers I have found are on the subcontinent or in the UK or the US. But I guess that's primarily because the majority of the houses I work with are based in the UK and the US. I have some readers based in the Middle East, particularly I get some feedback from the UAE, but perhaps that's also because I used to live there. So I am like sort of connected to the, I guess, Arabic language community there and people who are interested in translation. But I think more and more Arabic literature as a whole is having a moment of more and more readers being interested in it. But I also believe that's because there's more being produced. I still don't think it's enough compared to other languages, but definitely since, I started, about over 10 years ago, there's more being produced. Yeah.
Interesting. So we have some 7 minutes left for this session. I'd like to open it up for questions from the audience. Is that okay?
Yeah, it sounds brilliant. Thank you.
Yeah, can I?
Yes, please.
As audience.
Yes.
Yeah, Saba, thank you very much for that very interesting statistics that you showed us. But I just wanted to ask a very basic question. What is your home language, and have you tried translating from or into the language?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, many people believe that I'm Arab because of my last name. And sometimes I just let them, believe that. But as I said, my home language, I'm Pakistani. My home language is Urdu and English. And I can read and write Urdu. I mean, I don't write a lot of it, but definitely read it. The only sort of Urdu translation I've ever done is commercial translation. So, some reports and some law associated things. I had never, to be honest, tried my hand at Urdu language literature because naively, when I was starting out as a translator, and my view has now changed, but I thought that there's so many Pakistani writers already writing in English. How will I, put forth titles which are written in Urdu to be translated into English, which I know is still like a little bit of an obstacle for translators working from Urdu today, right? You have editors being like, well, we have literature from, Pakistan already being produced in English. Why would we need this translated from Urdu? Which obviously does not hold weight. But I guess as a result, I started working with Arabic. And also, unfortunately, because I had grown up at home, Urdu was very valued, but outside of my home life, Urdu was not valued. It was not seen as a language of value. It was not seen as a language, it's not adopted by the UN. It's not used in any sort of, places of prestige, really. I mean, now, yes, but I had grown up outside of Pakistan for a number of years. And so living in either in the Arab world or in the UK or the US, Urdu was not valued. So unfortunately, I didn't see a profession in it. I obviously regret that, but I feel now I wouldn't take the time to, I guess, start a career in Urdu literary translation just because I'm very established in the Arabic. But it is something that I regret that I didn't take a chance and try my hand at it. Yeah.
Thank you. We have a couple of questions here.
Yes, please go ahead.
You mentioned in your present about 2 young adult books, right? Yeah, can you please elaborate a little bit more?
Yes, yeah, definitely. So the 2 young adult books I've done, one is a Lebanese one, which is called Ghadi and Rawan, which I've co-translated with Marsha Lynx Quayle. It's a series of letters between 2 characters, one based in Brussels and the other one based in Beirut, talking about the challenges they face as young adults, whether it's being bullied or trying to fit into a different culture. And then the second one that I have coming out is called The Jinn's Apple from Algeria, which is a murder mystery based in the Abbasid era, actually. So it's more of a historical sort of thriller, but told through the eyes of Nardine, who is 12 years old. And in the opening pages of the book, I'm not giving any spoilers away, but her father, who is the court scribe, is brutally murdered before her eyes because he holds knowledge of something that the king at the time would really want. And so the rest of the novel, we see her coming into her own and also trying to take revenge and find out who killed her father and how to come to terms with that. Yeah. Are you interested in young adult literature in translation, or are you a translator of young adult literature?
School librarian. So I'm interested in knowing about the titles.
Oh, okay, about the titles. Yeah, sure.
He said
Oh,
he's
I mean,
a school librarian.
I'm a school
school
librarian.
librarian. Oh, okay. So,
Oh,
okay. If you go to my website, the books are listed there, and if you click on the title, let you know where you can access it from. But that's very exciting that you would like to, have more literary translation for your young adult readers.
Yes, another question.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I wanted to ask 2 questions. The first one is, do you find any problems with the different dialects of Arabic? I mean, I'm not very sure about the Arabic literature, modern literature. Are they written in different dialects or the standardized version of Arabic that we know of? And the second question is, what about literature that's being translated from English to Arabic, if it's related to the presentation?
Yeah, no, thank you so much. Both very, insightful questions. The first one is that there has been a general movement of writing of Arabic literature being written more and more in the dialect of the author and the country that they hail from. So originally, it used to only be the dialogues themselves, but more and more, even the narrative frame and descriptions have, words, whether from Libyan dialect or Eritrean or, Kuwaiti, and definitely these pose issues to me because I'm not from any of those countries. I've studied Shami, which is from the Levant, so I'm primarily familiar with the Jordanian, Palestinian, Syrian dialects. But for example, when I was translating Mama Hissa's Mais by Saouda Sanusi, he's a Kuwaiti author. I spent many hours watching Kuwaiti soap operas to get a sense of, the expression in how they, come across when they're angry or upset or just, so that really helped me get a better footing when I was translating his book, but also then I managed to ask the author a number of questions, where necessary as well. And in terms of language, literature, that is making its way into Arabic language, I would say it's more like, from my knowledge, because I have some friends who translate into Arabic from English, it's primarily from the UK and the US, unfortunately. It doesn't seem to, come from any, I'm not familiar with having heard of any other sort of English language authors. I'm sure they have made it into Arabic, but I'm not familiar with many of them. Most of them are either American or British, because that is where they are placing the value in terms of the literature. So, you know, and if it's an author from the subcontinent, I think they would have had to have won some sort of, you know, prize in order for it to make it into Arabic. So these are some sort of, I guess, perspectives which I think are still sort of steeped in colonialism, you know, in terms of valuing the work of the whatever the colonizer has done is what must be lauded or celebrated. So I think we're still trying to sort of work against that. Yeah.
Yep. Thanks so much. As ever, talking to a practitioner, which we have been talking to practitioners all through the day and listening to them. The conversations can go on. There's so much fascinating material to cover and to come back to and to cogitate, but time, alas, has passed. So thank you so much for joining us. And thank you, audience, for all your questions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. I also just wanted to thank you all. I mean, the tech setup here is brilliant. I can actually see you. You know, I'm not just seeing like the side of you, but you're like looking at me. It's very wonderful. So thank you so much. Yeah. Great. Okay, I'll be catching the last session on YouTube. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
Sawad, I hope you have the changed YouTube session link.
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
I have the
Thank you so
updated
much.
one.
And,
Okay, thank you so much.
congratulations to our technicians who have made this so beautiful. As you said,
Yes.
we can
Yeah.
actually see each other. Thank you so
Very
much.
smooth. Very smooth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Friends, we come to the last session of today's event. May I request Uma Damodar Sridhar, who will moderate the session. And we have 3 translators in this session, one of them in person and 2 of them virtually will join us. Yeah, he's here. For this session, ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 we have Mr. Salim. You must have noticed that right from the morning, we have tried to get away from the notion that English has to be one of the default languages. When we talk about translations, we had translators who translate directly either from Kannada or from Urdu. And we have here a bilingual translator, Mr. Salim. Salim Sahab, please come. And Salim, let me quickly read out the bio. He's a journalist, writer, blogger, a postgraduate in Hindi and Urdu. He is currently the bureau chief of Hindi Milab, you know, one of the leading newspapers. He writes regular columns for several Hindi and Urdu newspapers on art, culture, and literature. And every report in Hindi Milab that appeared on HLF has been written by Mr. Salim. He also provides translation services to many institutions, and his publications include Hujun Mein Chehra, Urdu, Yadon Ke Saaye, Baaton Ke Ujale, Urdu, Dekhna Meri Ainak Se, Urdu, and Surkhiyon Mein Log, Hindi. He has also published 2 translations and recently edited, and this is what I wanted to highlight. He has recently also published a special volume of Hindi Academy's quarterly on the Dakhni language. So this is the Hindi Academy's quarterly, a special edition that Mr. Salim edited is devoted to Dakhni. He received the Best Hindi Writer Award, Best Blogger Award, and Best Journalist Award. So we have Salim Sahab, who works in Hindi and Urdu. Please And chairing this session, ladies and gentlemen, is Uma Damodar Sridhar, part of the HLF team. And she, of course, is very much a local here in the sense that she teaches French at the EFL University. And Uma has translated Jamila Nishat from Dakhni Urdu into English. So she herself is a translator of Dakhni and Urdu. And our two other speakers joining us, one from UK and the other from Patna. The one who is joining from the UK is Nazia Akhtar, who is of course Hyderabadi, but currently she is in London. So she will be joining us from there. And Nazia teaches courses in Indian and Russian literatures at the IIIT Hyderabad. And in 2017, she was awarded a New India Foundation Fellowship to write a book on Urdu prose by Hyderabadi women, which was recently published as BB's Room, Hyderabadi Women and 20th Century Urdu Prose, published by Orient Black Swan. She has recently received a commendation from the jury of the Jawad Memorial Prize for her translation of Zinat Sajida's Urdu's short story, Chotam Jan. Many of you who have studied in Usmania University know Zinat ji as the Urdu professor. She used to be teaching at Nizam College when we were students. She is currently translating more Urdu writings of Hyderabadi women and conducting research on literary representations of the transfer of power as it affected Hyderabad. So she is interested, and her PhD, which was done from University of York, if I remember right, was on the partition and the 1948 in Telugu and Urdu stories. And the third speaker who will be joining us is Zakia. Zakia ji will be joining us from Patna. She's already here. Zakia Mashhadi is those of you who know Urdu would know immediately that she's one of the most prominent writers, fiction writers in Urdu and a versatile translator. She translates from into Urdu, English, and Hindi. She works in 3 languages. She has translated several books, but the one that I wanted to highlight for its obvious reasons is that she is the translator of Jilani Banu's both her novel as well as collection of short stories. And she translated Jilani Banu's Paraya Ghar and Aiwan-e Ghazal from English to from Urdu into English. She has also translated into Urdu Shadow from Ladakh and Santosh Kumar's The Last Salute, Akhri Salam, from the Bangla into Urdu. So from Hindi into Urdu, from Urdu into English, Zakia ji translates in 3 different languages. So we have 3 speakers who work in more than 1 language and translate between Indian languages and of course English. Thank you so much, and over to Uma to take over.
Thank you, Vijay, and thank you everyone for still being there at the end of a long day, but a very exciting day full of very exciting conversations for translation. And I am particularly happy to be moderating this session because it is on Urdu language, and Urdu is synonymous with Hyderabad. It was one of the first languages which was offered at the department, at the Usmania University when it was founded in 1918. And it is a language which is there in the social and linguistic fabric of the city. And as Vijay said, I am a local, so I have sort of grown up listening to this language in various forms. And so I am very happy to be here, and I am very happy also to be moderating this session with 3 very interesting speakers. Zakia Mashhadi, Nazia Akhtar, and FM Salim. And all three who have worked in Urdu, Hindi, English, Urdu, in different ways, in different contexts. And so I've been sort of talking to them and going through their work a little. And I find that there are many ways in which we can approach these conversations. We can talk about the state of Urdu in Hyderabad, the development, and also Urdu is synonymous mostly with poetry. Everybody knows about the sher and the ghazal and the nazm, and very few are aware perhaps that there is a rich vein of prose writing also in Urdu in the form of afsana, short stories, essays, feature writing, which Mr. Salim does. So there are many ways of exploring this, and but then of course we are going to look at it, and of course there is also the Dakhni, which is the what shall we say, the stepsister of Urdu, the one who is sort of marginalized, perhaps. So we'll also look at what is the state of Dakhni in Hyderabad, in India, in the Dakhan. So many interesting topics to be covered in a short while. So let's just get right to it. So I will start with Zakia ji. Vijay has already given introduction to a very prolific and well-known writer and also translator of Jilani Banu. And Jilani Banu is well known to anyone who is aware of Urdu literature. She is one of the pillars, we can say, having won the Padma Shri and written a wide range of stories on varying topics, mostly connected with social concerns. And Zakia ji also writes about society and the way she sees the inequalities and the realities of society. So my first question to Zakia ji would be about your translation of Jilani Banu's work, and how did it come about, and what were the points, if you could share with us, like we have been doing since morning. The translators have been speaking about what were the problems, what were the concerns they encountered while translating the text. So over to you.
Thank you, Uma, and hello, everyone. Can I be heard?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Come to your question. Jilani Banu's novel actually was assigned to me through NBT, National Book Trust India. And I had already done a collection of short stories, of Jilani Banu, Paraya Ghar. Paraya means the other, or someone who doesn't belong. So Paraya Ghar was the title of the book, and I did it at the behest of National Book Trust as the alien home in English. Now, the book was immensely popular, which I came to know much later, because the second and third editions were brought out quickly. So when they thought of doing Jilani Banu's novel, somehow they thought of me doing the translation. It wasn't my own selection, because translating a novel is I think it's a very difficult task. And let me tell you that from English into Urdu and translating fiction from English into Urdu is very easy. It comes very easy to me. It's a sort of game. I enjoy it like anything. But from from Urdu into English was a difficult task. So I was a bit reluctant. But Jilani Banu somehow was very keen on me. Yeah, that's her affection. That's the good feelings she has for me. So she was quite persuasive. She kept on calling me, and it took about 6 months to give me courage to say yes. And I told Jilani Banu, look, Appa, I call her Appa, Banu Appa. So I said, look, Banu Appa, if somebody pursues something for so long, even the marriages are fixed. They like boy and girl, somehow they get join in matrimony if somebody takes so long to persuade. So it's okay. It's only a book I am ready to do. And I started the book. It's a highly culture-specific novel, Aiwan-e Ghazal. Literally, it means abode of Ghazal or mansion of Ghazal. Since it is the name of a mansion, of a residential building, I did not change it in the novel. The novel is the same in title. It is Aiwan-e Ghazal, because it's a proper noun and it wasn't good to change it. So it is as it is. Now it's I think it's about 400 pages, and it covers the 1947, the emergence of Telangana movement, the struggle between the have and the have-not, the downfall of the Nizam, and also the communal turmoil which gripped Hyderabad at that time. Also the social conditions, the decay in Muslim families, especially those of nobility, the downfall of nobility, how they came down from very high standards of moral values, high standard of culture and all that, to the level of a commoner. Very slowly and gradually, the changes occurred. And she has captured it, she has captivated it very nicely. As for the difficulties, as I told you, that from Urdu into English poses certain difficulties for me. And I was very careful not to make any mistakes. Then there were certain things which are different. Of course, we are in the same country. We speak the same language, but there are cultural differences. Like a very simple, small one, meethi dal, the sweet dal. We have no concept of sweet dal in North India. In UP and Bihar, dal is dal. It's neither khatta nor meetha nor phika. So what is this meethi dal? And so I asked Jilani Bano personally. I called her and I said, Bano Appa, you help me. I don't know about anything about this meethi dal, but I have never cooked it. She said, when we don't add tamarind or anything, any sour agent to dal, it becomes meethi dal, which is very seldom served at our tables. All right. Then there were certain games. I don't remember the name of the game, but it was something like hide and seek. The name was different in Hyderabadi language. Then there were certain customs and traditions which are followed during marriage. I asked her that also. So there were only few places, I can say it was a long time back when I did this book. So I think it was just 8 to 10 places where I stumbled. I did not know the cultural, I did not know what it was like. So I was helped by Jilani Bano and it came out easy. Now, I sent her the manuscript and she liked it. Her husband, Mazam Saab, also liked it. So I handed it over to NBT and this is how it was published. And since they are happy, I was also happy with the end result. And I think a second edition is also brought out of Aiwan-e Ghazal. I'm not sure about it, but I got the news from someone that second edition of this novel was also brought out. This is the whole story. Now, any questions if you want to ask?
Yeah, I think we'll come to that a bit later. But what I find interesting is that you had the opportunity to actually discuss with the writer.
Yeah, that's right.
I think that is a luxury that is enjoyed by very few translators.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and translators have to grapple with these issues. So when you actually talk to the author, I think the burden of translation also is eased a bit.
Shared.
Yeah, it is shared and also eased because you know that this is what she would like, the original writer would like. Yes. Yeah. So that's a very interesting fact. I also happened to see in your bio and when we spoke that you have also translated some books of psychology from English to Urdu. Now, always in translation, we are trained to think in terms of loss, like the translator couldn't translate this or couldn't translate that. But I guess there are cases when translation can actually enrich the target language.
That's right.
Adding new words to it. So can you just briefly tell us about it and how you went about this translation?
That was my first ever book which I translated into Urdu from English. That was way back in 74 or yes, 73 or 74. I had just left the job of a lecturer, and I was newly married at that time, had a baby, and I was feeling very empty in spite of all this, because I had left a very fulfilling job. That was lecturer in psychology at an elite institution, that is Loreto Convent College in Lucknow. So I was feeling a bit, I was thinking, I thought that I had a wired life in spite of a happy married life and a child. So I discussed it with a few people. My husband was in a transferable job, so I couldn't take up a job. Somebody suggested that I send an application to Bureau for Promotion of Urdu, which was under the Ministry of Education in Delhi, because my husband was posted in Delhi at that time. I sent the application, and they wanted to know which language I was fluent in and also my subject. Of course, I had already written all this in the application. So they gave me, knowing that I had done masters in psychology and was fluent in Urdu as well as English, they gave me a book of psychology to translate into Urdu. Of course, that was a very, very difficult task. Urdu is very rich when it comes to poetry and also fiction, also prose, like, as you know, travelogues, essays, and novels, short stories. You name it and you have it in Urdu. But Urdu is not as rich in technical terms of many disciplines. Psychology is one. So I said that it will be better if I'm given something from fiction or from history or humanities, something which does not require technical terms. But then they handed me over a glossary. The glossary was prepared by a meeting, long time back, long before I was given this book. And many technical, it's a big fat book, that glossary. Lots and lots of technical terms relating to psychology were given, and their Urdu equivalents were also written there. They said that you take help from that. The difficulty was that the technical terms became very different from the words used in our daily language. I'll tell you one example. It will make it very clear. Like in Urdu, we use the word kirdar for character. Kirdar in films, kirdar in plays, kirdar in daily life. उसका किरदार बहुत अच्छा है, वो किरदार का बहुत अच्छा है या बहुत बुरा किरदार है. Like his character is flawed, or his character is good, and then the characters in the movie, characters in the drama. So kirdar in daily life usage, kirdar is something totally different from what it was given in psychology as a technical term. It was behavior. Behavior is kirdar. Then I tried to find out what was given for kirdar as character. It was sirat. And in everyday language, sirat, of course, we use for character, but slightly different connotations. Sirat. So this way, this is just an example. There are lots and lots of words which were like that. Besides, they were very unfamiliar, highly unfamiliar. Like adjustment, tatbiq. When we say in our daily conversation that so and so is very well adjusted, हम लोग ये कहते हैं, we say कि उसने माहौल से अपने आप को हमाहंग कर लिया है या माहौल से मुताबिकत पैदा कर ली है. But in psychology it becomes different. So to the reader, all that sounds very, very strange and alien. If you get used to these terms, go on reading books in Urdu of psychology, then of course they will become familiar, because usage makes the language say accepted. But I think there are hardly any takers, very few people who will do a book of psychology in Urdu. So that was the difficulty.
Yeah, but
and then,
sorry.
No, it's all right. The sentences sounded quite awkward also. I tried to straighten them out as much as possible, but still sometimes they sounded very strange. That was the difficulty. In Hindi, I find that the terms are much, I think they are more, familiar to the common man. Like Vyavahar for behavior, Vyavahar. Just to cite a few examples.
So did you also coin new terms actually?
No, I did not, because I did not have the authority to do that. There was a very learned person in Patna, Professor Muhammad Mohsin. He was also a part of that glossary making team. And my good luck, that Jilani Banu was available to explain the cultural terms of Evan Ghazal. So here too, I had a patch of good luck. Mr. Muhammad Mohsin, who was a professor of psychology and also part of the team which made that glossary, was available to consult. I used to go to him whenever there was difficulty. I mean, collect a few words like 3, 4, 5, visited him, and he was very happy to help. I did not coin any on my own because I did not have the authority to do so.
Okay, thank you. That was really fascinating to hear on a different aspect of Urdu, because like you said, we only think of Urdu in terms of adab and literature and poetry. So it's also good to know that there are other kinds of translations which are going on at the same time.
Yes, there are.
Language.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Now I shall move on to Salim Saab. Yeah. So as Vijay has said, he is the bureau editor of Hindi Milap, and he's also a writer in his own right and also a translator. So हम हिंदी में भी बात कर सकते हैं. तो एक्चुअली एक देसी भाषा के पत्रकार को आई थिंक ट्रांसलेशन अनुवाद बहुत ज्यादा करना पड़ता होगा, क्योंकि जो न्यूज़ आता है वो ज्यादातर इंग्लिश में ही आता होगा. तो आप उसके बारे में थोड़ा बात कीजिए, और हाउ डज दिस ट्रांसलेशन प्ले अ रोल इन योर वर्क. या
आदाब. उमा जी, विजय साहब, अमिता जी और आप सब लोग. मैं हिंदी उर्दू अंग्रेजी मिक्स बात करूंगा. जैसा कि अभी उमा जी ने कहा कि किस तरह से जर्नलिज्म में ट्रांसलेशन अनुवाद का काम होता है, तो मुझे लगता है कि मैं इससे पहले अपनी एक मतलब भूमिका में कहना चाहूंगा कि ट्रांसलेशन आमतौर पर लोग ये सोचते हैं कि 2 भाषाओं में होता है, 2 लैंग्वेजेस में होता है, लेकिन मैंने महसूस किया कि ट्रांसलेशन एक भाषा में भी होता है. पहले तो आपको जब हम कुछ लोग बात कर पाते हैं अपने मन की, कुछ लोग नहीं कर पाते, तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि उसने अपने मन की बात का ट्रांसलेशन नहीं किया है, वो नहीं कर सका है. कई बार ऐसा भी होता है कि आमतौर पे कहानियों में भी हम देखते हैं कि आदमी अपनी या वाइस वर्सा प्रेमी या प्रेमिका एक दूसरे से बात करना चाहते हैं दिल की, वो कर नहीं पाते. इसका मतलब ये है कि वो अपने मन की बात का ट्रांसलेशन नहीं कर पाते. इसी तरह से अगर मैं भाषाओं की बात, कई बार ऐसा होता है कि हम जर्नलिज्म में भी देखते हैं कि कई बार हम समझ भी नहीं पाते हैं उसी भाषा में. अगर जर्नलिज्म की बात करूं तो कोई विवाद पैदा होता है किसी के भाषण पे, बयान पे, विचार पे, दूसरे दिन उसका बयान आता है कि मेरी बातों को तोड़ मरोड़ के पेश किया गया है. इसका मतलब शायद उस जर्नलिस्ट ने उसकी बात समझी नहीं, या फिर इस तरह की बातें बहुत सारी होती हैं. मैं जहां तक अपनी बात करूं तो मैं एक गजल लेकर रहनुमाए दक्कन के ऑफिस पर पहुंचा था. डिग्री 2nd ईयर का स्टूडेंट था. तो उस वक्त मेरे सामने उस वक्त के बहुत मशहूर लेखक थे मसीह अंजुम उर्दू के. वो तेलुगु के लेक्चरर थे एक्चुअल, लेकिन उर्दू में उनका बड़ा नाम था. उन्होंने ह्यूमर बहुत लिखा. उन्होंने मेरे सामने ही मेरी गजल फाड़ दी और बुट्टी में फेंक दी, और कहा कि तुमको और कुछ आता है क्या. तो फिर उन्होंने बिठाया, चाय पिलाई और पूछा कि भाई कौन कौन सी लैंग्वेजेस जानते हो. तो मैंने कहा कि मैं मराठी का स्टूडेंट रहा हूँ, हिंदी उर्दू अच्छी तरह से जानता हूँ. तो उसी वक्त उन्होंने उनके सामने जो है वो आर पार एक मैगजीन हुआ करती थी फिल्म की, वो दी और कहा कि इसमें से कोई भी न्यूज या फीचर ट्रांसलेट करके मुझे देना अभी. मैंने किया. उस वक्त वो शायद ये 1993-4 की बात होगी. फिर दूसरे दिन उन्होंने कहा कि क्या काम करते हो. मैंने कहा अभी पढ़ रहा हूँ. तो क्या हमारे पास 2 दिन काम करोगे? ट्रांसलेशन का काम होगा। मुझे उससे पहले ट्रांसलेशन का काम बिल्कुल पता नहीं था कि क्या होता है। उस दिन से वो हिंदी के मैगजीन देते और उसकी उर्दू में मुझे लिखना होता। और फिर 2-3 हफ्ते के बाद उन्होंने कहा कि आप फीचर्स लिख सकते हो, जो भी हिंदी में इंटरव्यूज आएंगे उसको फीचर के अंदाज में लिखना होगा, अगर फीचर आएंगे तो इंटरव्यू बनाना होगा। तो ये अलग काम था, बिल्कुल नया काम था और मुझे बहुत कुछ वहां सीखने का मौका मिला उर्दू हिंदी के बीच। इसी बीच परवेज यदुल्ला मेहदी एक बहुत मशहूर लेखक रहे हैं, राइटर रहे हैं। दयावान जब फिल्म आई थी उनका बड़ा उसमें काम था। वो अमेरिका से हैदराबाद आए थे और वो सुरेश ओबराय और तबस्सुम के लिए शारजा रेडियो पे वो एक एपिसोड लिख रहे थे उर्दू में, और सुरेश ओबराय को उर्दू नहीं आती थी। तो उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि क्या तुम इसको हिंदी में लिख कर दोगे? तो वो भी मेरे लिए नया तजुर्बा था। हालांकि ये ट्रांसलिटरेशन या ट्रांसक्रिप्शन टाइप की चीज थी। हाथ से लगभग 26 एपिसोड मैंने लिखे और उस वक्त इतनी अच्छी मतलब आमदनी है, इतनी अच्छी रकम मुझे मिली कि मैं सोच नहीं सकता था कि ऐसे पैसे भी मिल सकते हैं। क्योंकि जब रहनुमा दक्कन में मैंने काम शुरू किया था 2 दिन हफ्ते में, तो मुझे 500 रुपए महीने के मिलते थे। इसमें कई सारी बातें सीखने का मौका मिला दोनों भाषाओं। पहले तो मैं यही समझता था कि दोनों भाषाएं एक हैं, एक जैसी हैं, दोनों हम एक जैसी बोलते हैं, लेकिन बाद में बहुत सारे फर्क सामने आए। कई बार जो है वो स्त्री का पुरुष बन जाता था, पुरुष की स्त्री बन जाती थी। जैसा कि हिंदी में आमतौर पर मशहूर है कि सारे नदियां जो है वो स्त्री होती हैं, अब उर्दू में उसको दरिया कहा जाता है। अब दरिया तो दरिया बहता है कहेंगे। तो ये इस तरह की बहुत सारी चीजें वहां देखने को मिली या सीखने को मिली। जब मैंने फिर वहां से शगुफा एक मैगजीन निकलती है अभी भी, उर्दू ह्यूमर की बहुत अच्छी, और मैं समझता हूँ इसने 50 साल पब्लिश होने का रिकॉर्ड पूरा किया है। उसमें वहां मुझे फिर मराठी और हिंदी से उर्दू में ह्यूमर आर्टिकल ट्रांसलेशन करने का मौका मिला। यहाँ और दोनों भाषाओं को समझने का और दोनों भाषाओं के बीच में जो समानता है, जो कई सारी बातें एक हैं। अगर मैं ये कहूं कि 2 लोग अगर हिंदी और उर्दू के हैं अलग अलग, जिनकी मातृभाषा है, वो आसानी से ऐसा लगेगा कि एक तरह की भाषा बोलते हैं, लेकिन जब पढ़ लिख लेंगे वो तो लगेगा कि नहीं अलग अलग है। तो ये चीजें सामने आई। उसके बाद जब मिलाप मैंने ज्वाइन किया तो यहाँ मुझे लगा कि यहाँ पहली बार जब मैंने ज्वाइन किया एज ए रिपोर्टर, तो मुझे लगा कि अब तक मैं जो कुछ कर रहा था वो बिल्कुल अलग था। अब तक तो सिर्फ जो प्रिंटेड वर्जन था उसको हमें जो है वो दूसरी भाषा में बदलना पड़ता था, और एक एडिटर भी हमारे साथ था कि जो आपने गलतियां की हैं उसको ठीक करता था। अब जब रिपोर्टिंग की बात आई तो आप बाहर जाते हैं तो बाहर आपको कई सारी भाषाएं बोलने वालों से उनकी बातें सुननी पड़ती हैं। सबसे पहला तो यहाँ अगर आप तेलंगाना में काम करते हैं तो आपको तेलुगु आनी है, और थोड़ा बहुत पढ़े लिखे लोगों में जाएंगे तो आपको अंग्रेजी आनी है, और फिर वापस जब ऑफिस आएंगे तो आपको हिंदी आनी। तो ये तीनों लैंग्वेजेस किसी भी जर्नलिस्ट को कि जिस किसी भी रीजन में वो काम करे, मिनिमम 3 लैंग्वेजेस उसको आना जरूरी है। आमतौर पे लोग समझते हैं कि 2 लैंग्वेजेस से काम चलेगा, तो मोर देन ट्रांसलेटर जर्नलिस्ट का काम होता है। फिर कई बार ऐसा होता है कि मुझे चंद्रबाबू नायडू के बहुत करीब रहने का मौका मिला। उनके साथ मैं चूंकि कोऑर्डिनेशन कमेटी का जर्नलिस्ट मेंबर था, तो उनके साथ अक्सर ही हम लोग जाते थे। मुझे उतनी अच्छी तेलुगु आती नहीं थी, लेकिन उनको वो जब बात करते थे तो समझ में आता था कि हाँ थोड़ा थोड़ा हम इसको समझ सकते हैं। जब रोशैया चीफ मिनिस्टर बने तो मुझे उनकी तेलुगु बिल्कुल समझ में नहीं आती थी। तो ये मुझे लगा कि लिंगो जो है, 2 अलग अलग स्टाइल में बात करने वाले लोग, 2 अलग अलग रीजन में बात कर। तो रोशैया साहब की तेलुगु बहुत मतलब ऐसा लगता था कि क्लासिकल है, बहुत मतलब अलग तेलुगु में बात करते हैं। तो इस तरह की चीजें जर्नलिज्म में मुझे अनुभव हुआ। एक दौर आया जिसको मैं कहूंगा कि उस दौर का एक संघर्ष मैं बताऊंगा। जब मेरी शुरुआती दिन थे तो मेरे जो चीफ ऑफ ब्यूरो थे वो विद्यारण्य थे, तेलुगु के बहुत अच्छे लेखक भी थे वो। तो वो रोजाना क्या करते थे कि इंग्लिश के 2-3 प्रेस नोट जो है वो बाजू में रख लेते थे, और 9 बजे जब हमारी ड्यूटी खत्म होने को होती थी तब बोलते थे कि 2 और हैं। तो अब उसके बाद जो डिक्शनरी से हमारा रिश्ता होता था कि जल्दी भी देना है और डिक्शनरी में बार बार वर्ड्स के मीनिंग तलाश करने हैं, कई बार ऐसा होता है कि हम जो डिक्शनरी में देखते हैं वो शब्द अलग है और हमको अलग शब्द इस्तेमाल करना है। जैसा कि प्रेसिडेंट एक आमतौर पे शब्द इस्तेमाल में आता था, वो उसके जो अगर किसी संघ का अध्यक्ष प्रेसिडेंट है, किसी पार्टी का प्रेसिडेंट है, तो हम उसको अध्यक्ष लिखते थे। तो कई बार गलती से हमने राष्ट्रपति वाला जो प्रेसिडेंट है उसको भी अध्यक्ष लिख दिया। तो इस तरह की चीजें बहुत सारी आती थी। ये दौर जीने के बाद लगा कि हम थोड़ा बेहतर होने लगे हैं। 2006 में मुझे याद है कि गूगल ने ट्रांसलेशन सर्विस शुरू की थी हिंदी में। तो बहुत ही बिल्कुल बुनियादी टाइप की थी। हमको लगा चलो इससे करके देखते हैं। तो बिल्कुल जब हम ट्रांसलेट मतलब उसमें इंग्लिश और तेलुगु से तेलुगु तो नहीं हुई थी, इंग्लिश से हिंदी में हुआ था। जब ट्रांसलेट करते तो फिर वो उसको वैसे ही रख देते, फिर से लिखना शुरू कर देते या फिर से खुद टाइप करना शुरू कर देते। ये मुझे लगता है 2010 तक 11 तक का माहौल था कि हम गूगल से बिल्कुल सपोर्ट नहीं ले पाते थे। हाँ, ये लगता था कि बार बार उसकी तरफ जाते जरूर थे कि कुछ मदद मिलेगी, टाइप करने का मौका कम मिलेगा, क्योंकि रोजाना हमको कम से कम 4 से 6,000 शब्द टाइप करने मतलब की न्यूज लिखनी होती है। वो दूसरे ही सोर्स से लेनी पड़ती है तेलंगाना में, क्योंकि हमको फर्स्ट जो हिंदी की सोर्स नहीं मिल पाता। तो हमारी सोर्स लैंग्वेज ज्यादातर वो अंग्रेजी और तेलुगु होती है, कभी कभी उर्दू भी होती है। हम उसको हिंदी में करना है तो लिखना ही पड़ेगा। तो ये लेकिन जब गूगल इम्प्रूव होने लगा तो आज मैं अगर कहूंगा आपको कि मैं 80% काम 80% जो काम है वो गूगल से करता हूं, तेलुगु और अंग्रेजी से। लेकिन गूगल मुझे पूरा सपोर्ट नहीं कर पाता। कई बार मुझे लगता है कि मैं पहले पूरी स्क्रिप्ट जो ओरिजिनल है सोर्स लैंग्वेज उसको पढूं, फिर मैं उससे जो स्क्रिप्ट टाइप्ड है वो ले लूं और फिर बैठ के। और कई बार ऐसा होता है कि तेलुगु में तेज नहीं पढ़ पाता, तो वो जो गूगल में आवाज बैठी है या कोई मोहतरमा बैठी होती तो उसको मैं सुन लेता हूँ कि भाई वो क्या पढ़ रही है। हालांकि वो अंग्रेजी टोन होता है ज्यादातर, और मेरे आसपास के लोग जो अच्छी तेलुगु जानते हैं वो बोलते हैं कि तुम क्या सुन रहे हो। मैं कोशिश कर रहा हूँ कि उससे पढ़कर सुनूं, फिर थोड़ी सुनकर तो मैं लिख सकता हूँ, उतना अंदाजा है। तो ये जो चीजें मुझे गूगल से सपोर्ट मिला, आज मैं कहता हूँ कि मेरे जो नए स्टूडेंट्स हैं या जो नए दौर के लोग हैं उनके लिए ट्रांसलेशन बहुत आसान है। हमने जो संघर्ष वाला दौर देखा है कि डिक्शनरी के साथ जूझना पड़ता था, आपको हर दिन नया शब्द मिलता था और और एक दो ऐसे शब्द थे आमतौर पे हिंदी में, अगर स्टूडेंट हैं हम लोग हिंदी के, तो डायरेक्टर के लिए, जैसा कि अभी ज़किया आपा बता रही थी, कैरेक्टर के लिए किस तरह से व्यवहार का उन्होंने उल्लेख किया, जिक्र किया। तो इसमें मुझे लगा कि डायरेक्टर जो था, हम लोग ऑफिस के डायरेक्टर को हिंदी में अलग लिखते हैं और फिल्म के डायरेक्टर को अलग लिखते हैं। ऑफिस का डायरेक्टर को हम निदेशक लिखते हैं, फिल्म के डायरेक्टर को निर्देशक लिखते हैं। तो बहुत सी ऐसी चीजें थी जो धीरे धीरे बदलती गई। कई बार मैं गूगल को भी फीडबैक देता गया, आप शायद ऑप्शन आप नहीं रखा है उन्होंने, पहले एडिटर के लिए था कि वो आप उनको भेज सकते थे और बाद में जवाब भी शुक्रिया में, थैंक यू में आता था कि आपने भेज दिया, शुक्रिया। तो बहुत सी ऐसी चीजें थी। मुझे लगता है कि मैंने बात शुरू की थी, अगर एक ही भाषा में अगर आप बात कर रहे हैं या अपनी बात रख रहे हैं तब भी आपको ट्रांसलेशन की जरूरत है। मुझे घटना याद आ रही है, शायद वो हजारी प्रसाद की किसी भाषण की है जिसको फिराक गोरखपुरी साहब सुन रहे थे, वहीं नेहरू भी शायद थे उसमें। तो उन्होंने हजारी प्रसाद जी के हिंदी में सुनाने के बाद उनसे कहा कि आप हिंदी में अगर भाषण देते तो अच्छा होता। तो इस तरह की चीजें होती हैं। आमतौर पे लिखने पढ़ने वालों के बीच, अब जैसा कि ज़की आपा ने कहा, कई सारी चीजें हमको गूगल पूरी तरह से आपका सपोर्ट नहीं कर पाता। जैसे कि आज मैं देख रहा था, चालू लड़की अगर मैं कहूँ या लड़की चालू इस तरह से कहूँ तो वो कुछ मतलब गर्ल ऑन इस तरह से देगा। लेकिन अगर मैं उसको, इतने सारे तजुर्बे गूगल पे रोज हमने करने शुरू किए, नंबर्स मिस कर देता है गूगल। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि है को नहीं, नहीं को है बनाने में एक्सपर्ट है। आप अगर उस पर पूरा भरोसा करेंगे गूगल पर, चूंकि मुझे कहा मेरा काम उस पर बहुत ज्यादा है इसलिए मैं वो बात कर रहा हूं। कई बार जो नेगेटिव सेंटेंस हैं वो पॉजिटिव में बदले हैं गूगल में, और कई बार पॉजिटिव सेंटेंस नेगेटिव में बदले हैं। तो जब तक कि आप सोर्स वाली जो स्क्रिप्ट है वो पूरी नहीं पढ़ पाएंगे या उसको नहीं समझेंगे, वो उसका टारगेट में ट्रांसलेशन नहीं कर पाएंगे। बहुत सी ऐसी बातें थी जिसको गूगल के ट्रांसलेशन में मैंने अभी जो NRDP और NSDP दो हैदराबाद की दो मशहूर प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं दो, उसमें अगर उसका पूरा ट्रांसलेशन गूगल में आप करेंगे तो वो नाले को नहर कर देगा, जबकि दोनों में जमीन आसमान का फर्क है। नाला जो है वो आमतौर पे गंदे पानी वाले को कहते हैं और नहर अच्छे पानी वाले को कहते हैं। तो इस तरह से बहुत सी चीजें। अब एक और चीज आपको बताता हूँ, बहुत दिलचस्प है, आप सबने अनुभव की होगी या सुना होगा आपने। मेट्रो जब शुरू हुई थी, हैदराबाद मेट्रो, तो उसमें जैसे ही आप अमीरपेट से थोड़ा आगे बढ़ेंगे सिकंदराबाद की तरफ, या सिकंदराबाद से थोड़ा सा अमीरपेट की तरफ बढ़ेंगे, एक स्टेशन आता है। तो कई लोगों ने सुना है, बाद में हम लोगों ने शिकायत की तो उसको बंद कर दिया गया। अब अगला स्टेशन जन्नत होगा। ये मेट्रो ट्रेन का पैराडाइज स्कोर होने जो है इस तरह से तो बहुत सारी चीजें थी जो हमको इस दौरान देखने को मिली, बहुत सारी चीजें हैं। कल ही मैं जो है वो गूगल से कई सारी चीजें, हम लोग चूंकि रोज का तजुर्बा है, फायदा ये होता है कि आपको फिर से वो स्क्रिप्ट टाइप करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती। ये एक मैं IIIT के साथ रहा लैंग्वेज ट्रांसलेशन के एक प्रोजेक्ट में, 6-7 साल पहले की बात है। वो वॉइस टू टेक्स्ट और टेक्स्ट टू वॉइस की बात काम कर रहे थे उस पे। तो हम लोगों ने बहुत सारा काम करने के बाद हमको अंदाजा हुआ कि हम गूगल और गूगल जैसी जो MTs हैं, मशीन ट्रांसलेशन है, हम उससे सपोर्ट ले सकते हैं ताकि हमारा काम आसान हो। तो मैं यूर स्टोरी में एडिटर रहा, डिप्टी एडिटर, बैंगलोर की एक कंपनी है। उसमें हम लोगों ने 400 कहानियां जो है वाइस वर्सा एक से दूसरी लैंग्वेज में ट्रांसलेशन की। हालांकि हम पर जो है स्ट्रिक्टली ये था कि आप गूगल ट्रांसलेशन का सपोर्ट न लें, लेकिन हमने चोरी सही उसको लिया, क्योंकि हमको काम ज्यादा करना था। लेकिन हमने 2 एडिटर रखे ताकि एक जो सोर्स लैंग्वेज और टारगेट लैंग्वेज दोनों लोग भी उसको देखने का काम करें। एक और बात मैं इसमें कहना चाहूंगा कि अभी जैसा कि मैं अभी बोल ही देता हूँ, तेलंगाना जो दक्कनी वाला जो इशू है, चूंकि सब्जेक्ट दक्कनी है, उर्दू है,
मेरा दूसरा क्वेश्चन था, लेकिन
हाँ ठीक है। तो मैं ये जो दक्कनी पे मैंने काम करना जब शुरू किया हिंदी में, अब मैं दक्कनी, चूंकि उर्दू में तो काम क्या हम पढ़ चुके थे बहुत ज्यादा, सुनते भी थे, दक्कनी के मुशायरों में जाते थे। तो दक्कनी पर एक स्पेशल इशू में काम करना है, एक हिंदी एकेडमी का एक पूरा जो स्पेशल इशू है वो हमको निकालना है। तो मैंने जितने भी लेखक थे, ये साहित्य सेतु का ये विशेषांक था, तो मैंने सब लोगों को पत्र लिखे, उर्दू वालों से संपर्क किया, हिंदी वालों से संपर्क किया। उर्दू के एक प्रोफेसर से सीधे रिस्पॉन्स आया कि आप दक्कनी के साथ वो हिंदी वाला शब्द अगर लिखते हैं तो हम नहीं लिखेंगे, दक्कनी उर्दू लिखेंगे तो हम वो काम करेंगे, नहीं तो नहीं करेंगे। जबकि दक्कनी हिंदी, चूंकि इतनी सारी किताबें उस्मानिया यूनिवर्सिटी से 12 या 15 किताबें श्री राम शर्मा जी के जमाने में वो पब्लिश हुई हैं। दक्कनी हिंदी वालों ने दक्कनी पे बहुत सारा काम किया है, और हिंदी साहित्य के इतिहास में, हिस्ट्री ऑफ हिंदी लैंग्वेज में, दक्कनी का एक पोर्शन भी है जिसको वो दक्कनी हिंदी कहते हैं। तो आज एक बड़ा झगड़ा जो है ये दोनों के बीच यही है कि आप दक्कनी को हिंदी मत कहिए, तो दक्कनी को उर्दू कहना पड़ेगा। हालांकि अगर मैंने फिर जब जानने की कोशिश की तो वो एक नाथ हैं, रामदेव हैं, और बहुत सारे ऐसे लेखक हैं जिन्होंने दक्कनी को हिंदी स्क्रिप्ट में लिखा है। हालांकि बहुत बड़ा जो हिस्सा है दक्कनी का वो उर्दू स्क्रिप्ट में है। तो दोनों की भाषाओं में बहुत ज्यादा अंतर नहीं है, एक नाथ और रामदेव, और फिर यहाँ अगर हम वली दक्कनी और दूसरे जो लोग हैं उनकी भाषाओं में तो बहुत ज्यादा अंतर नहीं है। लेकिन एक जो खामी या मैंने देखी वो ये कि जो हिंदी में दक्कनी पे काम हुआ है उसमें बहुत सारा कॉपी पेस्ट का काम हुआ है। बहुत सारे ट्रांसलेशन पहले और किए गए हैं, फिर उसी को कॉपी पेस्ट का काम कर दिया गया, जिसकी वजह से दक्कनी में बहुत ज्यादा, अगर शोध हिंदी में पढ़ने शुरू करेंगे तो आपको लगेगा कि वही बातें हैं जो श्री राम शर्मा जी ने कही हैं, या फिर कई वेबसाइट्स पर उपलब्ध हैं, कुछ किताबों में। ये इसकी वजह ये रही कि जो हिंदी में दक्कनी का काम कर रहे थे उनको उर्दू स्क्रिप्ट नहीं आती, या उन्होंने उर्दू स्क्रिप्ट सीखने की कोशिश नहीं की। तो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है कि सारी दुनिया में लोग ये इस बात को मानते हैं कि सोर्स और टारगेट लैंग्वेज जो दोनों हैं, उन दोनों का आपको आना जरूरी है, और दोनों से आपका रिश्ता शरीर और आत्मा की तरह होना चाहिए। अगर आप एक लैंग्वेज को आप सिर्फ शरीर को जानते हैं, उसकी आत्मा को नहीं जानते, बहुत सारी चीजें हैं, जैसा कि गंगा नहा आना का मुहावरा है। आमतौर पे अगर मैं इंग्लिश में करूंगा उसको या दूसरी लैंग्वेज में करूंगा तो वो समझ में नहीं आएगा, गंगा में नहा के कैसे आएंगे आप, और पाप धुलने वाला तो बात समझ में नहीं आएगी। बहुत सारी बातें, जैसे दक्कनी में क्या है, तुम पीले काय को पढ़ रही, अब पीले गाय को पढ़ रहे का जो है वो अगर मैं इंग्लिश में ट्रांसलेशन करूंगा तो उसका अर्थ समझ में नहीं आएगा, मुझे समझाना पड़ेगा। तो इस तरह से कई सारी चीजें हैं, और मुझे लगता है कि अगर 2 लैंग्वेजेस में हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं तो ट्रांसलेटर के लिए जरूरी है कि वो दोनों को शरीर और आत्मा की तरह उससे रिश्ता जोड़े। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत शुक्रिया आपने।
जी।
आपने इतनी अच्छी तरह से मेरे दोनों सवालों का जवाब दे दिया, और जो भाषाओं की अहमियत है पत्रकार के जीवन में वो इतनी अच्छी तरह से समझाया है कि एक पत्रकार को 2-3 भाषाओं की जरूरत होती है, खासकर हैदराबाद जैसे शहर में शायद, जहाँ तेलुगु भी चलता है और उर्दू भी और इंग्लिश भी, शायद दूसरे जगह में ना हो। और आपने मशीन ट्रांसलेशन की भी बात की, जो अगेन बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है, क्योंकि हमारे स्टूडेंट्स बहुत जल्दी जाते हैं गूगल पे। जो हमारे ट्रांसलेशन के स्टूडेंट्स हैं, हम जब उनको काम देते हैं तो ऐसे झट से जवाब देते हैं, और हम जब देखते हैं तो देखते हैं कि कितने उसमें मिस्टेक्स निकलते हैं। तो बहुत अच्छी तरह से आपने समझाया कि सिर्फ गूगल पे डिपेंड करना अच्छी बात नहीं है।
एक ताजा उदाहरण आज ही का है कि मुझे आपके फोल्डर में जो है वो जो इंट्रोडक्शन मिला है वो भी गूगल ट्रांसलेशन है। तो उसमें बहुत सारी चीज नहीं, मैं बता रहा हूँ कि शायद आपने नहीं किया है, जो भी मतलब हम अगर जल्दबाजी की कोशिश करेंगे तो वो काम नहीं हो पाएगा। जब तक आपको 2 लैंग्वेजेस पे जानना जरूरी है और जल्दबाजी नहीं कर। एक और उदाहरण मैं देना भूल गया था। इलेक्शन के जमाने में आमतौर पे बड़ी बड़ी मीटिंग्स होती हैं, और वहां पर जो नॉर्थ से जो लोग आते हैं उनका ट्रांसलेशन कोई सीधे जो है सभा में ट्रांसलेशन होता है। तो मैंने 2 लोगों रिपोर्टर्स के लिए वो अलग अलग अहमियत रखता है। अंग्रेजी जानने वाला, या सॉरी, अगर हिंदी जानने वाला बंदा है तो हिंदी वाली जो उसने भाषण सुना है उससे रिपोर्ट बनाएगा, लेकिन उसके अगर तेलुगु का जो रिपोर्टर है तो वो तेलुगु ट्रांसलेशन से अपना रिपोर्टर बनाएगा। तो मैं मेरे 2-3 तजुर्बे रहे। वाजपेयी जी जब यहाँ आए थे तो उनका ट्रांसलेशन शायद वेंकैया नायडू जी ने किया था। वेंकैया नायडू जी की जो लैंग्वेज थी वो जरा काव्यात्मक भाषा में है, वो बहुत पोएट्री एंगल में बात करते हैं जब भी। तो मेरी रिपोर्ट बिल्कुल अलग थी वाजपेयी जी की, चूंकि मैं डायरेक्ट सुन के लिखा था। तो दूसरे दिन मुझे पूछा गया कि ईनाडू में कुछ और छपा है। तो ईनाडू ने वो जो तेलुगु ट्रांसलेशन था, कई बातें ऐसी थी जो वाजपेयी ने कही नहीं थी, वेंकैया नायडू ने ट्रांसलेट कर दी थी। और हाल में जब मोदी जी का भी एक वरंगल में प्रोग्राम था जिसका ट्रांसलेशन एक मतलब इलेक्शन से पहले की बात है, उसका ट्रांसलेशन शायद किशन रेड्डी जी ने किया था, अभी जो मिनिस्टर, वो भी वैसे ही तजुर्बा रहा। तो ये भी ट्रांसलेशन के जो स्पीच ट्रांसलेशन का जो सेक्शन है वहां आपको बहुत सारे डिफिकल्टीज सामने आता है। सॉरी।
एक और रिसर्च क्वेश्चन लग रहा है मुझे, अगर किसी को इंटरेस्ट हो तो उस पे भी रिसर्च कर सकते हैं। So thank you very much, Salim ji. Thank you. And now we will move to Nazia Akhtar. Again, a very different perspective. Nazia Akhtar, as Vijay has said, is the author of BB's Room. I don't know whether to call it a book of translation or to call it a book of scholarly research or both, because it is indeed both, and it is a fascinating read. She has taken 3 authors, 3 Hyderabadi women authors of the early 60s, 70s in Hyderabad. Only she has translated the stories, but she has also analyzed the stories. There is a literary analysis, there is a bio of the authors, and also what I found very interesting, there is a full discussion on women writers of Hyderabad during this period of the Progressive Women's Writers Association, Progressive Writers Association, which was formed. There is also this question of, she also discusses what is a Hyderabadi, who is a Hyderabadi. So many strains in that book, a very rich read.
Today we will be focusing on the translation aspect. So Nazia, can you just take us through how you chose these authors and what were the translation problems? I mean, particularly related to the translation, which you would like to share with us.
Thanks, Uma. I'm just going to check the rallying cry of this age is, can you hear me? So just if you could just confirm that, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, great, perfect. So I think I realized that there was work to be done when it comes to translating Hyderabadi writers, particularly women writers, when I slowly but surely realized that there was a 150-year-old tradition of Urdu prose written by Hyderabadi women. As I mean, women in other places were also writing for roughly the same amount of time. Social reform was one of the reasons why there was this literary movement amongst women, which both enabled and was enabled by education. So, I at some point I had read a couple of translations. My Urdu was very rusty then, so I had read a couple of translations of Wajida Tabassum and Jilani Bano, and which really struck me. And so then I began to collect more and more materials, and I realized that these were the only translations, apart from Zakia Appa's work, which was very poorly publicized, I must say. So it only came into my hands a few years ago. So I mean, it's also, I think it's when we talk about translation, particularly translation from and into Indian languages, we also have to keep in mind things like market and visibility, because for example, I honestly feel that Zakia Appa's work on Jilani Bano is that it's really unsung. Her translation in that is exceptional, and we don't really know about it so much because it wasn't it didn't go through the same kind of marketing and publicity that a lot of translations now get, because I think translation has really exploded across the Indian scene when it comes to Indian languages. So I mean, so there was a sense that there are various problems of visibility, one of the existing translations, and second, that was just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, there's this whole long, more than a century, 150 years of women's writing that has not been translated, and prose. So, within these multiple marginalizations and invisibilities, because poetry has a lot of cultural capital, especially the ghazal and the nazm also now, both of the classical and the progressive variety. So, I was drawn to prose. And within that, not only fiction, but a lot of non-fiction of very interesting kinds, where women have done very interesting things with genre. So within that, for various reasons, some of which were highly subjective and personal, I decided to translate Zinat Sajida, Najma Nikhat, and Jilani Bano. And, and the subjective reason was simply that I liked them and I wanted to, as a translator, I think as a translator, one thing that you also do is, in the process of translating, you understand the text better. You get to know the text in a way, you get to get under the skin of the text in a way that you would not perhaps, if you were a reader. I mean, it's a different level of close reading, if I can get technical as a literary scholar. So, I wanted to get to know these writers better and their work better, so I began to translate them. And I think the biggest challenge I faced was in translating Zinat Sajida's Agar Allah Miyan Aurat Hote, because of the nature of the text. I mean, there are so many levels and layers to it, both in terms of form and in terms of its content. In terms of its content, it's a text which can be read as a critical text. So, as a feminist text. So I'm considering its political aspect here to be feminist. It can be read as a kind of mystical text, because it was, when it was first published in 1946, by Zinat Sajida, it was, people understood it then and even now as an example of hamd, which is a genre that is meant to praise God, right? So there were these mystical things happening throughout the text. I mean, it was it had that elevated, it has a certain elevated tone in spite of its very playful kind of sense of the kind of levity that it seems to have. So there was that aspect, and then the third aspect that I was dealing with is that, of course, it is a literary text as well. It has very ornate language. It has a lot of imagery and metaphor. So in terms of content, these were my challenges. In terms of form, she had decided to, take this subject, right? She was addressing very serious questions, fundamental questions that go beyond, things like triple talaq and, parda and all of that, and fundamental questions about God, prophet, and believer. So, and she had chosen for this the genre of tanzo-miza, right? Humor and satire. And within that, she had chosen specifically a form of the essay called inshaya, which is best suited for light sketches. That is what it is. It is a light sketch. So there's so much happening under the text, through the text, in the text. So it was a very heavy responsibility translating a text like this. And my aim was, Vinay Darwadkar, I think, was the one who spoke about how, following Ramanujan, he said, that the translator's job is to decide between being faithful to the text or faithless to the text. So I am constantly, like most translators, I don't know how Salim Saab or Zaki Appa feel about this, but I'm constantly veering between those two things. The responsibility of a translator, especially one who's dealing with a very marginalized tradition as I am. I have a responsibility to represent these writers and the worlds that they lived in, and what they wanted to say, and be faithful to that, but at the same time, translation is a creative activity, and I do want to, express myself creatively through them. So it's, how do you communicate that in English in a manner that the reader of the translation sees it and can see that there is a feminist level, that there is a mystical aspect to the text, that these are the literary qualities of the text, and that this is the form in which she wrote it. This is the kind of tongue-in-cheek, unsaid, between the lines humor that she's trying to create and communicate. So, if I can just use that example as one big bundle of challenges for me. So, yeah.
Yeah, indeed, it is a very powerful and very surprising text also, because there is this constant dialogue of how, Allah Mia, if he were a woman, how would things be? Yeah. And also this play of words. I think at some point you had mentioned about the feminine and the masculine, where agar, would you like
Yes,
to
yeah.
that?
So I think the specific problem that you are talking about is Urdu offers possibilities, and I won't go into the grammatical or the linguistic aspects of it right now, but Urdu offers possibilities to talk about, Allah as the subject of a sentence without gendering Allah, right? But English does not offer that. In English, you have to choose he or she, right? And what Zinat Sajida does in this essay is, first she, talks about what would life be like if Allah were a woman. And then she says, well, if Allah is as great as we believe that they are, then maybe Allah is entirely beyond gender. And she can do that with Urdu, but it is very difficult to do that with English. So, so I grappled with that. And, one piece of advice that was given to me by, of course, Scott Kugel, which seems very kind of straightforward and practical, but is not very easy to do. And it took me, I think it was Scott's insight. And Scott is, of course, someone who translates Mahalaka Bai Chanda, the Hyderabadi courtesan, into English. So he said the only key to that is use a lot of noun phrases, use a lot of, try to, and you also have to occasionally use the somewhat convoluted, cumbersome passive voice to avoid having to, so there are all of these forms of dissembling that you have to do in order to mimic or to try to retain the essence of the text. Challenges where I think Urdu is far better equipped, and I suspect many other Indian languages are. Bengali, for instance, does gender very differently, doesn't have gender for certain things. So I think that is something that the text really challenged me with.
Thank you. I also liked, of course, I liked all the 3 stories which you translated, but the second one, Najma Nikhat's Aakhri Haveli, I think it posed a separate set of problems because first the content was entirely different. It was a proper story, but at the same time, she is also making a critique of the patriarchal system existing in the Jagirdar system, and especially the oppression of the women and who work, the working women and also the begums who live in the Haveli. And you mentioned in this context very specific Begumati Zaban, right? That is the language which was used by the women. So would you like to tell us a bit about that?
Right. So Begumati Zuban was the language of women in the Zananas. Right. I think Gail Minnow is the person who has done a lot of work on this. So it was the unique thing about this language is that despite being in the Zenana, despite living a secluded life in the Zenana, a lot of middle and upper class women were arguably more in touch with people across classes, right? Because they dealt with domestic help, they dealt with the door-to-door vendors who would come and meet them, they dealt with people like matchmakers, all kinds of people, right? So over time, this interaction across class and caste, and as well as a lack of formal education for many women, right? Created this particular kind of language that became unique to the Zenana and which echoed and represented and reflected, mirrored the Zenana worldview, right? So there were expressions, ways of talking about the world which were unique to women's perspectives. So it was in many ways a very gendered language, right? So there you only see glimpses of these things in Najma Nikhat's writing, but it's very powerful wherever you see it. And as you pointed out, the challenge, the beautiful thing, as well as the challenge of translating Aakhri Haveli, the last Haveli, was one, she talks about another time, another perspective, another worldview, the feudal worldview. And so there are words there that you have to decide how to translate and when. I mean, Salim Saab spoke about, how you translate president differently in different cases and, in different situations. So there is a word, bandi, right, which has different connotations. In the feudal context, it had a particular connotation. So I had to decide how to translate this. Is this handmaiden? Is this slave girl? Is this maid? In different, because they're talking about different women across different strata within even the working classes, right? And so each had to be dealt with at a different level. I mean, it's really this short story in terms of its language and the various things that Najma Nikhat is able to do with it, the way she wields Urdu in this. It's like I've described it as a kind of miniature painting, which has all these wonderful jewel tones and everything is just waiting to be turned to the light. So it was wonderful. It was a wonderfully creative experience translating it. The challenges consisted of precisely that how do you retain a sense of the time period and, the different meanings of words, which either don't exist now or whose meanings have shifted and perhaps changed now, or certain words that, for instance, we would hesitate to use now because they are problematic, right? So the word bandi, for instance, would not be used today, right, to describe a working class person. So yeah, so I mean, yeah.
Yeah, really very interesting. Just one thought, one last thought is all these, the three women which you have talked about, and there is also Ismat Chuttai and Kuratla and Haider, and all of them belong to one particular era, right? And they were all influenced by the Progressive Writers Association, which allowed them, I think, to a certain extent to take on these very bold, I mean, even Jilani Bano stories. The themes are like shocking, actually. When you read the stories at the end, you are like suddenly like, okay, what just happened? So is this kind of literature possible today? I mean, it's just a, I mean, not just in Urdu, but I think, but mostly women's writing in Urdu. I'm just wondering whether it's possible today to kind of recreate these kind of very sharp and very scathing critiques of society, sparing absolutely no one. So it's just a thought I would like to end with. I don't know if there are any questions. Yeah, there is a question there. Thank you so much, Nazia.
Yes, I am quite enriched today. मैं हिंदी में पूछना चाहूंगा, आप तीनों ने ट्रांसलेट भी किया है. ड्यूरिंग ट्रांसलेशन ऑफ अ स्टोरी और अ नॉवेल, आपने कभी महसूस किया आपके अंदर कोई दूसरी स्टोरी जन्म ले रही है या कोई किरदार? सलीम साहब बताना चाहेंगे?
नहीं, बिल्कुल आपने सही कहा कि कई बार ऐसा होता है कि आप कोई सॉरी नहीं, ठीक है, ऑन है ये भी. कई बार ऐसा होता है कि आप कोई जैसा कि कोई कहानी आप ट्रांसलेट कर रहे हैं. मैंने भी बहुत सारी कहानियां ट्रांसलेट की, तो आपको ऐसा लगेगा कि हो सकता है आपको उस तरह का कोई किरदार आपके दिमाग में हो, आपने देखा हो. मेरे 2 सीरीज रहे. एक हुजूम में चेहरा जो है वो मेरी किताब आई थी मुंसिफ में. मैं 5 साल तक रियल स्टोरीज लिखता रहा. उसमें एक खास बात दक्कनी का भी उससे जुड़ाव रहा. मेरे जो कैरेक्टर्स होते थे जिनसे मैं मिलता था, वो जिस ढंग से बोलते थे, वो हालांकि उन दिनों सेलफोन रिकॉर्डिंग वाला सेलफोन था नहीं, फिर भी मैं सुन के वो करता था कि उसी जबान में लिखूं. वो सीधे उर्दू में नहीं लिखता था, मैं कोड करके जो है उसी में लिखता था. तो कई बार ऐसा लगता था जब हम ट्रांसलेट कर रहे हैं, तो कई बार लगता था कि ये कहानी कहीं उस किरदार से तो नहीं मिली है, मिलती जुलती है. एक किरदार का मैं जिक्र आपसे करना चाहूंगा. सिकंदराबाद रेलवे स्टेशन की स्टेशन मैनेजर थी. उन्होंने मुझे फोन किया, सलीम साहब आप पता चला है कि आप कुछ कहानियां लिख रहे हैं लोगों की, मेरे पास एक कहानी है, आप आइए. तो वो शायद मिसेस बनर्जी थी. उन्होंने बुलाया, मैं उन साहब से मिला. सब मोहम्मद अकरम या कुछ ऐसी नाम था. उनकी कहानी शुरू हुई थी कोलकाता से. वो उन्होंने जो कहानी मुझे सुनाई कि वो एक मशहूर बिजनेसमैन थे, उनको एक लेडी से प्रेम हुआ, फिर वो उन्होंने कन्वर्शन किया, मुसलमान हुए. वो उन्होंने बच्चों को छोड़ना पड़ा, बीवी को छोड़ना पड़ा, फिर लोगों के डर से वो वहां से बांग्लादेश भाग गए अपनी बीवी के साथ. वहां चूंकि वो नॉन बांग्लादेशी थे, तो वहां पे उनको फिर डर लगने लगा फिर कि यहाँ कोई मुझे कुछ करेगा. वहां फिर किसी और से उनको प्रेम हुआ, वहां से वो फिर पाकिस्तानी लड़की से प्रेम हुआ, वो पाकिस्तान चले गए. इस तरह से हर जगह से उनकी कहानी कुछ इस तरह शुरू हुई कि पाकिस्तान से वो ईरान चले गए, ईरान में भी कुछ इस तरह की चीजें हुई, तो वो हर जगह से वो भागते रहे. उनको ये डर सताता रहा कि मुझे कोई मारेगा, मुझे कोई जो है जिंदा नहीं रखने देगा. वहां से फिर वो सब कुछ छूट गया. फिर वो अपने दोस्तों की तलाश करने लगे. वो औरतों की तलाश खत्म हो चुकी थी, तो वो दोस्तों की तलाश करने लगे ताकि उनको कोई सहारा मिले. इस तरह की बहुत सारी कहानियां, जैसे कि प्रेमचंद की कहानी कफन का जिक्र अक्सर लोग करते हैं, और उसमें यह है कि एक जो हीरोइन है उस कहानी की, वो कहानी शुरू होने से पहले मर जाती है, और उसकी कफन का चंदा वसूल करने के लिए जो है वो 2 कैरेक्टर, जो एक उसका पति है और एक उसका ससुर है, दोनों घूमने मतलब गांव जाते हैं, चंदा मांगते हैं, जमा करते हैं, और चंदा जो है शराब में उड़ा देते हैं. तो कई लोगों ने डिस्कशन में ये कहा कि नहीं ऐसे तो कहाँ कैरेक्टर मिलेंगे, तो मैंने बताया कि ऐसे कैरेक्टर मैंने देखे, बल्कि मैं आपको मिला भी सकता हूँ उनसे। तो इस तरह की चीजें होती हैं कि आपको नई नई कहानियां जो है वो ट्रांसलेशन के दौरान भी आपको समझ में आता है कि हाँ इस तरह की कुछ कहानियां हैं, हम लिख सकते हैं। जी शुक्रिया।
आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगी जाकिया जी और नाजिया? Would you like to add to that question? It was for all three of you.
Zakiapa, I think you are on mute.
Still on mute. No, it's not.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, yeah.
Is it okay now?
Yes.
I would like to say that this Nazia talking about this Begmati language, humor, satire to reh jati hai, but when you translate from Urdu into English or any Indian language into English, then the flavor of the language is gone. You get the content. The Begmati language is also gone. I mean, this is what I felt with Jilani Bano also. But the novel could be, I mean, the ideas could be explained quite well, but not the language and not the humor. Because, you know, humor is usually culture specific. And like this word bandi, there are so many things. It's not only this word. There are so many things which are lost. But, you know, usually at the end, you give a glossary and you explain a little. Like the relationships in Evan-e Ghazal, I have kept the same. Like Abba, Ammi, Chacha, Chachis, and things like that. And Dulha, Dulhan. There are lots of words which I haven't changed. And they are given at the end of the novel as glossary, as, you know, the meaning of those words. And if you change them, they they do not make the language or your, text good in English, especially. So, and besides, you know, I would like to say also that this Google business I have never touched. I don't even know what Google does. I am an old person, and I stick to my old values. So whatever is in my head comes out in the translation, whether from Hindi into Urdu or Urdu into Hindi or Urdu into English, Hindi into English. Recently, I have translated a lot of Tamil stories from a collection of Tamil fiction that is done by Subhashri Krishnaswamy. And the compiler is Mr. Dilip Kumar. They are stories collected from 1912 till date, because it covers a very huge frame of time. Now, I have taken up stories from them and translated them into Urdu. So there are lots of words which Subhashri has also left, like appa, and I don't remember lots of them, and words which denote relationships, also words which denote certain idioms or certain small little proverbs. They lose their flavor. There is no doubt about that they lose their flavor, but they are left as it is, untranslated in of course English script, in Urdu script, and explained towards the end. So usually this is the problem with translators of fiction. When you translate academic books, the trouble is of finding, technical terms, but you do not juggle with, such things like cultural specific words. In fiction, this is the difficulty. Also, I would like to say that if you know less of the source language, little less, I don't mean to say that you don't have to know that language, you have to have a command over it, but your command should be greater, your grip should be harder on the language into which you are translating. So I know a lady from Delhi University, Arjiman Dara. She has translated Arundhati Roy's Ministry of Utmost Happiness into Urdu, and she got Sahitya Academy for that. Her English is not very strong. She is fairly good in English, but very good in Urdu. So she translates from English into Urdu quite beautifully. Though her grasp, you can't say that it's the same over the two languages. So one should be very good in the language into which the source language is being translated. That's what I would like to tell the translator. And Google, I don't touch. I don't touch Google.
I think we have a question there. Nazia, you would like to add to this before the question is answered? The next.
Yes, so I just have two quick points to make. I agree with Zakiapa that you lose a lot when you're translating, especially things like Begamati Zuban. And I think I think we need to make a distinction as translators, and she will understand what I'm talking about. All of you will understand because you are all translators. There are things that you can translate and that you must translate. There are things that you deliberately leave untranslated, and there are things that you have to be very careful with translating. Otherwise, you can create a very
That's right.
denigrating kind of
That's
caricature
right.
of
That's right.
like a caricature of a language, right? So for instance, I'm very careful when I'm translating Dakhni words or sentences into English, right? Because there is a particular hierarchy between, quote unquote, standard Urdu and Dakhni, and it could be other aspects also. So it could be, for instance, the speech of women, the speech Begamati Zuban, for instance. It could be, specific ways of speaking that are specific to certain communities, such as certain caste or class communities. So what is the standard register of the text versus these other kinds of othered languages that are there in the text? You have to be very careful about how you translate this, because one criticism that is there, and I think it's a valid criticism, is that many translators, in trying to be as faithful and trying to mimic the differences in texts, end up caricaturing something which already comes from a place of disprivilege or marginalization. So, I mean, it's been done very successfully by some people. So, for instance, translators of Dostoevsky, of the Russian writer Dostoevsky, who translated him into English, have managed to translate the German accent, in Russian into English really well. They've managed to translate the speech of, the Russian peasant without degrading or denigrating, that position. The second point that I very quickly wanted to make in response to the question that was asked is that the question itself reminded me of Borges' story, The Garden of Forking Paths. And I would say, when it comes to my own experience, yes, there is always a translation. There is always a temptation to take over from the writer that you're translating and narrate. But again, for me, I think I have a very specific agenda when it comes to translating my writers, which is I want to bring them to new readerships, and I want new readerships to know about them and to know about this specific 150-year-old tradition of women's writing in Urdu that we don't know anything about, that we know almost nothing about. If it weren't for people like Zakiapa who've translated things, we would not know about them at all. So yeah, sorry.
Translators open, more, new windows to the world. They open windows to the world. From one world, you are transferred to another without any effort on your part, just reading. And you come to know about different cultures, different traditions. You go to different times, like you are sitting here now in 22nd century, and you go back to 4th century BC. You go to 13th century BC. So you simply fly over time because of translations, and also a lot about others' cultures, what happened in different parts of the world. So translator opens windows, lots of windows to the world.
I think it would be fair to say then that translation is also time travel.
Yes, in a way, yes, it is. How do you know about the peasants which existed during Pharaoh's time? How do you know about the people who built the pyramids? How do you know about people who built the walls of China, the wall of China? How do you know? I mean, through translations only, works of different languages. So I think translator has a mammoth task. One cannot, underestimate the importance of translation and translators.
Thank you for those words. We will go to the next question. There is one question.
Hi, thank you all. एक शेर मुझे याद आ गया इसी पे सवाल पूछने से पहले देखना तकरीर की लज्जत जो उसने कहा, देखना तकरीर की लज्जत उसने जो कहा, मैंने ये जाना कि गोया ये भी मेरे दिल में
है, राइट।
तो ट्रांसलेशन में आप लोगों को शायद ये भी इसका भी सामना करना पड़ता है। मेरे दो सवाल हैं, एक तर्जुमे के मुतालिक है और एक ज़बान के मुतालिक है। तर्जुमे के मुतालिक ये कि जैसे ज़किया आंटी ने कहा कि जब आप ट्रांसलेट करते हैं तो जैसे अप्पा या अब्बा इस तरह के लफ्ज़ आप छोड़ देते हैं ताकि वो एसेंस उसमें आए। लेकिन कुछ उर्दू के तहरीरें ऐसी होती है जिसमें आप मसलन जब पेजेंट्स की बात हो रही है या दूसरे लोगों की बात हो रही है जो दक्खनी लहजे में बात करते हैं और बाकी जो नवाबों का जिक्र है या किसी और का जिक्र है तो वो खालिस उर्दू में बात कर रहे हैं। तो आप जब ट्रांसलेट कर रहे हैं तो जो आपकी ट्रांसलेटेड लैंग्वेज है इंग्लिश है, उसमें आप ये फ़र्क कैसे बनाते हैं, निभाते हैं? दूसरा सवाल ये है तीनों से कि ख़ास तौर पे सलीम साहब से कि आप लोग जैसे उर्दू, हिंदी और दक्खनी को लेकर ये कहना शुरू से ये चला आ रहा है कि 3 अलग ज़बानें हैं या एक ज़बान है। तो मैं आप लोगों की राय इस पे जानना चाहूँगा कि क्या सिर्फ़ स्क्रिप्ट बदलने से ज़बान दूसरी हो जाती है? क्या सिर्फ़ नागरी में लिखने से हम इसको हिंदी कहते हैं या हिंदू के बात करने को हिंदी कहते हैं और मुसलमानों की बात करने को उर्दू कहते हैं? और जैसे नदी और दरिया उर्दू के लफ्ज़ हैं और हिंदी उर्दू ही का पुराना नाम है। तो ये तफ़रीक में आप लोग किस तरह मतलब अपने आप को पाते हैं? लहजा, ज़बान, दक्खनी, हिंदी, उर्दू ये तीनों के मामले में? शुक्रिया।
Sound is disturbed, it's not properly audible.
मैं बोल देता हूँ ज़किया आपा, ये इनके 2 सवाल थे। एक ये था कि क्या स्क्रिप्ट बदलने से ज़बानें बदल जाती हैं? दूसरा सवाल था पहला क्या कहा था आपने? सॉरी, हाँ, लहजे को उन्होंने कहा कि
लहजे, हाँ जी,
एक जैसे कि जिलानी बानू या फिर क्या साजदा आपा के पास जो ठीक है, अगर एक नवाब बात कर रहे हैं, उनका लहजा अलग है, फिर घर में की बांदी है, नौकरानी है, वो अलग बात कर रही है, वो बिल्कुल दक्खनी अंदाज में बात करेगी। जब इसको हम अंग्रेजी में ट्रांसलेट करेंगे तो वो दोनों को कैसे करेंगे? उन्होंने ये
Usually it is lost. That is the difficulty with translation, that it is lost. And very seldom that you can retain, very seldom that you can retain that difference.
Very seldom can you retain it without caricaturing. Without caricaturing. So it is not desirable to do that.
Right.
जी, वो अक्सर वो आप फर्क उसको नहीं represent कर सकते हैं।
नहीं हो पाता है। Like in Jilani Banu's novel and stories also, she breaks into Dakhni at times because the characters are speaking that language. But when you are doing it into English, that does not remain, the same. It becomes, English, flat English. Only English, I meant to say that.
मैं दूसरे सवाल का जवाब दूंगा आपको।
जी, जरूर दीजिए। जी।
रियासत, अच्छा नाम है आपका। रियासत
रियासत खुद भी शायरी करते हैं।
अच्छा, गुड। तो असल में एक छोटे से जो है वो बहुत ही एक मशहूर आदमी थे हैदराबाद में। उन्होंने जब सियासत, यहाँ का बहुत मशहूर अखबार है, जब 90 के आसपास जब सियासत में तब्दीलियां आने लगी थी तो उन्होंने कहा था कि सियासत मुसलमान हो गया है। ठीक है, जबकि वो कांग्रेस का और उससे पहले कम्युनिस्ट आइडियोलॉजी से जुड़े लोगों का अखबार माना जाता था। तो जबान या भाषा या लैंग्वेज का जो ताल्लुक होता है वो सिर्फ आदमी से नहीं होता, उसके कल्चर से, उसके भूगोल यानी ज्योग्राफी से, उसके बिहेवियर से भी होता है। इसलिए अभी इससे पहले जो दूसरे पहले वाले सेशन में शायद आपने ही पूछा था कि हर 4 कोस पे कुछ किलोमीटर पे जबान बदलती है वैसे।
बिल्कुल।
हाँ, तो उसमें ये है कि चूंकि हिंदी जो भाषा है, हिंदी है, उसके चाहे वो सब लोग बोलते हों, लेकिन चूंकि वो ज्यादातर जो बेल्ट है उसका वो हिंदू बेल्ट माना जाता है, ठीक है, बोलने वालों में। और चूंकि वो हिंदू कल्चर से जुड़ी भी है, उसका पूजा पाठ है, उसका जो बहुत सारी चीजें हैं, और सबसे ज्यादा कि वो संस्कृत से जुड़ी है, इसीलिए वो उर्दू चाहे आप उसको किसी भी, आप दो अखबार निकलते हैं आज भी, मिलाप और प्रताप, दिल्ली से निकलते हैं, हालांकि वो उर्दू स्क्रिप्ट में है, अगर उसको पढ़ेंगे तो आपको लगेगा हिंदी में पढ़ रहे हैं। दिल्ली से आज भी वो अखबार निकलते हैं, 100 सालों से निकल रहे हैं, प्रताप और मिलाप, 4 अखबार वहां से निकलते थे, तेज, प्रताप और एक कोई अखबार था। तो उसमें प्रवचन छपते हैं, प्रवचन शुद्ध हिंदी में होते हैं और वैसे के वैसे छपते हैं। रामायण भी, जो रामचरितमानस या रामायण का जो हिंदी में अनुवाद या ट्रांसलेशन है, वो उर्दू स्क्रिप्ट में छपता है, लेकिन वो हिंदी में होता है। अब मैं आता हूँ उर्दू की तरफ। उर्दू आज मुसलमानों की लैंग्वेज है, आप इसमें आप ना नहीं कह सकते। हालांकि आज से अगर आप 30 साल पहले बोलते थे तो ये मुसलमानों की जबान बिल्कुल नहीं थी। नहीं 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 सर, नहीं सर, नहीं सर, नहीं सर,
Excuse me, please.
मैं नहीं, आज मैं ब्लेम की बात कर रहा हूँ। जो ज्यादातर बोलने वाले लोग हैं वो मुसलमान हैं, मुसलमानों की जबान है नहीं कह रहा हूँ मैं बिल्कुल वैसे।
Excuse me, please.
हाँ ठीक है, आप सही कह रहे हैं वैसे बोल, लेकिन आज ज्यादातर जो बोलने वाले लोग हैं वो मुसलमान है, 90। हाँ हाँ ठीक है, मैं अपनी बात को करेक्शन कर लेता हूँ, ठीक है। ये
Just a minute.
क्योंकि
Umaji,
मुसलमान का कल्चर है।
I would like to leave now.
जी 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 जी,
Please allow me to leave. It is because I have certain compulsions, you know, it's not that, it's very interesting, very enlightening. It was really nice to hear all of you, especially Salim Sahab. लेकिन ये कि ये मुझे जाना है यहाँ से. I'm not in my own house. I'm not in my own house.
Thank you very much for attending the session and sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure. It was really enlightening and also very pleasant, but I'm not in my own house. I had to come to a friend's house to take help with Zoom.
Yeah.
So
Thank you very
please
much.
allow me to. Okay. Thank you very much and bye.
तो मैंने दक्कनी और उर्दू के बारे में कहा, मैंने करेक्शन भी कर लिया। अब आता हूँ, सॉरी, दक्कनी के बारे में बताता हूँ, हिंदी और उर्दू की, दोनों का कल्चर के उर्दू जो है वो पूरी तरह से अरबी और फारसी से मुतासिर रही है, और हिंदी जो है वो संस्कृत और जो मैथिली है, ब्रज है, बहुत सारी भाषाएं उससे मुतासिर रही है, प्रभावित रही है। हाँ बहुत सारे हैं, लेकिन दक्कनी की जहां तक बात है, दक्कनी सारे दक्कन के लोगों की भाषा है। आप अगर मंगलहाट जाएंगे, मंगलहाट में आप बात करेंगे तो सारे के सारे लोग जो हिंदू हैं, मुस्लिम हैं, सारे के सारे लोग दक्कनी में बात करेंगे। आपको वहां कोई इम्तियाज नहीं होगा, समझ में नहीं आएगा कि भाई ये आदमी मुसलमान है, हिंदू है, क्या है। अगर आप सीधे कारवान में जाएंगे, शालीबंडा में जाएंगे हैदराबाद में, और तो और मैं बताता हूँ आपको, नहीं बता पाया उस वक्त दक्कनी के बारे में। मैं आता हूँ महाराष्ट्र के एक छोटे से विलेज से, जहां हम सारे लोग दक्कनी ही बोलते हैं, और जब मैं हैदराबाद से वापस पलट के गांव जाता हूं तो वो लोग समझते हैं कि ये दक्कनी भूल गया है, क्योंकि वहां कल्चर खैरियत पूछने का नहीं, आप कैसे हैं जैसा वाला होगा। तो मैं अब यहाँ जाके जो आदत हो जाती है कि आप खैरियत, तो बोलते खैरियत से नहीं है हम लोग। नहीं, हैदराबाद के कुछ मोहल्ले ऐसे हैं जो आज भी दक्कनी अच्छी तरह से बोलते हैं लोग, और दक्कनी ही बोलते हैं। दुकान पर आप जाइए, हाँ कुछ कूचों में जैसे भी, लेकिन आप नलगुंडा जाएंगे, महबूब नगर जाएंगे, आप निम्स हॉस्पिटल के किसी, जी 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 बिल्कुल जी, आप आसानी, आज की बात, मेरी मदर जो है हॉस्पिटल में है निम्स में, निम्स के किसी भी वार्ड के आसपास, वार्ड में आप ठहरिए थोड़ी देर, तो वहां आने वाले जो महबूब नगर के लोग हैं, नलगुंडा के लोग हैं, करीम नगर के हैं, वरंगल के हैं, या बहुत थोड़ा सा रिमोट विलेजेस के हैं, वो आसानी से दक्कनी में आपको बात करते हुए दिखेंगे, चाहे कोई भी रिलीजियन हो। जी शुक्रिया।
Actually, just related to this question, I would like you to say that just yesterday I saw Javed Akhtar explaining this very point in Jashn-e-Rekhta when he did the inaugural. There is a small YouTube clip of 15 minutes where it's a beautiful clip where he talks about Urdu as the most secular language of India. And he says that the only difference between Urdu and Hindi is the syntax. And no, sorry, not the syntax. The syntax is the same, but it's the words. He says, जब तक आपको समझ में आती है हिंदी है, जब आपको समझ में नहीं आती तो वो उर्दू है. And but he says many beautiful things, so I think we should watch that clip. Yeah. Thank you. So yeah, I think we have come to the end of this wonderful session. Thank you so much, Nazia. Thank you very much.
Your book is really a fascinating read, and there are many more things which we could have discussed, but I would suggest people buy the book, read it. Also, Salim Saab, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us. It has been a most enlightening session. And thank you, audience, for staying on till the end and making all this discussion very meaningful. Yeah. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Uma, for chairing this session, and Salim Saab, Zakia ji, and Nazia, thank you very much for joining us. And with this, we end today's one-day translation festival. Before we leave, I wanted to make one important announcement. We are going to show our website address. Those of you who are interested in volunteering for the festival, please do reach out to us. That is our website, and on the website, there is a link, register. And when you go to the register, it shows you that you want to register as a volunteer. And it will be activated, and or you can just send us an email at the email ID that's there. So we look forward to seeing all of you and many of you and your friends, family, neighbors, everybody at the Hyderabad Literary Festival on 27, 28, 29 January at the Vidyaranya High School. That is the venue for the 2023 festival. So thank you very much. And I don't want to end this without giving a big round of applause to our entire tech team, which made it extremely smooth. You know, technology can be very obtrusive, but they remained in the margins and, did a fantastic job. Thank you, Ramesh. Thank you. And, both of them have been with us for the last 3-4 rounds of Recce, and they made it so smooth and so beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I just wanted to end with a small joke that Salim Saab shared about how translation sometimes has to happen within one language. I had a friend who used to work with one of a very well-known national English newspaper in Hyderabad. And he was the sub-editor, senior sub-editor. So once we asked him, so as a sub-editor, what do you do? He said, Yaro, we have to translate into English. So he said, I translate into English. So I said, translate from which language? He says, the reporters do send us in what they think is English, but I have to translate that into English before it can be published. So within one language, of course, translation is important. And but on a more serious note, just to end with this, when we were translating Kanya Shulkam, which is a 100-year-old text, first we had to, in a way, understand Telugu, because the Telugu in that text is not the Telugu that I know of, right? And it's a Telugu, and many of the words, many of the games, for example, that are talked about in that, first we had to translate first into Telugu and then, try to translate it into English. So yes, translation within a language is also possible. Thank you very much for sharing those wonderful insights into your day-to-day struggle with translation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Uma, for chairing this session. Thank you, everyone. And see you all at the Hyderabad Literary Festival, end of January. Thank you very much.